Okay, welcome everybody to the OHL Draft Show, joined by Paul Hagan and Mike Crawford. We're going to go through kind of a recap of the first 3 rounds that happened last night, and then we'll be going live once the fourth round starts. It should be around 9 o'clock Eastern time, and we'll give you those picks as they come in. We'll give you insight on these players, kind of where our scouts see them, and we'll have some other scouts joining the call as well. So, Paul, why don't you kick it off for us with Schaefer? Matt Schaefer went number 1 overall to the Erie Otters.
Yeah, he's a real dynamic defenseman, skates, mobile, will engage offensively. He was very aggressive on the offensive side of the puck. I had a game I watched him in the OHLs where he jumped in nearly every shift and tried to make something happen. Canada Winter Games this year, he was the captain of the team, and I thought that's where he emerged as the top pick. He was definitely the best defenseman on that team. As he develops his defensive play, I think he could be a real good pickup for Erie. Obviously, the number 1 pick, and we debated. There was 4 or 5 players we liked at the top, but at the end of the day, I took the decision and moved Schaefer in. I like the way he plays. He's going to really generate offense for Erie from the back end for a good few years here.
So, Paul, would you say that this is not a year where there's a clear-cut number 1 like there's been in some other years?
Yeah, there were on our list. There were probably 4 at the top that we debated over: Schaefer, Rubrick, Brady Martin, William Moore. Right, they were kind of the ones that we had at the top of the heap this year. And depending on what the team's like and what you're into, you could justify any of them. We thought.
So I'll move to your next one there, Ryan Rubrick, I think is how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
London Knights. Mike, what do you think of Rubrick?
He's a gunner. He scores. He's got an NHL shot already. It's what he does. The other things that he does. He's got a lot of work to do. He's a young kid. He's a late birth date. Great big kid that he can score from the blue line out. Actually, sometimes he's got an amazing shot, and he's going to fill the net. But he's got a lot of work to do with regards to getting to the pros. It's going to take him maybe a little longer than he thinks. Anyways, but yeah.
The only thing I'd add on Rubrick is I saw him at the Marlies tournament, and then I saw him again later in the season. He was kind of in and out for me. Like when he's at his best, he's elite, but he's got a lot of in and out to his game. But I talked to one OHL scout, and I liked his opinion. He said, yeah, this isn't the best season for Ryan, but he still had 51 goals in 30 games. That's a hell of an off year if you're going to call it an off year, which I wouldn't call it an off year. But
he had a
lot of expectations coming into the year because of how well he played as an underager. I mean, as an underager, you could argue he was even better.
He's
had a lot of expectations on him.
He probably had the same stats last year. So if you look at 2 years of playing U16 hockey in Ontario, he probably scored 100 goals in league play.
He actually set up more goals last year than this year.
Yeah,
he was counted on to score all the time this year.
Yeah,
and he took it. He went. He took the ball and he ran with it, and he's going to fill the net. Don't get me wrong. I think that other part that he was a little more humble as an underager, and I think he's going to start to distribute the puck to the other people, and he's going to become a complete offensive player very quickly. It's the defensive side of the game that a lot of them have to realize they have to learn how to play.
And then we'll go to key off that Brady Martin, who's probably a fan favorite of our scouting staff just because of the way he plays. Just an honest, hard-working, two-way forward that our guys love. Paul, would you give us some insight on that, on the pick for the Sioux?
Yeah, Martin was outstanding in the second half of the year this year. in our view. One of probably the best player all around at the OHL Cup, the final tournament. That team that he played on out in Waterloo, they were a hard-working team, and he led the way, working his tail off. He was a man amongst boys in the Alliance finals. Like, he played a physical, skilled skating game, and it was very, very difficult for the London team to handle his physical play and his high compete. But we debated him at number one. The guys just like the way he plays the game. He plays an honest game, and with Martin, he hasn't been skilling up and involved in all sorts of private lessons. He's a boy from the farm who gets a lot of his strength through hard work, and wait till you see him in an environment where he's on the ice 6-7 days a week, good coaching, working on his skills. I think he could really show some people he'll get to the next level.
And I think that's such a key part, right? It's like the game today, there's so many skills coaches and video coaches and everything. These kids are getting a lot of support. And here's a kid who, like you said, just comes off the farm and plays. You just don't see that as much anymore. I think the kid's pretty special. Next up, another player from the Halton Hurricanes. This will be their second guy off the board. And notable that, the top 4 picks are Alliance and OMHA, which typically does not happen. It's usually GTHL dominated. So kind of an interesting year set up for that. I saw Tyler Hopkins at the OMHA playoffs. Thought he was outstanding, big body, really skilled. The kid can skate, smooth stride. Really like his game. And I think, it's about 6'1". He's only 160 pounds. Once he fills out, he could be scary good. So not only is he a kid who I think can play right away, I think he's someone that's going to get better and better as he gets stronger and more physically developed. What do you think of him, Paul and Mike?
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I liked Hopkins the moment I laid eyes on him this year. He generates a lot of pace with the puck, and he works his tail off on the back check as well. So, number 4 pick, he was in the mix for us. I think we had him a couple spots lower, but he was definitely one of the top 4 or 5 players in the province all year long.
Yeah, his stats are. He's a 2-point a game guy and pretty equal with assists and goals, but more of a goal scorer, especially in tight. He knows he looks for the target and he can hit it. So, and because he's a big body, he's going to be an asset to the power play and he works real hard. So he'll probably get on penalty kill also. So, anyways, I like him. Yep.
Next up, Niagara with the 5th pick. They're second in the top 5. Takes Ethan Cesada from Mississauga Rebels, another centerman. So they went back-to-back centerman. What do you think of Ethan Cesada?
You know what? He was very similar to Hopkins, a big body down the middle who could skate. He's more of a shooter, Cesada, for the Rebels. He in close, he was dangerous, and again, another guy who would really generate pace when he got going through the neutral zone. I liked his abrasive play too, getting to the net. He's not afraid to get there. Right, so this is with Cesada and Rubric, they're definitely Niagara's got a couple guys here who can fill the net.
Next up, Oshawa, the 6th pick, takes Owen Griffin. This is a guy that we liked a lot last year as an underager. Like Rubric, he came into the season with a lot of pressure on him. Had a huge year in terms of stats. Led his team, led the league. Really smart player. Crawford, I know you've been a big fan of this kid for a while.
Yeah, he like Martin are probably the most ready to make an impact on whatever team. Well, now we know who their teams are, so they're going to make impacts right away. Probably be running head to head for rookie of the year kind of status, because Griffin, his supporting staff this year aren't up to what he's going to be playing with next year. So I like him because he plays a 200-foot game. He even though he gets knocked around a little bit, he's got at the first of the year when he first came on, I went, holy moly, this guy's even better than he was last year. So, but he kind of tailed off. And it's hard to do to maintain what they do through the summer. And if there's any advice I'm going to give to anybody that's listening, you have to do it every day until you finish playing the game of hockey at a competitive level. You cannot take days off if you want to make this a profession. And I think maybe he learned a valuable lesson this year.
Next up at 7, first goalie off the list, kind of early for goalies typically, if we look back at previous drafts. But I think kind of a clear-cut number 1 goalie, Jack Ivankovic out of the Mississauga Senators.
Yeah, he was the number 1 goalie on our list. We didn't know where he was going to go. So we had him a few rounds back, maybe into the second round where goalies normally go. But he was definitely the cream of the crop. Unbelievable. If you guys get a chance, the Canada Winter Games online, Team Ontario won it. And I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 overtime periods of 3-on-3 hockey, and the saves that this boy made in that finals, it was unbelievable. Really reads the play well, gobbles up rebounds. His size is not normal for 5'10". You want to see them a little bit bigger, but I believe that his father played in the OHL in the 90s, and he's a big guy. So if Jack grows, he's going to be real good. The last goalie to go this high was Ben Goudreau.
He's doing okay.
And he's doing okay. So keep an eye on Jack. He'll be good.
Yeah, what I like about him, if you want to know, is if he can see the puck, this guy's going to stop it. If you get him backed into his net, which he'll be tested, they'll push him back into his net. That's the time that he runs into trouble, just like any goalie. Your angles are off and they can see more of the net. But if in the All-Star game in the GTHL, he was outstanding, unbelievable. He was the best player on the ice. And, so I think they took a big risk, but I think it's a well thought out risk.
At number 8, Jake O'Brien. I'll go back to you again, Crawford, because I know this is one of your favorite guys in the draft. It's almost 6'1". He's only 148 pounds. I know he projects well.
Yeah, he's a gamer, which to me means he comes up for the big games. He's not kind of a feeding. He doesn't get involved in the feeding frenzy when they're playing against weak teams. He kind of knows enough to let the others, let them eat. But this guy, he really rises up, and he's not finished growing yet either, muscular wise, but he's going to grow taller also. And I think he's got when they talk about hockey IQ, this guy has a huge hockey IQ. I think, there's a guy playing for the Dallas Stars right now who I can compare him a lot to, and that's Wyatt Johnson. This guy, for me, if I'm going to honestly say, if I had first pick, that's the guy I would have taken. So anyways, they got a great pick there.
Brendan, we got young Mike Anderson popped on. Mike, are you able to make a comment? We got you going yet, or? Well, technical issues. We'll get him going. Oh, there he is.
I'm struggling here. Trying to get this video working, and I can't get it going.
You're a pretty guy. Don't worry about your picture.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Good seeing you guys.
Yeah.
Trying to get my iPad working, so just give me a couple minutes here.
Yeah. All right.
Next up, we got Cameron Reed. Reeder they went back to back here. Kitchener, 2 great picks.
We missed Caden Taylor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cade Taylor. Another Cade Taylor for Sudbury. Mississauga centers. I only saw him one game. Loved him. Kid's got an NHL shot already as a young player. Paul, you've obviously seen him a lot more. What are your thoughts on Taylor?
Yeah, we had him a little lower, but I know Mike was very, very high on him. Late in the year, he saw him in a couple games and thought, okay, here's some magic. He started using his size more and his shot. We got an interesting story around how he played up last year on a very, very powerful JRC team and didn't play a whole lot, but had a few moments when they had some injuries where he looked really good as an underage. So we were hoping to see more out of him this year, and a little bit of consistency in his game. If he can play at the highest level, his highest level, he'll be really good. This is a really good pick, I think, for Sudbury. Mike?
Yeah, I saw him playing as a defenseman, and that's when I really saw what I think what he needs to do is to see everything in front of him. And when he saw everything in front of him, he was a different player. And he reminded me of a guy named Brent Burns. Brent Burns played as a forward, but when they threw him back on defense when he started playing for the battalion, he's still playing. He's 40 years old now in the NHL. I don't know if Taylor's going to get to 6'6", but he's pretty darn close to being there. And this guy can play. Maybe they should consider putting him on the power play anyways and see what he does from back there. Because wow, when he sees everything, he becomes a different player. Anyways.
Then we've got Kitchener back-to-back. They went Luca Romano and Cameron Reed. I would just say with Cameron Reed, I was at the U.S. Nationals. I wasn't able to make the OHL Cup, unfortunately. But Cameron Reed was the best kid at the U.S. Nationals. Big, strong. He plays a two-way game. Very mature player. He can play in the OHL right now, which you can't say that about many of the kids here. Mature decision maker. Just a really honest, good two-way defenseman. I think that's a great pick for Kitchener. And I said it earlier in a comment that I've been seeing down in the States. I've seen a lot of Kitchener this year. They went here with it. Even Cameron Reed's an Ontario kid, but he played at Bishop Kearney in the States. I saw Oshawa down at U.S. Nationals, their GM, which is a sign usually that they're looking for someone early. They took 2 Americans early, first round, and then the first pick in the second round. And then I saw a lot of Saginaw, and they took Cloutier in the second round. So usually when you see GMs out of the market, down in the States, they're looking to pick someone early. So not a surprise here to see Kitchener take Reed, because their assistant GM was down at Nationals during OHL Cup as well. And next, Luca Romano, another junior Canadians, is the second junior Canadian off the board here. What do you guys think of Luca Romano?
I can tell you that he reminds me of a guy that's playing for the Montreal Canadiens. His last name's Suzuki. This guy is, Kitchener. I have to pat them on the back. If when I was working for the Bulls, we didn't like Kitchener, and I can see why. They know what they're doing. So you respect people in that. And they had those 2 picks are excellent. I thought Reed was probably the best. He's ready to play, and the same thing with Romano. He's gonna. They're well stocked for the next little while, and we can talk about the rest of their picks because these guys know what they're doing. Congratulations.
Yeah, Reed in our books, he was the second best defenseman in the draft. I'm looking at the stats here. 5'11". He seemed bigger. I don't know if we got the right information on him.
So he's like a pro right now.
He looks a lot bigger, and he plays a sturdy game on the back end too. So look, that was as Mike said. That's a couple really good picks with a 10 and 11 for Kitchener in the first round. Then
Owen Sound goes at 12 with Nico Addy. We're staying on the junior Canadians train here. Big 6'5", 205-pound right winger.
When Addy's going, he's tough to stop. Again, you work on if you can work on that consistency, the offensive consistency, and intensity on the forecheck. That little arena up in Owen Sound, you're going to see the theme for them. They've got a couple of big boys early in the draft here, but He's a big frame, and he's got a little bit of skill. So touch around the net, but like I said, if he can up his intensity, he'll do some damage in that little arena up in Owen Sound.
I think what he has to do is grow up. And I'm going to try to say this in a positive manner. He's an equal. When he gets there, he's going to find out as a rookie he's an equal. And when he realizes that he's equal and he's part of a team, then he is going to excel. If he does not learn that lesson, I don't know. I don't know. That I can just leave it at that.
Next up for Peterborough, took Carson Cameron out of Central Ontario. Paul, I think was he on the Canada Winter Games as well?
Yep. Yeah.
What were your thoughts on there?
Yeah, he was steady all year. The Central Ontario didn't have the depth of a lot of these GTHL teams or Halton and the OMHAs, but he was a steady influence at their back end. Played a ton. If anyone saw him play up in the Peterborough tournament in late January, they would have had him very high on the list. I can see why the Pete's got him because they were there. He was the best player in that tournament, and they had a short lineup. He was out there every second shift and able to generate offense at the end of the game. I watched him in London shut down that high-powered London offense and get the winner 3-on-3 in overtime as well with a beautiful goal. So he's steady. He needs to work on the foot speed, right? But he's smart, and I would say good pick here for the Petes.
So move on to the next pick for Guelph, right shot defenseman Quinn I think it's Bochesny. How to pronounce that, Nepean. Saw him earlier in the fall.
We got to teach Brendan on the French.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not good at the pronunciations, but he really smooth skater. I think he's somebody who shadows guys well. He's got good gaps, smooth in transition, makes high percentage plays. Like I think he's another guy that he's going to get stronger and he'll improve maybe the defensive side a little more. But I wasn't at Canada Winter Games, but Paul, you said he was really strong there.
Yeah, I wanted to move. We had Beauchesne up on.
Beauchesne, sorry.
I think a late first round pick. This is a little earlier than where we had him, but I wanted to move him right up there. I thought he's in the same ballpark as Cam Reed. I think this is a good pick for Guelph. He skates so well, and at the Canada Winter Games, he was the number 2 guy behind Schaefer. Now he looked very, very good on 3-on-3 and overtime and some of those situations, right, where he could use the legs and go. But Guelph's got a nice core group of defenders there. They got Michael Bookinger and Cam Allen. They're gonna add this boy in and teach him how to play defense. I think he might work out.
Then we go to Jeremy Martin out of Flint. He played for Toronto Marlies. Is this the big number 19? Marley's a big power forward.
Yep.
Yeah, I liked him a lot.
Crawl, you got any?
Yeah, sure. Power forward, typical. Like just put a stamp on him. He's a power forward. He's gonna take a few lickings because of the style he plays, but he'll figure it out. And he's gonna score some goals because around that net he has a nose for the net. He looks at the net. He sees his target and he hits it. He can shoot. He's another top guy that has a man shot already. Yeah.
Next up, Aiden Young out of London Junior Knights, left winger and taken by Saginaw. Paul, what do you think of this kid?
I liked him a lot. I really liked him a lot. The London team had 4 or 5 forwards that we really enjoyed watching. You saw Rubric come off the board. For Young to be the second pick there, Saginaw are seeing what we saw. We had him a little lower in the draft because he he was so underrated on that team. He was definitely the consensus fourth best forward, but he just works and works and works. He will not give up on a puck. He's got a great motor, and as he grows up and fills out, he's going to be fun to watch.
Well, Paul, I was going to say you moved him up over 60 spots from the midterm rank, so obviously
We did.
you like
we
the way
did.
he closed out the year.
Yeah, he was very good down the stretch for London.
Next up, Sarnia takes Ryan Brown out of York Simcoe. Saw this kid at OMHA playoffs. I thought he was outstanding. Him and Singh on the back end. That team was pretty good, actually. They had a couple players, but Brown was definitely the class on that team. Crawford, you were there. What's your thoughts on Brown this season?
I like him. He's a kid, right? So he's inconsistent. I saw him playing for St. Andrews College. He played against Chinook St. Mary's, and he really excelled against the 18-year-olds that are some of the top guys in the country. And then I'd see him sometimes taking some games off. So again, it's just mental preparation now. These teams all have psychologists and whatever. They just got to get him game prepped and game ready. And once he starts hanging around like-minded people, he'll figure it out. This guy's going to play. That's all I got to say.
Late birthday too, right?
Yep.
So that he's got some extra time to develop and keep an eye out for him.
Next up, London takes Will Moore. This is kind of an interesting pick. There's some controversy on Twitter on this. The very London Knights of them to take a kid off the national team. They've done this before. They've done this plenty of times. Antonio Strange is the one that comes to my mind as the most recent. But I think it's a smart pick because if he comes to camp, you're getting a top 3-4 player in the draft at 18, and if he doesn't come and he stays on the U.S. national team, then you're going to get a compensatory pick in another late rounder, and they're picking late. So I think it's a smart risk to take. And if he comes, he's a home run. He checks a lot of boxes. He's got a power game. He's got a finesse game. He can score. I think Will Moore is the real deal.
Yeah, we had him at in I think third, fourth. He was in that group of four that we thought were the tops in the age group, and this is a good pick. The one thing I would say, London, they do this quite a bit, but if you're a hockey fan and a fan of amateur hockey, you got to get to that arena and watch a game. It's outstanding, and I can see why they're attracting some of the top end kids who may have commitments elsewhere. It's a wonderful place to watch a hockey game, and they got a great thing going there.
Yeah, for sure. Next up, Moses Shammer Moses out of Don Mills. They're first off the board, 6'1", 210-pound right winger. What'd you guys think of this kid?
I like the fact that Paul mentioned that, at the beginning of the season, I was worried that he was going to hurt people. He hammers guys. He's a big, strong, he's almost like a man. And then I remember writing a comment, and I don't know if he caught wind of it, to work on his skills, because we already know you can do that kind of thing. And so he kind of backed off a little bit with the physical, and he started scoring like crazy. He was scoring a lot, and this guy can score. Now the part that I think he needs to work on is, again, I've already mentioned it once, they're equals. Listen to your peers, listen to your coaches. This guy can play pro, but he has to get help from people that have been there and the other teammates that are already ahead of him. And then you've got yourself one hell of a good player. I know Marty's a smart guy. Marty's been around, so he'll help this kid.
Windsor takes Jack Nesbitt out of Lambton, 6'4" centerman. I didn't see this kid. Paul, what do you think of Nesbitt?
Big, raw, centerman down the middle. Didn't play with a whole bunch of in a deep lineup there. So he had to generate a lot on his own. But Nesbitt skates well, gets around the ice for a big fella. Again, get him similar to Brady Martin, get him in an environment where he's going 7 days a week and working with other high skilled players. You might see some of his skill level amp up, but this is a raw talent. Young Mike, you saw quite a bit of Nesbitt. Welcome aboard.
Yeah, I seen a bunch of them. Really good shot. He can get around the ice. I'd like to see him be a little more physical. I've seen some games where he's been more physical, less physical, and he just seems to be more engaged and more going. I think he's got a lot of room to grow, and once he puts some weight on, I think he'll be good to go in the OHL.
Next up, North Bay takes Carter Kostic, left winger out of the Vaughan Kings, who had a nice run there at the end, made it to the OHL Cup finals. Paul or Mike, what do you guys think of this guy?
He's a real worker bee, right? Real keeps the motors good, smart, knows where to be. He looks faster than he is because he gets into the right spots. But I think this is a player who can play the game. Needs to keep growing, right? 148 pounds. Needs to continue to fill out. But I liked him. I really liked him in the OHL Cup. We moved him up our list big time in after the way he played in the OHL Cup because he was noticeable on nearly every shift. Mike, you got anything else on Kostic?
No, he's just a water bug. He's just a worker. He gets around the ice very well. He can play off of any of his teammates, makes him better. I didn't see much of him before the OHL Cup, and he really stood out. He really helped that team with what's his name, Galyanov.
Yep.
Yeah, they work well together. So,
yeah, he's. I saw him playing with the U18 team against kids a couple years older. He's ready to play. I don't know how many minutes he's going to get in North Bay, but this guy has a great hockey mind. He has an outside move that he makes on guys, and you think you got him, and he's gone. He's by you, and he can finish. So that's a good pick.
Next up, we finished the first round with Ottawa. They take Henry Brustowicz, American player out of the North Jersey Avalanche. This kid was at the NTDP evaluation camp. His older brother played NTDP and then went to Kitchener and is climbing up NHL draft boards this year. Henry's a similar player, big, strong, physical, and he's got some offensive upside too. So not a surprise here that he would go into the first. I think after NTDP tryouts, rumor was that he was looking to go north. And right under him, same thing, Nick Whitehead. This is a kid who's explosive. He can score at a high level. He's got an excellent release. He can separate. Really dynamic playmaker. One of the top U.S. players on our rankings. So we had heard he might be going to Ottawa. I think he's got a grandparent that lives in the Ottawa area. So I think that's a nice pick for them too. But jumping ahead, I don't know what you guys want to do, but the fourth round has started. We can jump to 4 or we can keep going. Up to you guys.
We'll catch up.
We'll catch up. Okay. So next up after Nicholas Whitehead was Wesley Royston, big, tall winger out of York Simcoe. I saw him at the OMHA playoffs. A little bit raw, but there's definitely a lot to like in his game. He's a hard worker, got big, long reach. He's physical, attacks the net. Croft, and you guys have seen him more than I have. What are your guys' thoughts?
He was raw. Raw is the word, right? I think the late birthday helps there too. That's a lot higher than where we would have had him rated, but that size and his ability to get around the ice. He played with Owen Griffin, as Mike talked about earlier. A lot of skill, and I think he had the opportunity to contribute. But this is a boy that he's going to take a bit of time. He'll play, but he's going to take a bit of time to score at the next level, in our view.
Yep.
Mike,
The Sioux.
Mike, you're going to be Mike, and I'm going to be Michael today. Okay, so then we'll know
Okay,
who
there
we're
we go.
talking to. And
Sounds
I'm
good.
going to say about him, he reminds me a little bit of Anderson that plays for Montreal. He has some qualities like him. So if he can harness that powerful stride, and the up and down, he's kind of an up and down winger, and he gets to the net, but he's got a lot. He's got a lot of work to do, and but the one thing he has is top end speed. So there you go.
Next up, the Sioux. This was kind of interesting. I think a lot of people projected in the second round the Sioux would probably take Cloutier here because they have his older brother. But they took another brother, Travis Hayes. His brothers both played. Avery and Gavin both played in the OHL. So you figured he was going to come north. Kid out of Detroit Compier. He was at Nationals. He got a high grade from our scouts there. He can score. He's got some toughness too, a grit to his game. He's got some sense. He's not as big as his brothers at his age. I think they were over 6 feet. He's only just under 5'10". But he's a goal scorer. He's a worker, and he can help you in a lot of different ways. He can play up and down the lineup at the next level. So I think that makes sense for Sioux there. Next after them is Barry, took Jaden Newton, centerman out of Whitby.
He's smooth skating, late birthday, plays the 200-foot game. I'd like to see a little bit more, offensive output out of Newton, but him being a late birthday, I think he's going to get time to work on that game. He's got a great motor, real strong motor, and you love that type of centerman, right? Who can get up and down the ice and support the puck all over the ice. Michael, you got anything to say on him?
I liked him. I've liked him from the very beginning of the year. The London tournament, he had a great tournament. Two-way forward, facilitates the puck well. Defensively, there's not many holes in his game. He's not the flashy kind of type, but he makes his teammates better, and he gets up and down the ice pretty easy. He's got a good stick. Yeah, I liked him.
Next up, Oshawa takes Isaac Gravel, the second goalie off the board out of Southern Tier. What do you guys take on Gravel?
He was definitely the second best goalie. I saw him in the OMHA finals against Peterborough. It went to triple overtime and they lost 1-0. That game, Peterborough, the ice was tilted in their favor, and Gravel was just outstanding. That was the second time actually this year that I'd seen him steal a game or come close to stealing a game, and he's got those qualities that he can steal a game. Thought he was spectacular. Good pickup. Definitely the second best goalie out there.
I saw him in the OMHA the game before that, Paul. I saw him in the semis or the quarters that got him into that game, and he stole that game too. I mean, he's a difference maker for sure. Really fluid, quick movement. He tracks the puck well. I think he's legit. Next up for Niagara, Artem Frolov. This kid was not on our midterm ranking because he wasn't eligible for the OHL draft until February. And then once he got on, we moved him right up into the top 50, I believe, if not right around there. Left shot D, skilled defenseman. Another guy on this Vaughn team that led his team to the OHL Cup championships. What are your takes on this guy?
Michael, you remember the big Russian defenseman there?
Sure. He's big, and he plays a physical game. And he's his strength is his defense and his strength. He's a big, strong guy, and occasionally you see him. So like there's something going on upstairs there with regards to his offensive game. And he's a work in progress. Let's just put it that way.
Flint goes with Jimmy Lombardi, centerman out of Don Mills. I think he was pretty high on our list.
Yeah, we liked him. Lombardi cut another one with a great motor. He and Moses at times, Shamir Moses were really, really tough to defend against. Lombardi, I really liked in the GTH All-Star game because you could see his pace in his 200-foot game. Not sure yet if he's got the package to generate a lot of offense, but he's got the foot speed. He's got the work ethic. Mike, you saw quite a bit of him.
Yeah.
Michael?
Saw him a lot. He, not far from where I live, so I was over at their rink all the time, and he's just a very slight fella, but like wow, he created opportunities for all four other guys on the ice with him at any time. Most of the time, I think he had more assists than he had goals, like a true centerman, and he helped Moses get the puck where he could get that shot off along with the other kid, Serna or whatever his name is there, the right hand shot. So he's gonna be the catalyst for a power play. This guy's gonna play. He's just got to get stronger, and he never backs down. That was a bit of a problem for him because he took some injuries this year, but once he gets some meat on those bones, he's gonna be fine.
Then we have Parker Snellgrove out of London. I think that's the third guy off for London who went to Guelph at number 30.
I watched a bunch of London. He's so strong. He has such a physical, like strong, powerful stride. He's got great speed, above average shot. When Rubrick was out there, he upped his game and he was all over the ice. He's so good off the rush. He plays well in the cycle. He's very physical. He brings it every game. So he's got a lot of upside in his game. Just want to see it consistent. So
good penalty killer too, and good on the draws. Right, he paid attention to detail in the face-off circle, and like Mike said, like to see him get going a little bit more offensively. But man, he's got a powerful two-way game.
Next up, we're gonna have a run on OMHA kids here. Will McFadden starts at another Guelph pickup, taking a center again, different player than Snellgrove. Led their team in scoring by a lot. So offensively, he was what made it go. They're on a very good Peterborough team, a very balanced Peterborough team. What are your guys' thoughts on McFadden?
Young Mike was a fan.
I knew that was coming. Just his IQ is just off the charts. He's so smart. Some of the plays he does with his teammates, that team was coached so well. Their power play was in the OHL Cup. They scored every single power play. It felt like he was playing the defense spot on the power play, and some of his passes, he's such a good playmaker, great vision, just has so much talent. I can't wait to see how it translates to the OHL.
Next, we have Dryden Allen for Flint at number 32 overall. Tall, mobile, right shot D. Was really good at OMHA playoffs. It had been the first time I had seen him play, and I thought he was outstanding. He's a bigger guy, but he can stay on small, shifty forwards. He's got really good gaps, a nice long reach. He's got some, he's only 158 pounds. He's got to maybe improve his physical play in the hard ice, but really athletic for a kid that size.
Michael, I know Dryden, you liked Allen.
Yeah, for me, I thought he was. He's ready to play also. And his upside is off the charts. I see him. He may have been held back. I don't know why, because they were more of a defensive coach team. But he he's got everything, I think, to play in this league, let alone, and then a high ceiling for professional hockey. So, anyways,
we had Allen well up into the first round as well. He was one of our. He's kind of. I wouldn't say he's Cam Reed, on the offensive side of the puck, but he skates well, and we had him kind of in that ballpark, maybe a few spots behind. So it's a good value pick from the neutral zone perspective.
Yep. And then Jake Crawford for Owen Sound, Michael's favorite player. A big, strong power forward. I had only seen him in OMHA playoffs. It impressed me with his reach, his ability to win battles along the boards, get to the net. He's a little raw. Thought his puck play was inconsistent. Pucks kind of bounced off his stick at times, and he's got a ways to go. But from an upside perspective, he's definitely got a lot of ceiling because he's athletic and he's big and strong and he's got some power to his game. What are you guys' thoughts?
I'm going to defend my family name here, okay? I like Jake Crawford because he can skate like a Crawford. That's his best part of his game. He is an amazing skater. And to tell you the truth, I think he's more suited to play on the wing. They had him at center many times. Maybe I got confused because most of the time I saw him, he was playing center. I think one-on-one, with the speed he has, and he's going to be a very powerful guy when he grows up. He's a good pick, and he can score, especially in close. So I think it's a good pick.
Look at the. I talked about this earlier. Nico Addy was Owen Sound's first pick. Crawford the next pick. These are two big, physical kids who can skate. So, that's a theme in Owen Sound so far in the draft. I like the Crawford kid. See him great skating. I didn't see him score a goal all year, so our guys wanted to move him up the list. I'm like, I haven't seen him score, so let's see if the next level translates. He can work on that, but definitely a good raw, good skater.
Brantford at 34 takes Dylan Tisherna out of Don Mills. We've seen one or two guys already go for Don Mills, but Sherna was their leading scorer. Brought a lot of offense to the game. What are your guys' thoughts on this player?
Michael?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to speak. Mike, you speak after if you remember him. This guy has a trigger, and he can fire the puck. That's what he does. He's going to score a lot of goals. He's slight right now. He gets involved in the emotional aspects of the games. He's got to learn to stay away from that shit and do what he does best, which is score goals. And he's long. His reach is going to come into effect. He's going to be a big, strong guy, and he's going to score a lot. Have I said that enough? He's going to score a lot of goals, this guy.
Mike, any comments on?
What's that?
Any comments on Tisherna?
You basically said what I would have said. Good to go on him.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Kiernan Witkowski out of the Toronto Marlies, left winger, going to Mississauga at 35.
Yeah, he's a player with a lot of skill, a lot of puck skill, makes plays at pace. Needs to work and grow, fill out a bit, right? Playing the wing in the OHL is going to be a struggle at 5'10" and 150 pounds. But, if he fills out and keeps his pace, he's got enough skill to avoid the checks, right? That's all I have on him. You might have seen him a little bit more in the Marlies. Marlies had a real strong team this year.
Yeah, he's a feeding frenzy kind of guy. He scores in bunches. When the Marlies were on, they could light you up. He's one of those guys. The thing that troubled me was when he was playing. I know he got a couple points in the All-Star game, but he seemed to either be intimidated or something. So it's a growing process for him. He has the speed, like Paul says, his pace is good. He's got to figure out how to avoid the contact, because he does kind of watch his passes sometimes and a few other things. And you can't do that at the next level or you won't last very long.
Next up for Saginaw, took Jacob Cloutier. As I mentioned, I saw a lot of Saginaw down in the U.S. this year. I think they've been targeting this guy. He's actually an Ottawa kid who went down to Pittsburgh. There's a few of them, a few Canadians on that team. Some are Eastern Canadians, and then Cloutier and Dervin are Ontario kids. This kid's really smart, really sees the ice. He's got smooth hands, makes defenders miss. More of a playmaker at this point than a goal scorer. He can score, but like I said, he's a little more perimeter. I think once he gets a little stronger, a little more confident, he could be a scorer at the next level. But just a really smart, skilled player. I think a little bit of a steal maybe at 36, because I just don't know how many teams knew a lot about him this year playing down in Pittsburgh. So 37, we go to Sudbury, Nolan Jackson, tall left shot D out of Barrie Colts.
Michael, I know you liked him.
Yeah, he played here. This is what I do sometimes. Back in the day, we were allowed to bring kids up and play if they were ready to play, and you'd put them in games. And so 15-year-olds would come up and play junior hockey. And if the coaches would put them out at the right time against, they knew the opposition. And this guy was up playing with the U18 team. And it took him about 2 periods to figure it out. And then he excelled. And then he ran with that. And when he got to the OHL Cup, he was one of the best defensemen, I thought, in the OHL Cup. Because he learned from the playing against the older guys. And this guy can play 200 game. He can become the fourth man on the rush. He can shoot the puck. He can walk the line on the power play. This is a good pick.
Yeah, great feet for a big player. He's moves laterally well. He's going to be able to defend with that with his feet and his pace. So this is a good pick in our view.
Next up, another goaltender. This is the third goalie off the board. We're not even out of the second round yet, which is run on goalies a little early than most years, but obviously a good talent pool this year. Medvedev, he was the starter for that Vaughan team that made it to the OHL Cup. He's the first goalie that's 6 feet that's drafted. The other 2 goalies are a little under that at this point anyways. What are your thoughts on this kid?
I only really saw him in the OHL Cup, and he stood on his head that whole tournament. Like, he was making some crazy, unbelievable desperation saves and kicking his legs out, and he's so agile. And he had a great OHL Cup. He really stood out, and there was no chance that Vaughan team would have kept going without his crazy goaltending. So
I can tell you, I saw him play against the Rebels the first time I saw him play, and the Rebels outshot him. I guess they were like 40 shots to 10 or something like that. And this guy he got a shutout. And then I've seen him do the same thing a bunch of times. This guy is kind of the closest thing to an acrobatic goalie. Mike kind of said it. He throws himself around, and he knows. So you'll see guys in the NHL like that. They're game savers. This guy is, as long as he keeps his health, because when you start throwing yourself around like that, you run into injuries problems. But that's down the road. This guy, I only saw him do one thing, and it was like when they start shooting at your head, and that's what they do now. They shoot at your head. They used to say, if you're going to waste one high, just scare them. But This guy, I don't think he's afraid of anything, and he's really good.
Next up for Sarnia, 39, take right shot defenseman James Barr. This is another guy we talked earlier about, guys that made big moves from the midterm to the final. This is a kid who's been climbing up, everyone's board. Sarnia gets him here at 39, just a really mobile two-way defenseman. I thought he was excellent at OMHA playoffs. Paul and the Mikes, you guys have seen him more than I have. What are your thoughts?
Young Mike's been pounding the table on this player since the London tournament in early October. So take it away, Mike.
Well, I remember calling you after the tournament and saying, like, talking about this Barr kid, and you're like, oh, I don't even know who really that is. But anyways, no, I saw him play against London, and he shut down their big guys. He was all over the ice. I swear his forwards weren't even playing. He was carrying the puck up the ice, making plays. He scored a power play one-timer goal. He just did everything, and I'm like, my eyes were wide open, and nobody had really talked about him at that point. So I have him down as one of my favorite prospects to watch on that weekend. So Hags knew how much I liked him.
Yep.
Next up, we've got stay in the left shot D, Luke Dragusica. How do I pronounce his?
He's a big, heavy, plays a heavy game. Typical kind of top pair defender who supports the offensive guy. He defends well. I thought the Marlies at times this year looked like the strongest team, in the province because of players like this. Dragasuga in the back was physical and made it tough on other teams' forwards. And you watch him as he develops his offensive game and continues to work on his foot speed. But he's a good defensive defenseman. Mike, you?
Yep, big shutdown kind of guy. Worried about a little bit about his footwork, but practicing and playing with better players, they're going to develop, right? And then he'll probably add. They need to keep working on their strengths, but they also need to work in their weaknesses. And I think there's a tap that it's an untapped resource with him. I think he can shoot a puck. So why not join the play and close your gap at the same time? Anyways, he'll figure it
out. Next up, we've got Tanner Lamb. I know Michael's been a big fan of this kid from the beginning of the year. Kitchener, again, having a really strong draft here. Really smart player, really skilled, one of the more dynamic forwards in the draft. He's only 139 pounds right now, but this kid's got eyes in the back of his head. And like I said, he's got outstanding vision, hockey IQ. Michael, what do you think of him? What made you like him so much?
I think he's probably the most talented offensive player in the draft. The problem lies in what you said, his weight. He's a tough kid. He doesn't know what's good for him yet because he hangs in there too long sometimes. He wants to draw everybody to him, kind of like Marner, does. Marner had to learn that too. You have to submit sometimes. You can't take the punishment. And I keep saying that his negative will turn into a positive eventually. Once he realizes I have to let it go and, give and go, like this guy he can score like crazy. This guy could end up being the best player in the whole freaking draft, but he's got to learn that lesson.
Kingston up next, pick number 42, Ethan Weir, winger out of London, another kid who played as an underager. Mike, you've seen a lot of London. What are your thoughts on Weir?
He's a very good playmaker. Like he sees everything on the ice. He's given Rubric a ton of just tap-ins where he holds onto the puck a long time and brings 2 or 3 guys towards him and just finds somebody backdoor. I hope he can stay away from a lot of the ticky-tacky stuff that he seems to get into, and just play the game because he has so much skill, and just needs to put it all out there every night.
Okay, and that concludes the second round. We'll jump here to the third round. First guy off the board, Ryland Singh. This player, saw a little bit at the Marlies tournament, liked but didn't love, and then at the OMHA playoffs, he was outstanding. Excellent mobility. Sorry. He's got great puck control. He's an offensive defenseman. He's always trying to make plays up ice. Probably too much, but they'll probably rein that in at the next level. Real skill, can handle the pucks. Read the play in front of him. He does skate into some bad areas. He's got to mature his game. That's why he probably fell to the third round. But in terms of skill and skating, he's much higher than this. So I think this could be a good value for Guelph, but got a little bit of work to do. But a late birth year and a kid who's still growing into his frame.
Yeah, that's the key. The late birth year. They've got a premium on him because of that, and another year or two to develop, or an extra year to develop. Everything you said, Brendan. He skates well. Strong skating defender.
Saginaw at 44. Take Carson Harmer. I think we were pretty high on this kid. What made you like him, Paul?
200-foot centerman. Plays he's listed at 5'9", but he plays much bigger than that. Hard to knock off pucks, finishes his checks and competes for pucks on the in the offensive side. He's good off the cycle and the rush. Got a heck of a shot too. We had him as a potential first round pick in our view, and head to head against Brady Martin in the semifinals of the Alliance. It was fun to watch. They were going at each other, and he hung right in there with Martin. Mike, I know you saw quite a bit of him too.
Well, you can kind of compare the two, like the way they play the game. Like they play the game right. They their effort, their nonstop motor, their want to win, and their will to win. I compare them as similar players. Obviously, Harmer's not as skilled as Martin is, but I just love to compete. He's that type of guy who wants to put the team on his back and get things done. So I really liked watching Harmer this year.
Next up, Xander Valeris, 45, Kingston, 6'3" left shot defenseman of the Toronto Junior Canadiens. What do you guys take away on Valeris?
Big frame and moves okay for his size. He needs to work similar to Dragusicka we just talked about. He can play a heavy defensive game. He just needs to continue to work on that offensive side and the puck handling. But he'll be a big frame on the who picked him up, Kingston, on the Kingston back end. He'll be able to make that lineup and evolve into a two-way defender down the road. He's got the foot speed for his size.
Caleb Deitch at number 46 to Ottawa. Big frame defenseman, really good shutdown D, smart defender. He had a really strong showing at OMHA playoffs, and he's a kid that I talked to a couple of GMs about that they thought he was underrated because he's kind of in Allen's shadow a bit this year. So I'm not surprised to see him go this early. We actually had him a little higher. I think we had him at 30, in the low 30s, mid 30s. But yeah, just kind of an honest, tough to play against defenseman. Crawford, what was your take on him? I know you just saw him recently.
He's it's funny that the two of those guys are together. They're both defensive-minded players. I can't predict the future with regards to these guys because when they get to the next level, offense gets taught to them. And so the hardest part is to play defense. offensive defensemen already got it figured out how to jump into the play and all that stuff. And it's hard for them to learn what these guys already know. So once they learn that they're allowed a little more freedom to join the play, it helps their defensive game. These guys might end up being top end guys. Like I say, they're untapped. They haven't been introduced to the offensive side of the game. Now they're going to. It's up to them now to run with that ball.
At 47, Kitchener takes Mathis Stark, talented centerman. We have first round grade. I think we had 10th overall. This is if he reports, this would be a steal. The question here is, rumor mill's going that he's been looking at NCAA route, maybe the USHL. So that's, I think that's why he fell this deep. But Paul is someone you like a lot. What made you give him a first round grade?
He's just an honest, hardworking, skating, skilled, will hit you. Yeah, he's a smart kid. He was the captain of that Marlies team, and he led by example. I think he didn't get it going too much or get enough in the OHL Cup to help them win it, because they really did have a chance going into it. But we really like this pick, like the Kitchener. All four Kitchener's picks here in the top 3 rounds, we felt had a good chance going in the first round of the draft, right?
Yeah. Can I interrupt with Kitchener? So I had a brother that played in Kitchener, and it's a community-based organization. It's a not-for-profit organization. They have so they care about the kids. It's not like the other teams don't. But they have place an emphasis on it. So they'll bring these guys in. They'll get these guys that are thinking about goal because they're going to get a Canadian University deal out of it. And they actually give a shit about these kids. And if everybody could adapt the same model, it would be a lot closer. This is probably, I had him pegged as the best all-around player so he can play on the offense, play on the defense. He can be a shutdown guy. He can play on your power play. He can do everything. And he's going to be a really good player. And Kitchener did it again.
Next at 48, Sudbury takes, this is the first Northern Ontario kid taken, right? Hudson Chitteroni. Chitteroni,
Yeah.
Centerman for the Sioux Greyhounds. Played up at U18s this year. What are you guys' thoughts on this guy?
Mike, I know you liked him at the OHL Cup. Big, heavy kid.
His dad played pro. The kid already knows pro, how to get to the pros. It was a bit of a conditioning thing that I thought I saw at the beginning of the season. He just didn't seem like he was in great condition, but I saw a different player in Peterborough. He was amazing, and they're playing against 18-year-old kids all year, so that's their advantage. And this guy, he's a mover and a shaker. He can score. He wants to win every shift. He wants to be the best guy on the ice. When he puts his mind to it, and this guy's going to finish, this is a really good crop. I don't know why people are saying that it's not a good crop. This is a really good crop of players this year.
Next up, Owen Sound at 49 takes Gabriel Smith, another big body defenseman for the Marlies. I feel like the Marlies' big D core didn't get enough credit this year, maybe in historical perspective.
For sure. And we've talked about who we talk about, Deitch and Valeris, Dragasuka. Gabe Smith is in the same terms as these boys. Big, physical. As soon as they figure out the offensive game, look out. And I think Smith was very athletic kid, in my view. So another big body going into Owen Sound. A couple of years down the road, these guys are going to be tough to play against in that big barn, or that small barn.
Next up, the first overager at pick number 50 for Niagara. They take Hayden Reed out of the Leamington Flyers, played this year in the GOJHL. Mike, you've seen him this year. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I know Hayden personally. I don't. He apparently has a D1 commit, so I don't know the politics behind this choice. Hayden's a really good kid. He wants to be pushed, so he went to junior B. He made the all-star team. He should have been taken last year. I don't know what the heck was people were thinking, but like we had him ranked really high, so we can say that we can pat ourselves on the back. In hindsight, he's moved up. He can play in this league, that's for sure. He just has to remain focused and do what he does well. He has amazing top end speed. He can score in bunches. If he decides to go to Niagara, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Hayden Reed.
We had him, just so you know, like Crawford had Hayden at 50 inside the top 50 last year, and I remember saying to Mike, "What are we doing? This guy didn't even get drafted." So we've been pounding the table on this one for 2 years. So good on neutral zone there.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I mean, he's committed to Colgate, at least publicly, and then yeah, we'll see. We'll kind of see what happens there. You don't usually see overagers at this section of the draft, so they must think really highly of him to grab him at the 50th pick. But next up, Oshawa at 51 takes Tristan Delisle, a centerman out of the Mississauga Rebels. What are you guys' thoughts there?
Mike, you want to take this one? I know you liked him.
Who are we at? Sorry, I'm just looking.
Tristan Delisle.
From the Rebels.
I don't know if I have much on him, to be honest.
Oh, I thought
I can talk about
Okay.
him.
You
Grandson.
me.
He's the grandson of a coach for the Leafs. He's assistant coach for the Hamilton Bulldogs. His name escapes me right now. Ron Wilson, and Ron he has a younger brother too. Like they're a hockey family. Let's just put it this way: this kid's gonna play because he's grown up around it. They have the advantages of the wisdom from other people. He knows how to get there. He knows how to train. He's gonna be a good player in the Ontario Hockey League, and then probably have a good shot at playing pro hockey. All I can say is he's his own man. My advice, if he's listening in or somebody else is listening in, he's his own man. He has to be himself, not be the others that he's following around. Because I see big things from him. He could lead that team at times. Anyways, that's it.
Yeah, and that's the key at times. If he can build that consistency in his game, the offensive consistency, he'll be good. There were games where we watched him and he was dictating the play, noticeable on every single shift. And then other games where things were quiet. So watch out for Delisle if he can learn how to be a consistent offensive threat. He can do it.
Next up, Zachary Wilson went 52 to North Bay. Big frame, really interesting defenseman. Saw him in OMHA playoffs. He's raw. That's probably why he went down in the third round, but he's got a really high ceiling. Moves pretty well for his size. Really tough to get around. He uses his reach. He's physical. There's a lot to like with this kid. Crawford, you like this kid, right? What's your thoughts on him?
I love this kid. I talked to him at the OMHA championships in between the first game and the second game. I just went and I looked way up. There's this great big tall kid, and I said, "That's what we want to see. That's the guy we need to see. Just play a little bit more assertive." And he did it. And the next game he was even better. And this guy, when he becomes a man, wow, he like you're saying, a high ceiling. And I mean, you're going to need a high ceiling. I don't think he's finished growing and reach and a shot. He's got a cannon from the point. He's just he has to learn how to hit guys still because he's towering over everybody. I don't think he's 6'4". He's more like 6'6". Anyways, great pick. Great pick.
Next up for Sarnia at 53, Lane Sim. This kid plays out in Eastern Canada, so I'm thinking December for Weeks Majors. I think they're in the TELUS Cup, if I'm not mistaken. He was in Canada Winter Games. He's a really skilled, dynamic playmaker. He's undersized. They have him listed here at 5'5.5", so that'll be a barrier for him. But boy, high hockey IQ, really quick, shifty hands, tough guy to get a hold of. So and his dad played at Sarnia. Dad was an NHLer, so kind of makes sense for that pick as well. I don't know if you guys had seen any of Lane Sim.
Just on video at the Winter Games, and his pace was noticeable. Definitely the size is an issue, but his older brother, Landon, I think London drafted him a few years ago. Landon's he's got good size, good frame. So if Lane grows into that frame and develops his his size, he'll be good because the pace that he gets around the ice is quite impressive.
Next up, Joshua Avery. Paul, I know this is one of your favorites on that Peterborough team. Really honest, two-way guy. He's got some real skill, deceptive skill.
I like him. We had him listed in the a chance to be a first rounder, and that's all on me. I'm going to put an asterisk beside this one because I'll go watch him. Brantford's close to me. I go watch him play there. I think in 2 or 3 years he's going to be one of those guys that helps you win a championship. He pays attention to detail in the defensive zone and the face-offs. He's got some skill and pace to his game. So yeah, let's see where this one goes. I've got him an asterisk right there. I'm gonna go watch him. Make sure.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Next up in London, goes back, dips into the States, the Cleveland Barons, Blake Aerosmith. This kid can shoot it. He can really score. He's got real skill. He's pretty quick first step, but I wouldn't say he's a separator. But 57 goals in 61 games for a team that, let's just say he wasn't getting a ton of help. Creates for himself. He's one of those guys that he doesn't need guys to get him the puck. He can go get it and then bring it to the net. But yeah, one of the better shooters on the U.S. side this year in the country. Some people were surprised he wasn't at U.S. national camp. He's also physically mature, so I think he's someone that can translate early. He's not someone who's going to have to wait a long time to see how he develops. He's already physically there. Next up at 56 for Flint, Luca Graziano, late birth year, right shot D for Toronto Junior Canadians.
I'll go ahead. Offensively, this kid is dynamite. Like, he has the vision, he has the IQ, he has everything. He's got the skating. He does need to grow a little bit, does need to get some strength on him for the more defensive game. But yeah, he rushes the puck. He can go end to end, no problem. They'll reel him back a little bit. I know he did rush the puck quite a bit and kind of put his teammates in tough spots at times, but he's got a high offensive ceiling. He's exciting to watch, that's for sure.
I don't know if anybody saw him as much as I did, but once in a while he'll pop somebody too. If you got your head down, he steps and it's usually right at his own blue line. He'll let you know that he's there. This guy, he can hurt you with a big hit, and they're open ice hits and they're beautiful hits. You don't see them very many of them very often. So he has that side to him too.
Next up, Maxwell Anderson out of Don Mills, selected by Flint at 57. Flint went back to back here.
Mike, I know you liked them.
Yeah, I like his effort. He wasn't the top line skill kind of guy, but man, did he win a ton of battles. He goes into those corners, he battles, tries hard. He does have some of those sneaky skill stuff around the net that opened my eyes a little bit at the OHL Cup, but no, he needs to put some weight on, get a little stronger, and I think he's going to be a pretty valuable OHL player.
I can tell you about Anderson. I used to play the way he plays. I wanted to assert myself, and when I'm watching these guys, I'm saying, I wonder if I would go after this guy because he's trying to disrupt my team. And so that's what he does. He's a disruptor and he feeds off of it. Now he's going to learn that there's every team has a bunch of them. And so he's got to learn to use his strength, and he can score. His penalty kill is amazing. He scores off the penalty kill like crazy. So another really good pick. Flint did pretty good with this guy. Yeah.
Next up, Ben Radley out of Peterborough, left shot D to Brantford. It's another guy we had pretty high. Paul, what do you think of him?
Good skating defenseman, and I think he may have been the leader offensively for that well-rounded Peterborough team. Peterborough had a number of quality defenders who all moved and engaged on both sides of the puck. But yeah, Radley I thought was probably the strongest skating of that bunch and the most offensively engaged. We're going to hear about a number of the Pete's defenders coming up later in the draft day because they are all good. They're all big, strong, mobile, well coached, competed defensively, and Radley's right there.
Yeah, he's good on the power play. He was their power play QB. Smart, very smart.
Next up, we have Mason Goodfellow, went to 59th overall to Barrie. They have back-to-back picks. Centerman out of Kingston Junior Gales.
I'm going to talk about him because I saw him. I really like him. He's either going to be I better not say. I'm going to be positive about this. This guy can shoot a puck. He is going to be a dynamic goal-scoring guy. If he can just stay focused, like again, I know Marty, the GM and coach there. He's an old pro, and he knows these kids how to reel them in. So it's a good pick for them. And like he can score from like another one of those guys that can score from the blue line, and he has a man shot, and he's tough. He's going to be really hard to play against as long as he stays on the ice. He's got to stay on the ice.
And next up, Justin Hansdor for again, Barrie went back to back, left shot D out of York Simcoe. I didn't see much of this kid earlier in the year, but I saw him at the OMHA playoffs and I liked him a lot. I think he's a really honest defenseman, tough to play against, moves well. He's late birth year. He's got to work on the agility side of things, but he's a strong skater, powerful. He knocked some really good players off the puck. I'm trying to think of, it was when they played Halton. He was against who's the top pick there? Not Schaefer, but the forward. And he was able to ride that kid off pucks and knock him into the boards. He's good low, good defensive stick. He lifts sticks in front of the net. I think there's a maturity to his game that junior coaches are going to like. He's not at the high level skill yet, and he's got to improve his like lateral agility and quickness. But he's someone that was climbing up our list from the beginning of the year to the midterm, or from the midterm to the year end. And I think he's somebody who's just going to keep getting better and better.
Yeah, I really love this guy at the first of the season.
Okay.
Started off with a bang, and his skating style is unorthodox. This is the way I would put it. But he gets up to speed. His hand-eye coordination is really, really good, and you hit it right on the head, Brendan. This guy he's really strong already. He can just reach out and knock guys over, and he's probably going to make Barrie next year if he works real hard this summer. I think he's going to make the team as a 3rd round pick, which is a hard thing to do. Anyways.
No, for sure. Next up, we have PJ Fagan, Don Mills, left shot D, big strong kid, taken by London. What's your take, Mike, on?
I really like him. He's kind of a physical beast. Like he was a grown man out there against some of the kids. He hell of a shot. He's got one of the hardest shots from a defenseman, whether it's wrister or clapper. His body is already there. He's mean. He's physical. I saw him lose his head a little bit at the OHL Cup, just kind of taking some running at players, penalties that kind of hurt his team. But London will be able to reel him in and teach him a lot of things, and he's going to be a really, really good defender. He's so physically strong. Like, you say that about some kids in this draft, but this kid, you're not knocking him off the puck. So I think it's a good pick for London. And looking at London's picks throughout this draft, it's like, how do they do it? I'm just looking back at some of their newest picks, and it's like, geez.
Yeah, this Fagan was if he can control the emotions, stay out of the box, play with a more disciplined game, he'll be good. He's got a heavy shot too. So it's all up to him. London will teach him how to play, dial down the emotional aspect of his game. Controlled aggression is probably the word for him, but they'll teach him, and he's got some potential.
Next up, we have Chase Yanni for Ottawa. They again pick back-to-back here to end the 3rd and then start the 4th round. They take Chase Yanni first, left winger out of the Toronto Junior Canadiens, and then follow that up with goaltender Jaden Nelson out of the Toronto Marlies. So they go GTHL. What are your guys' thoughts on these two players?
Yeah, and he's a shark. I know Crawford and I talked about him this morning. He'll if he smells blood in the water, he'll score. And that was a highly charged offensive team. He was one of their top scorers this year. I liked him. He gets around the ice pretty well, and he's got skill. He won't back down. That's all I have on Yanni. I don't know if you got anything else.
He's the top scorer because, like you said, shark. They just have been doing it since they were born and bred to play hockey. They get around the net, and there's any pucks lying around. In the NHL playoffs, that's can win you a series. Guys like that. So they just don't. Some people think that they're greedy or whatever, selfish. No, that's all they know. They feed me. And that's how he does it. And that's why I think he was second leading scorer in the league or something. It just worries me in some of the bigger games. He disappears a bit, but I guess he'll figure it out.
How about Nelson, the goaltender for the Marlies?
Up and down. We saw him really play he really backstop the Marlies. Like we said, the Marlies were one of the best teams all year long, and saw some games where he was dynamite, and then a few games, I know, Mike, you saw him early in the season, he got lit up, right? And consistency is something he'll need to work on, but
they're kids. They're 15, 16-year-old kids. They have to mature. And you do that through you learn your lessons and you learn them well, or else you don't survive. I think this kid's got tons of potential. I saw him just play amazing sometimes, just unbelievable. And so it's probably just a focus thing. just getting into the zone and remaining focused.
That caps off the third round. Started with the fourth there with the goaltender Nelson. We go again with an overager, Vital Dennis. This kid we liked a lot last year. We had on our list. He's really good with the Nashville Junior Predators. They went to the Nationals last year, and he was their best player. He's athletic. He's got power and finesse, which is a rarity. Pretty smooth skater. And then this year he joined the Pembroke Lumber Kings in the CCHL and played junior as a 16, 17-year-old. So this is the second pick we've seen, overager playing junior hockey in the Ontario region. Kid's got a lot of upside. I don't know if he's going to go the OHL route or if he's going to go the NCAA route. Time will tell. But if he reports and they get him, this is a really good pick for Erie. The Sioux at number 65 overall, Hunter Solomon, right shot defenseman of the Waterloo Wolves. What do you guys take on Solomon?
He's
Mike?
kind of jumped up as of late. I've watched a lot of Waterloo in London series and OHL Cup there. So he's strong on his skates. He's extremely quick. He's got quick feet, acceleration. High IQ, knows where to be to get open. He's offensively gifted. He likes sneaking in behind the winger in the offensive zone to kind of get a backdoor pass. He uses that quite a while. Keeps a good gap, good stick, and he's got the skating, so he's good to go that way.
And I remember earlier in the year, Solomon, he's a late birthday, December baby, so he's even as a late birthday, he's got a big solid frame on him. But I remember earlier in the year talking to a few scouts. They were like, "Yeah, you know what? This kid may be a potential late pick." But he really elevated his game. Just every month got better. By the end of the year, he was running that power play, and it was actually a pretty effective power play. He was playing the point on the power play, so. Kudos on Solomon. He really improved this year.
Next up at pick 66, London Knights take Noah Jenkin, left shot defenseman out of Elgin, Middlesex. I think we had this kid quite a bit higher. Mike, what are your thoughts on Jenkin? I know this kid you liked.
I think he's my star guy that I'll put here. From the beginning of the year to the end of the year, he's grown so much. That Elgin team, they didn't have the forwards, they didn't have the scoring, and so he kind of had to change his whole game. And I can't believe he's 158 pounds. He plays so much bigger than that. But his game is so steady. He's mean. He found his offensive game halfway through the year. He's confident. He's got everything you want in a D-man. He's got good skating. Some of the plays I've seen him make, beating a guy at the blue line, beating two guys walking in, short side snipe. Like I think this is a steal for London, and they're gonna have a very good player in 2-3 years here.
Next up, we have Sudbury takes Jaden Connors, right shot defenseman out of Mississauga Senators. Paul, what's your take on this guy?
Oh, he was high compete for a smaller frame defender. He was engaged on both sides of the puck. Really paid attention to detail in his zone defensively. Competed for space in front of the net, and wasn't afraid to jump in and provide secondary attack for them. I'd like to see him develop his core strength and grow a little bit. But this is a real good player, particularly if he can develop his size, if he gets bigger and gets that core strength behind him. Mike?
Yeah, I like
Michael.
Or Mike. Michael's going to speak here. I saw him playing for Anthony Stewart the year before on the Red Wings, and they brought him up to play against. I can't remember the team that he played against, but I just went, wow. This guy, who is this guy? You bring him up in AA, and he says, no, he's an underage, and so he's an offensive defenseman first, he can carry the puck out of his own end, like like he just weaves his way through. He's got really good motor and really good takeoff speed. He has 2 or 3 gears. He's going to run their power play, I think. So they've drafted 2 great big defensemen that have potential, but this guy can play. And a 4th round pick again, like this guy might make the team because he's already played against older kids. So
next, Sarnia at 60, or sorry, Niagara at 68. Ivan Galyanov, late birth year, Von King's left winger. What'd you guys think of him at OHL Cup?
Mike?
He'll look good with Rubric. I mean, he's got all the skill in the world. He stood out the whole time creating chances. He thinks the game well. He's a good playmaker. He's got the vision. He took over a couple of those games in the OHL Cup and put the team on his back. What do you think, Hags?
Yeah, another late birthday too. I didn't actually realize that. I'm looking at the stats here. Another year to develop and grow that frame. But he's got a good motor, real strong motor.
Next up, Houston Hurt, big left shot D out of Little Caesars. This guy got a little overshadowed because their team is so talented. There are a lot of players on this team that NTP, they'll be first round picks in the USHL draft. Hurt's a little more understated, but he's an honest defenseman. He's tough to play against. He's got good size and strength, some physicality, and a kind of deceptive puck play. I wouldn't call him an offensive defenseman by any means, but he can break pucks out and he can move it around in the offensive zone. Pretty heavy shot. I actually like this pick. I think he's a subtle player, but he's got real upside, and I think he's a mature, smart player who could play junior hockey maybe quicker than some of the kids rated above him. So next up for Kitchener, they take another value pick, on our end. Andrew McNeil, right shot defenseman at Peterborough, had a really strong year. Paul, it's another guy that I think you were pretty high on.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier with Radley. This whole Peterborough Pete's back end, they played an honest game defensively. They all worked. You saw them all improve this year on the offensive side. They weren't afraid to jump in and engage, support the attack. McNeil's got a good frame. He needs to thicken up, right? Play a little bit heavier. But he's got good mobility, and earlier in the year he might have been one of the higher rated players coming out of U15. From the OMHA. I think he got hurt early in this season, so took a little bit of time to recover. But I liked him. I liked him down the stretch. Mike, I know you've got a Peterborough Pete's hat in your closet because you like that team so much. What do you think?
You still haven't sent me one. You said you're sending me one. No, all their D, they're all in the same group because they all do different things so well. I mean, he's got the size. He's right-handed. D, all of them kind of it's hard to differentiate between any of them because they all played so well. They all brought different aspects. He can be mean at times. But yeah, that Pete's team is going to just keep popping up here.
Next up, Cameron Arquette. Kitchener strikes again, back-to-back here. Centerman for Sun County. I don't think I saw Sun County this year. What are your guys' thoughts on Arquette?
I seen a few of his games. Every time he stood out, he's a gamer. He doesn't play like he's 5'7", though. Like I can't believe looking at it here. He's that small. He gets around the ice well. He's got good vision. He doesn't get knocked around for his size at all, but he just always seems to put his team on his back, make clutch plays. He just battles hard. He's one of those guys you want on your team, hate playing against. He does a lot of good things, but I didn't see him too much. Did anyone else catch him at the OHL Cup? Crawford, you did, didn't you?
Yeah. If I may add about him, he's more of a finisher. He does set guys up. He can play on a power play, but he can finish. This guy can finish. He's really fast, so his size doesn't matter. And he sticks his nose in there. I saw him playing. I went to the U18 provincial championships there, and he was playing up for the Windsor team, and he was their best player. And so, he's an offensive, Kitchener did it again. So every time you see Kitchener, they're not taking any chances. They don't take any chances. They've got tons of good. Every one of their picks are going to play somewhere. Anyways.
Yeah, and Arquette, I saw him up, and we had him actually right around here in the draft, and kept him here. I saw him up in Peterborough. He had 4 in a game against a decent team, and I hadn't seen him. I hadn't seen them play until January. I thought, what is this? This kid was high compete.
Yeah.
The game that I saw, he stood out. He tailed off a bit. Towards the end, they got it as they got into the OHL Cup, but they weren't a real strong team. They had some good goaltending and opportunistic offensively, and pretty solid core at the back. So he tailed off a bit, but this is a good pick.
They gave London everything they could handle, I think.
Yeah.
Next up, we have goalie. I think this is the 4th goalie or 5th goalie off the board. Matt Kaprowski, the tallest one yet, is at 6'2" out of Elgin, Middlesex. What do you guys think of Kaprowski?
I watched a ton of his games, and he was stuck on a team that couldn't score. So he's a big body, obviously. He's got quick reflexes. He's very aggressive on the shooter, comes out of his crease, able to make the high saves in his butterfly, takes up most of the net. So I went and watched them play against London in would be quarters or semis, either way. And he kept their team in every single game. Like their final game, it was they were down points, I think 5-3, and it was a 1-1 game in overtime, and they had to pull him to get the win, and they ended up losing on an empty netter. So it was sad to see for him, because he was diving around that net, making crazy saves, and all of London's big guys could knock it on the scoring sheet. So no, he was a big goalie I liked.
And you know what? Just here's a kind of something we saw this year with Kaprowski. He had an outstanding playoffs. But I know, Mike, you and I were at the Alliance All-Star game, and he was absolutely lit up. I think he lit in 5 or 6. Kind of worried about him, but then to hear that he bounced back, that's some good quality, right? Good mental toughness. He everything I heard from you, Mike, in the playoffs, he was Elgin's best player, and nearly gave him a chance to upset London, a good London team. So good on him.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, Barry at 73 takes Sam Black out of Waterloo, 6 foot left winger. I didn't see Waterloo. What are your? Oh no, that's Brady Martin's team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are you guys' thoughts on Black?
Big, powerful. If he can get the foot speed going at the next level, he'll be one to watch. He's got a little bit of skill around the net. A little bit of took a few penalties here and there. So controlled aggression is that word. If he can figure that out and continue to develop his touch around the net, this is a player with potential.
Aren't you a little surprised we haven't seen Gerber yet?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
I mean, like that line had a great season, but it always seemed like Gerber was kind of the second guy that was killing penalties with Martin and all that stuff. But Sam's got a great shot. He battles hard. He's good in corners. yeah, just put a little bit of strength on there, and he should be good to go.
Next up, Harry Nancy from Nepean. Saw this kid in the fall. Kind of a tall, slender build, but really slick hands. Pretty dynamic. He's makes guys miss. He's got to get a little bit stronger and maybe a little more in the gritty areas, but noticeable skill. He's a guy that can catch really bad passes. He's a guy who can catch, a hard pass on the backhand and not lose stride. Just got some of those subtle skills that make him really stand out. I thought his puck control was outstanding. But he's going to have to develop, as all these kids are, in some of the details of his game. But Owen Sound's getting a lot of skill here for a 4th round pick.
If I can add here, it's kind of funny that they're both from Ottawa, that Nancy and the next guy we're going to talk about, Chase Hull. But there's a guy that I know from Ottawa, and I was asking about these guys, and so they're very similar. He thinks Hull is better than Nancy, but not by much. And it's funny that they're both picked. And what Nancy does is what I've already mentioned. These guys are sharks. They score. And you may think it's bad that they're scoring against the weaker teams, but look, everybody loves a goal scorer, right, Paul?
Yeah. We're not big on stats, but goals count, right? You got to score them, and wins for goalies. It's important. Those are important stats to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and Chase Hull, was one of the lead in the beginning of the year, and maybe even at the halfway point. I think Chase Hull was the leading scorer in the HEO Midget AAA League. He finished 5th or 6th overall, almost a goal a game. Highly skilled player, sees the ice well, really good hands. But he's a little bit too much one-on-one, and he's got some liabilities on the defensive side. Needs more consistency, a little more compete. If he had that, he's probably a 2nd round grade in terms of talent, but just needs to round out the rest of his game. But if he reports, I've heard rumor that he might be an NCAA guy too. I don't know. So again, time will tell on that one. But a highly skilled kid for Flint if they can land him. Joe Carradine. Left winger at Toronto Marlies, pick number 76 for Peterborough. I think we had him pretty high, didn't we, Paul?
Yeah. Crawford loved him.
Yeah, he's, it's funny that those, again, funny things. These guys, that's how they score, like they get, this is where they score, around the net. They get to the net, and if there's anything lying around, these guys, that's what they do. They find a way to put it in. And they get there. It's not like they have the 200-foot game, but they understand patterns. They learn how to get to the net, and that's what this guy does. He has a high compete level. He will fight tooth and nail to get to that spot that he knows where he's going to make his bread and butter. And I like him to play in the Ontario Hockey League. That's a good pick.
Skating, I think he needs to continue to work there. I'm actually shocked looking at his stat line. 144 pounds, because he plays a mean game. Like he competes hard to get in front of the net and not afraid to engage. At 144 pounds, he's getting a lot out of that. And watch him if he develops that frame and continues to work on his foot speed, because he's an abrasive winger who likes to score. That's how I would defend him or describe him.
Next up, Erie at 77 with Oliver Turner, another big defenseman out of Mississauga Rebels. Came on the second half of the year. I think we had him pretty high too.
Crawford just kept telling me, "Go watch this Rebels team. Go watch this kid on the back end. He's getting better and better and better."
Yeah. That's the whole thing with Oliver Turner. The first year he was kind of clumsy, and I don't know his history or anything, but all I know is after Christmas, he started to take charge. And look at he's 6'3", and he's still growing. And he's not just a guy that goes out and trying to bash people. No, this guy has a thinker. He's got a real he could. I keep saying about these guys. This guy could be, the dark horse in the draft with defensemen. Wow, I'm glad for him because somebody else sees the talent, and at the beginning of the year I wouldn't have thought so. I would have thinking later round kind of steal, but no, he worked hard. They have some good coaches there on the Rebels, and he listened. So I think they got themselves a good one.
Next up, Kingston takes Lucas Moore, another big right shot defenseman for Peterborough. I know we talked about them earlier. What's your thought on Moore?
Let's just rewind and go back to Radley and McNeil, right? Like they're all cut from the same mold. Handle the pucks well, compete in front of the net. Don't mind engaging physically on the defensive side. And Moore's another player that compare him a little bit to Turner above. He got better and better as the year went on, as he got more confident. Mike, you got anything to add on that?
Just replay the tapes. I mean, these kids were all so advanced defensively compared to a lot of other teams. Like they had so much depth on D that it was hard to pick out one D because they just kind of cycled through them. Like there wasn't one or two guys that they relied on all year. Like you look at Southern Tier and you had Deitch and Allen going every other shift, where these guys there's three sets of D that are all capable in any situation. So they can all get it done. They all think the game well. And I don't have too much to add.
Next up for Mississauga took Alex Vlad out of Sudbury Nickel. I think this is the second Northerner off the board, if I'm correct. What were thoughts on him?
He was the captain of that Sudbury team. They're hard team to play against. They all competed. They all hit. Vlad definitely played the game that way. He was abrasive, good puck mover. Decent feet too. Like to see a little bit more size. Actually, to be honest with you, I didn't realize he's only 5'9" because he plays bigger. He plays bigger than that, and we'll see more of him down in Mississauga now that he's come south. But he's got the tools, some potential there.
When he played with the Northern Ontario team that came so they put an all-star team together for the Northern kids because they don't have a lot of players to draw from. So when they put that all-star team together, they kind of patch them together. They don't get to practice together, but they got stronger as the tournament went on, which means they adapt. This guy can carry the puck. He's a really, really good his transition skating forward to backward. You wouldn't know any difference. He's an excellent skater. And he's going to play in the Ontario Hockey League for sure. Got himself. He's just not. Again, because he can skate so well. It doesn't determine his future. He is such a good skater, and that transmits to an NHL career, because in the NHL, you have to be able to skate. I hate to tell you, the speed of the game is so much faster. And these guys fit in. That's what the NHL scouts are looking for. So, if anyone's listening and they want to learn, go to your power skating instructors, go to your figure skating instructors, whatever the heck it is that gets you to that point, because it's a huge asset. You have to be able to skate.
You're on mute, Brendan. Brendan, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Number 80, Mississauga takes Aiden Lane, right winger out of Toronto Marlies. Kid who's fallen quite a bit in the draft. I think we had him higher than this, right, Paul?
Yeah. He's we used the term shark earlier. He's very opportunistic around the net, and he had a ton of goals. in down the stretch in the playoffs. OHL Cup, he might have led him and Martin might have been 1-2 in scoring, in goals. He gets to the net well. He's not afraid to go to the net. Like a little bit more foot speed with him. If he can develop that, he's got some potential, but like I said, he likes to get to the net and very opportunistic. Mike, I know you probably might.
Yeah, I saw him play a bunch of times this year. Again, he's kind of cyclic. He scores in bunches. He went up and played provincial hockey, got 2 goals and 2 assists in one game, as a 15-year-old. So that proves that he can play. And he can pick the eye out of a needle. This guy can shoot a puck. Again, he's got to figure out how to get more speed out of those legs of his. And I think it's probably just because, he's got to, he'll get some direction on how to do that.
At 81, North Bay takes Aaron Enright, kind of a big, sturdy, shutdown defenseman at Renfrew this year in the HEO midget AAA. He's played against older guys already. He's battle tested in that regard. Needs a little bit of work on his foot speed, but he's hard to play against. He's really strong and tough. Kind of fits the way North Bay likes to play. I don't know if you guys had seen this kid at all.
Yeah, I saw him at the Gold Puck tournament in Waterloo, and he's good. Like you said, he's sturdy at the back. Plays a heads-up game. Definitely needs to continue to develop that foot speed at the next level. But playing against the older kids, he didn't look out of place at all.
And then the last pick of the 4th round, Brantford takes Cam Hankey out of the Hamilton Bulldogs, another sturdy defenseman, really strong on his stick and on his skates. Another guy who's got to improve his lateral ability and his first step quickness, but handles the puck better than I think most people think, and can really jump up and join the rush. Has an offensive element to his game that's underrated. I know our guy Reagan Stocko loves this guy. Had him higher. I don't know where we had him on our list, Paul, but probably right around here.
I think right around here. And again, good puck handling defenseman. If he can continue to work on that lateral mobility and his overall foot speed, he could play at that next level.
Okay, that wraps up our 4th round. We'll now move into the 5th round. Started off here with changed it. I mean, I don't know how to pronounce the first name. Zauer. I've seen it listed as Simon. I've seen all kinds of, but this young man's big, strong. Saw him at the Toronto Marlies tournament. Just jumps out at you just because of his sheer size alone. But he actually moves pretty well and he defends well. He's not just a big body. The kid can play. So don't know what your guys' thoughts are on him.
Well, Crawford, you saw him in the playoffs.
Yeah, you know what? The word that I learned today is ceiling. This guy, well, he doesn't have very far to reach to hit the ceiling. Like he's 6'5", and could be 6'6". Like he, and what I wrote about him earlier in the season was he's a bit shy. Maybe he's just trying to figure it out. I don't know what it is, but let me tell you, against the Marlies, they played him in. He was actually dominating a bit because he decided, I'm not going to take this shit anymore. And so this is when people they meet the crossroads and they decide whether they want to play. And I think this guy has decided that he wants to play, and he's not going to take this shit anymore. And let me tell you, he's got a meanness to him, and the guy can shoot a puck. And he's been up playing a couple of times with the provincial junior team, and he's decided to stay in Canada because they were worried that he was going to go back to China. And let's just say, good for him. I'm a fan. I like him.
Okay, next up, Chase Furlong, 84 to Erie. Thunder Bay goalie. What are your guys' thoughts on? I think this is our sixth goalie off the board, fifth or sixth.
Brendan, we see a lot of players, and we'll know everybody on this list, but I got nothing on Furlong. Did you see him?
No, but I saw the other guy, so I didn't see him.
I know he got a lot of shots. Thunder Bay are not good in that. They're not as strong in that league. And if you look at the Thunder Bay goalie who went last year to Owen Sound, George, he stepped in this year and played some good hockey. So let's put an asterisk beside Furlong and go see him. Get back to you.
Yeah. At number 85, Brady Smith to the Sioux. Now there's stand out for that Halton team. Kind of surprised he went this low, to be honest. I think we had him higher than this, quite a bit higher.
Yeah, he needs to work on the foot speed, but he's got some skill and touch around the net, and he's not afraid to get there either. That top line that he played on with Hopkins and is it Giancola? They were dominant this year, and Smith at times was a real catalyst on the forecheck and created a lot of space for Hopkins. I don't know, Mike or Michael, you got anything?
The Sioux has a good draft going here. Remember, I always used to get Brady Smith and Brady Martin mixed up. Now they're on the same team.
There you go.
No, he's got a lot of compete. Like I really liked what I seen from Brady Smith, and that Sioux team. Like I keep looking at their draft and looking at who they pick, and it's like they got some good picks coming up here.
Yeah, we in Belleville we would pick guys purposely to play on a bang and crash line, we used to call them, and they would create fear in the other team whenever they'd step on the ice. This guy can fit that mold, and he's got a good touch around the net. He knows how to cycle down low. He'll fight. You're probably gonna get a few elbows or something accidentally, of course. No, this guy generated a lot of pucks to the guy who went in the first round. He benefited by playing with Brady Smith.
Next up, Kieran Dervin. This is a kid who moved up really high on our list after U.S. National U15 tournament. He was another guy for that Pittsburgh Penguins elite team that had several Canadians on it. He had a really strong tournament. He's a really big, strong, hard on his edges. He's got a rocket for a release, has some north-south kind of power forward style, but he's also got some touch and some finesse and tight. So, if he reports Kingston, I think we had him at 80. So we had him right around here, but this is a kid who went up, over 100 spots post that national tournament. So, obviously, Kingston was there paying attention as well. Sean Costello, 87th overall for Oshawa, 6'2" centerman out of Mississauga Senators. Paul, what do you think of Costello?
Yeah, big abrasive kid. I know his dad played in the OHL when I played, so there's some pedigree there. And as he fills out, works on his core strength, big body down the middle, who he can get around the ice. I didn't see him score a whole lot this year, but attention to detail on the face-offs and supported pucks all over the ice. Mike, you see much of him?
To be honest with you, I don't remember him.
Yeah, I like him, and let's see as he develops his frame. Let's see. He kind of reminds me of Cooper Way, who the Gens picked a few years ago. Similar type of player who's playing down in Sarnia now. I think Costello's actually a better skater than Cooper Way, but that mold of power forward, strong center.
Yep. 88, Peterborough takes Liam Lads, another good size right shot defenseman out of Elgin, another late birth here. Mike, what'd you think of this kid?
He's one of my favorites to watch all year. The way he thinks the game, he's so aggressive. Like pucks are coming up the boards. He's jumping in front of wingers, taking the puck, going down for himself. Again, this Elgin team did not have the scoring or the forwards. So a guy like him and Jenkin, they both had to change their game completely, have to play offensively to get some stuff going. There was a game I went to Sarnia to watch them against Elgin, and they were down 5-2 going into the third. They put lads up on forward, scored 2 goals. They end up winning the game 6-5. Doesn't even go to overtime or anything. I don't know. Maybe he is a forward. I'm not sure. He has a great reach. He thinks the game so well. Good playmaker, great vision. His first pass is awesome. I just feel like he was missed a little bit because of the team he was on. But I think he's going to be a very, very good OHL player here in a couple of years.
Late birthday too.
Yep.
Next up, Bjorn Bronas, goaltender for Chicago Mission. He was invited to the NTP tryout camp. He was right there. I mean, there was one kid, Bottinger, that was head and shoulders above everyone else, but then there was Quinlan, Slavic, and Bronas were fighting for the number 2 spot. He's right there. So you're getting someone ranked, between 2 and 5 in the U.S. For goaltenders. He's flexible. He's smart. Makes good reads. Balanced. I think he's a really good goalie. Don't know if he's an NCAA or OHL guy, but not a bad risk here for Sudbury to get a pretty talented player in the 5th round. Number 90, Barrie takes Jonathan Cerrone out of Barrie Junior Colts.
Michael, you want to?
Yep, he's their leading scorer. Key to their finish. He was their main finisher. He finds a way to get open, and he's a tough little bugger. And these guys can play in the Ontario Hockey League, and if he works real hard, he can play pro. He's got everything that's like we were talking earlier about a guy from Peterborough that what number 12 for Peterborough. Same kind of player. Like for me, it's 6 of this and half a dozen of another. That's what these guys are. So Barrie got themselves a good player, and he's from home. He's from home. I just hope he doesn't get caught up in being a hero and zero, or end up being a zero at home. You have to separate yourselves and start going to work. Get to work, Jonathan Cerrone, and you can play professional hockey.
91, Owen Sound takes Lucas Prudhomme, good size winger out of Renfrew. Another guy, they say battle tested. He's played against U18. It's not the strongest U18 league, but it's older players nonetheless. Yeah, he's gotten a couple games in too with Renfrew on the CCHL team. At the midget level, he can score. He's a good power finesse combo guy. But at the junior level, he's got to get a little bit more assertive. I thought he was. I saw one of his CCHL games, and I thought he was a little bit perimeter. He didn't get a ton of ice either. So, in his first game, I think it was his first game ever playing junior. But he's an athlete. He's an athlete, and I think he's a player who hasn't figured out what he is yet. And I think once he figures that out, is he going to be a power guy? Is he going to be a skill guy? What's his approach going to be? Then he could climb. But this is kind of right where we had him, I think. So I think this makes sense at 91. 92, Barrie takes Tage Vader at a Huron left defenseman at Huron Perth. Paul, what'd you think of this kid?
Yeah, he's a skating defender. Better defensively right now than offensively, but has the potential, I think, to turn into a two-way defender. His key is his ability to get around the ice, his gap. He competes hard on in front of his net, and I think he's got some potential. Mike, you got anything on him? On
Sorry,
Vader? On Vader?
Oh, just smart. Pucks go into his corner. He gets out of trouble by himself. Has quick feet, good pass. I enjoyed watching him.
Yeah.
Now we're in the part of the draft where teams are going to start taking some shots. I'm looking at the next 5, 6, 7 picks here. Cullen Potter will start it off, 93 to Flint. This kid, he's committed to the NTP team in the U.S. He's the best skating 07 that I've seen anywhere. U.S., Canada. I haven't seen a ton in Europe, but what I have seen, he's the best skater going. His hockey IQ needs a little bit of work, but boy, can this kid fly. His mother was an Olympian. Like I said, he's a phenomenal skater. Speed, balance, quick change of direction. He's got it all. He can shoot it. Played up at U16. And U16 in the States is 06s and 07s. It's different than it is in Canada. So he played up against older kids and was dominant at times. So, again, if you can get a kid like this to come, that'd be a huge get in the 5th round, but that's going to be tough to get him. And the same thing with the next pick at Guelph, 94, took Lev Katzen, one of the more skilled players in the draft out of the Toronto Marlies. But he's signed with, I think it's Green Bay in the USHL, and has made every indication he's going the NCAA route. But another kid who could be a real steal at 94 if he reports. Paul, you're a Katzen fan.
Yeah, we had him as a potential 1st rounder, and if Guelph can talk him into coming, he's a dynamic player. We saw him score a lot of big goals. He sometimes. I think Michael, you said it earlier. You want him to know when to back off a bit, right? To submit a bit, because he would go in hard and against bigger guys. Once he figures out that it's okay to move it off and get into the open rather than stick handling through it or engaging. But Katzen's got some potential. Keep an eye out for him if Guelph can talk him into coming.
Adrian Manzo at 95 to Windsor, 6'1" right shot D out of Vaughan. What's our take on Manzo?
Steady, competes, tough to play against, committed defensively. He's not as big as some of the big boys we've been talking about in previous rounds, but there's some potential there if he can continue to work on his foot speed and stay committed on the defensive side of the puck. Craw, you got anything on that?
Yeah, he's just a tough kid. He's tough, and he knows how to play D. And it's going to be up to him how much, because he's going to be playing against probably the bigger guys. So he's got to learn to use his size. If he's playing against a guy that's 6'5", he's got to use his size to get down underneath him. And when he's playing against the shorter, stockier guys, he's got to kind of get down to, he's got to get down into the center. And once they learn that, like I said before, he just sticks with his strengths, and maybe I think he's got some potential to score some points too.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Charlie Trethaway for Saginaw. The same thing. He's an NTP guy. Same thing as a Potter. He's NTDP committed. He's a top 3-4 defenseman in the United States. He does a lot well. He defends well. He's strong. He's physical. But he moves the puck. He snaps it off like a veteran junior player. I mean, just real crisp and on the tape. He's got pretty good hockey sense, good shot selection at the point. He can run a power play, and he does for that Caesars team. They were in the semis against Toronto Marlies at the Toronto Marlies tournament. And he was shutting down a lot of those talented kids. Katzen, Moore, they were having a tough time getting around him. So again, will he come? Chances probably aren't great, but if they get him, that's a steal at 96. If he was in Ontario, he'd be a top 5 defenseman in the draft, maybe a top 3. Yep,
maybe
go ahead.
maybe Saginaw has got, looking down the list here, two spots down, they're looking at Horkoff too. If you can talk both of those into coming, they're potential first round. They're some of the best players in the U.S., right? So I think they're all wrapped up and committed to playing the program. But who knows? Maybe Saginaw's got. Maybe they know something we don't. But they're both
For sure.
very, very good.
And Saginaw's always done a good job pulling U.S. players, so wouldn't be a shocker if they could get them. And sometimes kids will play on that program for a year and then come after, or they'll play 2 years and then come. So that's what's happened with Brustowitz. So you just never know. Horkoff he's got some elite ability. He's got to improve his footwork. His stride needs somewhat significant work. But boy, his hands, his shot, his hockey IQ, he's high level. He's another first round grade that's down in the 5th round because of where he's going next year. But in between them, sandwich in between them, is Casey Bridgewater to Sarnia. Maybe a bit understated this year because of playing on such a talented team. And Schaefer got all the attention. We had him in the low 60s. So we had him higher than where he went here at 97. Paul, what do you think of Bridgewater?
He's good skating, defender. Really likes to get forward with the puck and moves it well. He's going to have to learn to defend, right? Take it a little bit more seriously and be able to step up against the bigger players. If he hardens up his game on the back end, his skating is so strong that we talked about it earlier. That's the main tool for translating your game to the OHL and then into pro. At Bridgewater, he gets around the ice.
Next up at 99, North Bay takes Adam Smeaton, 6'2" centerman out of Don Mills.
Yeah, I can talk. We were talking earlier about a guy that he's a feeder. He feeds guys that can shoot, and this guy's a shooter. They were a 1-2 combination a bunch of times. Lombardi is the guy I'm talking about. I think he was a late first round pick. And that's what this guy, he finishes. He's a kind of a pain in the butt to play against too, because he tries to get you off your game. Sometimes physically, but most of it's jibber jabber, kind of, talking to you and telling you your mother is not a very nice person and that kind of stuff. So that's what he does. We'll see how he does. He's got to work on his skating. He's getting his speed up.
Yeah, and we had him right around here. We had him at 111, so I think that makes sense. At number 100, North Bay goes again, back-to-back picks. Reith Smith, centerman out of Windsor, AAA.
I didn't see too much of Windsor. Did you see much of Windsor, Crawford?
Yeah, I got to see this guy play with the U18 team in Windsor in a couple tournaments. He was their best scorer on that Windsor team, who actually went. I think they got to the final game in the Ontario Championships. And that's what he does. He's another guy. It's funny that maybe that's how they work it, because this guy can score. He's a bit of a pain to play against. He's a big guy. I think he has a family member that plays in the O or did play in the O. And he plays an abrasive game. He's going to get bigger and stronger, and he can skate. I think it's his IQ that he's. I guess maybe when he starts playing with better players, maybe he'll pick it up.
Okay, next up at 101, North Bay goes 3 in a row here. Stepan Chukarev, 6'2" right winger out of Vaughan. Vaughan's getting a lot of play here after their run at the OHL Cup. What do you guys think of Chukarev?
I only really noticed him in the OHL Cup. He's a lanky, thin guy. He skates fast, like very fast skater. Straightaway speed. He's got the puck on a string. He flies down the wing, shoots well off the rush. He's got one of those sneaky releases where he pulls the puck into his body to kind of get the shot through. Dangerous around the net. He finds rebounds. He has that nose for the net. He's more of a shooter than a playmaker, but scored 2 in the quarterfinals against Barrie to send his team to the semis. So no, he looked good at the OHL Cup, but I didn't see him much before that. Did you, Crawford?
Yeah, I saw him play. It's funny. I'm waiting to talk about this guy. This guy, one-on-one skills are exceptional. He reminds me of a Russian guy who can light you up. If you look at the puck for a second, you're retarded because sorry, did I say retarded? Mentally challenged. You're not allowed to say those kind of things anymore. But like this guy, he did it in front of a bunch of GMs one game. I don't know. They lucked into coming in to see it, and I was standing there, and he went end to end, and just like this guy could be a huge play. Like he can play in the NHL if he keeps doing that kind of stuff. Like you say, 165, 6'2". He's got the makings of a superstar, but I don't know what he's like off the ice or any of that, so I can't tell you.
Next up, Ottawa at 102 takes the last pick in the 5th round. Zachary Hubin, 6'4" left winger out of Huron Perth.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just big boy, battles. Needs to work on his skating a little bit, but every time I watched him, I swear around the net, he just finds a way to put the puck in the net. What do you think, Hags?
Yeah, big frame, a lot of potential. Get the foot speed going. I'd like to see him. I didn't see him score. Like I went to a bunch of games, and that's the thing about scouting. You see him get a few. I never really did see him score on a consistent basis, but he's got a frame on him, and if he can lengthen out that stride and get more power on the cycle, he'll be tough to handle down the road.
Next up, Tristan Boudreau, left defenseman out of Renfrew, Oshawa. I went to watch this guy play earlier in the year, and he wasn't playing. Then I went back and watched him, I think in December. Just real steady, strong, physical. He was pretty simple with the puck in the game I watched. He didn't make any mistakes, but didn't really, put pucks under pressure either. Paul, he was on Canada Winter Games, wasn't he?
Yeah, I watched every minute of that Ontario team, and he could play at the pace. Big frame and committed to defense. Not sure if he's there yet on his offensive side, but he had enough foot speed to play against some of the best players from the other provinces, and was fairly reliable on the defensive side. So, let's see if he can develop into two-way down the road. But he's more of the mold of what we've seen earlier with Zach Wilson and Valeris from JRC and those guys. Just a big, solid defensive defenseman.
Next up is Brendan Gerber, centerman for Waterloo, played on the line with Brady Smith. He falls to London in the 6th round.
You're falling into my Brady Smith, Brady Martin mix-up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Brady Martin, yeah.
I put that in your head. No, Gerber, I'm surprised he lasted this long just from the last 6 weeks. he made Martin better. He knows where to give Martin the puck when he's at his best, in the best areas. He's a facilitator, but he also scores goals. I went and watched the game 5 there, and he ended up with a hat trick and a couple assists, and he just does everything right. He knows how to play with the top end guys and make them even better than what they are. He would be out there every penalty kill with Martin, every power play, any situation he was on the ice. I wonder if they made this pick right before the Sioux picks, so they couldn't let him go play with Martin again. But no, I really liked his game the last 6 weeks. He was unstoppable out there with Martin. So
Really underrated in my view.
Very high IQ, smart, very smart.
Well, I think we had him maybe in the 40s. So this is top, just outside of the top 100. It's a good value pick. I thought he was, like you said, it was Martin 1 and Gerber 1A on that team, and they were both very dynamic together. And I think he's underrated tough too. Like, he's not afraid to engage physically.
Yeah, you look at these London picks, and a lot of their picks we had pretty early here, so they're having a good draft.
Next up, Sebastian Dallas, or Delalis. Deleche, geez, okay. Deleche, another Toronto Marlies defenseman that is going much later than where we have him. And right after him is another one, Nolan Turnbull, another Marlies defenseman, goes to Kingston. So what do you think of these two Marlies defensemen, Paul?
Well, Deleche and Dragasuka we're right in the mix there on the Marlies back end as a top pair. Sebastian plays a lighter game than Dragasuka. So he's got to work on, filling out and becoming a little bit more physical, but he handles the puck well. Laterally, I think he could continue to work on his feet. He's, at 5'11" or 6 feet. I actually thought he was taller than that. He looks taller than that. He looks lankier. So there's some potential there. Turnbull was kind of the power play guy at times for them earlier in the year, and had some productivity, offensively. He's going to need to elevate his game defensively, in my view, and compete harder around his net. But good puck moving defenseman and the ability to handle pucks as well, Mike.
Deleche, he has an older brother that plays at St. Andrews College and is going down on a D1 scholarship next year, and he's going to follow suit. So that's probably we have him probably ranked a lot higher, but he's most likely going to do the college route because he's already played a few games for the senior team at St. Andrews College, and he falls into the same category, except he's more defensive minded, Sebastian. And the other guy, he's got a good trigger from the point. He can really shoot a puck. His defensive, I think his defensive game is not his strength. It's his offensive side of his game, Turnbull. And, again, they're 16 years old. They're kids. As long as they get a plan and they follow the plan, they got 2 arms, 2 legs. Jesus, they can play hockey. What the hell? Anybody can play. You just got to want to do it.
Next up, we go back to Ottawa area. Another late birth year, 6'1" Peter Legostav.
I can only speak through the guy that I know. Says that he's the second best player in the Ottawa district. He played he played on that Ontario team.
Yep.
And I don't know whether he was given a fair shake or not, but to him to make the team, and he's improving as the year goes on from my source in Ottawa. I can't say that I saw
Yeah,
him.
I saw him twice this year. Again, early in the season, maybe in September, and then I saw him again in December. What stands out with me is he's got really good puck touch, long reach, catches every pass that's around him. He needs to get a little stronger. I'd say that's the one knock, but he's got, like I said, good puck touch. He's got touch on his passes. He's patient, doesn't force plays. He's good around the net. Had a pretty good year statistically. Paul, I don't know what your thoughts are on him.
Yeah, at the Winter Games, they didn't use him as much as I thought they were going to, because we did hear that he was a skilled forward out there in the Ottawa region. He did have some sparks and some good touch around the net. He's a late birthday, right? So another one of these players you can sit on and let develop. But yeah, definitely, I would say a skilled offensive forward with good length to his game.
Yeah, we had him higher than this, so that'd
Yep.
be a good. If they can get him, that'd be a good value pick for Barrie. Next up, the Sioux take Jordan Charon, first player out of Cambridge.
I did have something from the All-Star game we watched, Hags.
Yep.
I know he's from your area, but good size. He gets around the ice easily, makes it hard on opposition. Forechecks heavy, good stick, long wingspan, causes turnovers all over the ice. Plays hard every shift, goes to the net hard, does all those little things. Kind of that's what I seen from him at that All-Star game.
Yeah, and that describes him to a T. He didn't have a lot to play with in Cambridge. They weren't the deepest team. Once we saw him, I've always liked him. I thought he was their best player. Once I saw him in the All-Star game, he was able to elevate it playing with better players, and I always like that when you surround yourself or you get into an opportunity when you can play with more skilled players. He actually stood out in that game. So there's some potential there. He moves okay in a straight line for a big guy up and down the wing. Would like a little bit more physicality to the game, but keep an eye on Sharon.
Next up, sorry, skipping around a little bit here. Cooper Dennis, standout out of Bishop Kearney, who's their leading scorer. This kid's quick, dynamic. He's got a great release. He can separate. He's one of these guys at 1 or 2 strides. He's at full speed. He can pull away from defenders, just processes the game really quickly. He didn't make the national team. There has been talk about him potentially as an OHL prospect, but you'd think he's talented enough that if there was a lot there, if teams really felt confident he was going to come, he's a top, 2 or 3 round kid. So to fall to the 6 would tell me that they're not sure. So, but a really slippery, fun to watch, dynamic playmaker.
Yeah, I only seen him from two different tournaments there, and he's one of the he's kind of like an Owen Griffin kind of thing, right? Like they just have all the skill in the world and can do some of the things that not a lot of guys can do. So I enjoyed watching him. He's one of those guys I want to keep an eye on in the future.
Then Jordan Wisniewski, 6'2" centerman for Huron Perth, goes 110 to Erie.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Wisniewski's in the mix here. He's again a lot like Hubin, who we talked about a bit earlier. Big, strong, power centerman. Needs to get the feet going. Needs to develop that offensive consistency. But there's some potential with Wisniewski. I think it's either. I believe it's Wisniewski. He didn't play on that AAA team all the way up. he just came out of the woodworks in the last few years. So he's improved fairly rapidly here because he fit right in that lineup and looked like one of their better players.
Next up is Owen Edwards out of Whitby, goaltender, 6 foot, almost 6'3". Goes to Kitchener here, pick number 111.
Yeah, we had him as one of our top 10 goalies. He's landing here right where we thought he was going to land. Big body, covers pucks well. He's aggressive. Cross says this all the time. When these kids figure out how to be aggressive versus backing in, they're really tough to beat. And he's got a good size frame. If he continues to grow, it's kind of the prototypical goaltender that you see out there, right? So keep an eye on Edwards.
Next, Mason Johnston, another goalie here. Got a little run on the goalies. The Peterborough goalie. I think both their goalies are good, actually. I saw them at the OMHA playoffs. I like both of them. But what's our take on Johnston?
He had some up and downs at the OHL Cup, but he's extremely agile, moves quick side to side. He's always engaged in the game. Like I don't know how you really pick your goalies from like a team perspective, but this kid's always enjoying the game. He's skating around. He's having a good time and messing around with his teammates and stuff like that. So it seems like he can kind of get over some of the weak goals or stuff like that and kind of move on to the next thing and just keep enjoying himself. So I really had a fun time watching him.
He was their go-to guy, right? And that team, they got deep in every single tournament. They got fairly deep in the OHL Cup, and he saw a lot of minutes, a lot of important minutes for them.
The only thing I saw that worries me about him, and I think he'll figure it out, is that once in a while he guesses, and if he can get to the point where it's kind of like this unconscious state that these goalies get into, where he's not thinking and he's just doing it and he's feeling it, and they get into that zone. But when he starts guessing the wrong way, he can look awfully bad sometimes. So I think he has to trust and feel it, And when he gets into that state of mind, he's really good. So yeah.
Next up, Tyler Vorstadt, right shot defenseman out of Whitby, goes to Saginaw at 113.
Brendan, I know you saw him at the Marley tournament and really liked him, and asked us, so why isn't this guy higher on the list? He really improved as the year went on. Good puck handling, high compete defensively, got more and more confident as the year progressed, and
got a big shot.
Yeah. So he really moved up our list. I don't know where we landed with him, but it might have been around here, maybe around above or around below. It doesn't really matter, but Forstat really had steady improvement this year. Mike?
Yeah, he was their guy. Like he was the guy that generated any offense from that point on the power play, and his skating really improved. I think he's getting stronger. 155 pounds. He's good. He's on the rise, I think, with his growth pattern. I don't think he's finished at 155 pounds and 6 foot. He's probably, when the weight starts to catch up to the height, that's when you know that they've probably peaked out going upwards, and then they start going outwards. So in his case, I think Saginaw made a good pick. Yep.
We go back to Cambridge here with Jack Darcy, right shot defenseman, goes to Flint at 114.
Mike, you want to talk to Darcy? I can talk to him as well.
Yeah. I liked him ever since I first seen him. Like he was their workhorse. His IQ, it's off the charts. It really is. He's not that big. He doesn't enforce anything on people, but the way he thinks the game, he reminds me. He's kind of like that Jaden Connors, not as quick, not as fast, but the way they think the game is very similar. He just knows where his teammates are, knows where to play the puck, doesn't just keep going up the boards every time. He knows how to play the puck in his own end, and I think he's got a lot of potential. I said that to Hags since the beginning. I really liked him. So, anything to add there, Hags?
Yeah, just we had him way down the list just the size, right? But everything you said there, one thing I really liked about him is I watched him play up in Peterborough for the U18s in Waterloo. They won the tournament. No name bar on. I'm like, who is this? Who is this? This kid on the back with no name bar. He dumbed down his game, simplified it, just moved pucks. Played actually a really, really good role for that team, and they won the tournament. And late birthday, he's got time to grow. He's from my hometown, so I know the family well. His old man is a hell of a hockey player. So there's good pedigree there. So Darce, if he can continue to develop physically and build that core strength, and dial his game down a bit, simplify it, there's some potential there.
Next up, we have Kieran Riley, right shot defenseman, 6 feet, out of Toronto Nationals, goes to Mississauga at 115. Paul, what do you think of Riley?
Yeah, he's not a right shot. He plays the right. I'm pretty sure he's a lefty. But
okay.
He actually played very good for that Nats team, and the Nats team went deep into the OHL Cup. Moves pucks well. He got a Mikey. I know he broke your heart because I don't know if he got the winner or the tying goal late against the Petes in that game to scare them a bit, but
they were shorthanded too.
Yeah, and it was one of those plays where he just saw an opening and he jumped into the hole and away he went. There was no stopping him. And again, committed to the defensive side. There's some potential there if he can continue to fill out and work on his core.
Yeah, he's an offensive defenseman, better on the offense side, but he's adequate at best. I'm going to say right now, because I think somebody's been telling him go when I get the puck, and he does that. He leaves his zone, and his defensive partner was left by himself a few times. I think he toned it down as the season went on, and you know what? You may have a really good one there too, because like when he goes with that puck, he has some kind of crazy legs, and he can really, when I say crazy legs in a positive manner, like it's really good. Like he can really go.
Next up, we have Charlie LaRocque, Hudson Wiles for Owen Sound, right shot D, undersized right shot D out of Barrie.
Yeah, good puck handling. Not afraid for his size. He plays. We talked about Darcy a few picks ago. He dialing his game back. Like Wiles does dial his game back and simplifies and just moves the puck. And he'll engage offensively when he has the opportunity. But he's more there to be a puck moving mobile defenseman. Played a lot with Jackson, right? The other stud D that we talked about earlier, in a top pair role. And for his size, he played big, right? I don't know, Mike.
Yeah, that's basically the question is, again, these guys are really, they're fast skaters and they play a physical game to a point where it could be a fault because he's not a big guy. So he has to learn to probably position himself a lot better because that's the way the game's going. You can't go out and pound. And that's what he does. So if he can just get position and start stealing pucks, which I think he's probably very capable of doing, then you've got yourself a guy that can play in the Ontario Hockey League, I think. Yeah.
At 117, North Bay takes goaltender Charlie Larocque out of Carleton Place as the first Ottawa-based goalie to go in the draft.
You know,
Have you guys
typical.
seen him? I can talk about him if you haven't.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I went to see this guy twice, and in both games he wasn't playing. So I had to follow up afterwards with video. So I'll take that for what it's worth. But I liked his mobility for a kid his size. He's got good footwork, tracks it pretty well from what I could tell. And he's quick. He's got quick reflexes. Little bit positionally, I think he's a little bit sporadic at times. I don't know, on the technical side, what he's working with or what kind of training he does or whatnot. But he's quick and he's athletic. So there's definitely upside. He's got the size. But that was my take, anyways. Couldn't see him live, unfortunately, because just didn't get the starts in the games I was at, which that happens sometimes. Technical side. Seth Gobble for Kingston at 118. We had him much higher than this out of Central Ontario. What made us, Paul? I think we had him at like 60. What made you like this kid?
Well, he's got a great motor, right? Never gives up. 200-foot game. I think am I reading that? He's not a late birthday. Used the players on his team, really well. Real catalyst of a centerman. Skates pretty well. I know, Croft, you really like them.
No, he's like Lamb. We can talk about all these guys that they don't know, they haven't realized yet. You have to get beat up a little bit to start to figure out, I can't hold on to it that much longer because these guys are going to hurt me. And that's what happened to him. He got hurt a few times this year. He got hurt just before the OHL Cup and all that other stuff. But like he's a playmaker. And I don't even think that he realizes that he can finish even more. Like he's gonna figure out, hey, I've got to take control of this game. He dishes and dishes and dishes, and he can score. This guy can score. So a lot of people are reluctant, I think, because of the fact that he got hurt a bunch of times. But all it is, in my mind, is he's just got to figure it out that he's got to get rid of it a little quicker and then move. And then, he can't take those hits.
Next up, we have Ethan Armstrong, right shot D out of Toronto Junior Canadiens, goes to Barrie at 119.
There's been a bunch of. Have we missed any junior Canadians, or do we talk about something like Keegan Knight or McCassian?
They're all coming up.
They're all
coming up.
Okay. No, Armstrong's good. He strong, very strong. I have an echo here. Did you guys have an echo?
Yeah,
No.
you're good.
One sec. Let me go on mute here.
Armstrong plays a simple, steady game at the back there. Reliable defender. That's a lot. The height they got him listed at 6'1". I didn't know didn't realize he was that big, but he's a reliable defender, moves the pucks, doesn't get himself into trouble very often. Committed to playing the back, playing defensively. And, I wouldn't say he's the most physical of defenders on that team, but
150 pounds.
Yeah.
So 6'2". Like this guy's, again, the ceiling, this guy's, he can play defense first. He already understands how to play defense. Now you can start giving him a little more rope. And hopefully he doesn't hang himself with it because he's a good defender. He won the championship. Did they?
Yep.
There you go. So he must have been doing something right.
Yeah.
And then Levine, right right after Armstrong here with Windsor.
He's the biggest defender in the draft, pretty much. Great length. Again, moves his feet okay for a big fella. Defense first. A lot of what we just said about Armstrong. But 4 or 5 inches on Armstrong. So, if they can get him into an environment there and kind of ease him into it. The one thing we talked about this a few years ago, the big D. Sometimes they lose their confidence quick at the OHL level because they just can't match the pace. Levine is one that ease him in, let him figure out how to be a defender, and a couple of years from now he'll be one of those guys in the back end that could lead you down the path in the playoffs.
Yeah, he just with those great big guys, if they can just make sure that they come to them, right? If they don't. Because the little guys are so quick and they're so agile, they can get these guys crossed up, and so once they realize that when they get to the top levels where the guys are just super fast and they can change on a direction on a dime, as the old saying is, they just stay there. They stay there and let them. It's kind of like a Venus. Whatever they call it, the fly trap. You wait for them to come, and once they come, they got them. But they can't go at them because these guys will make them look silly.
As Ian says, a pick like this is good for a patient GM. If you've got the patience, that can play out well for you. 121, North Bay takes Ryan Fairbairn, another left D out of North Central Predators. I didn't see this team. What are your guys' thoughts on this kid?
I loved Fairbairn earlier in the year, and I said, Crawford, go check this kid out. We're missing them. And Crawford goes back and said, What are you talking about? Right? A little bit of inconsistency to his game, and I went and saw him again later in the year after talking to Michael about it, and he little loose with the puck sometimes, not the discipline and defensive capabilities that we've talked about with some of these other players. But I think there's something there. I liked him. We had him higher in the draft on our rankings. If he can he's got the package, right? He's got the size, the reach. He gets around okay. If he can put it all together and get into a good environment where they teach him how to defend, I think there's some potential there.
Yeah, he's kind of a version of Brant Clark that's playing for Barrie. It's just I think the hockey IQ is there. He's just trying, and I like the fact that he's trying to do things, and he gets caught from behind. And I think it's what Paul's saying is once they get involved into a team atmosphere and they start to attach themselves to guys that are committed. I'm just wondering about his commitment. That's the thing that I think that's why it dropped him off a bit on our rankings.
And then the last pick of the 6th round, Anthony DiCarlo, other defenseman here for the Marlies, left shot D.
We talk about the heavy players on that Marlies back end. DiCarlo wasn't, but he was effective at moving pucks. A little bit undersized, and with the undersized guys, for us, we'll put a premium on them if they're really offensive. And DiCarlo, I wouldn't put him in that category, but he can move pucks, and he's committed to playing defense. There's some potential there. It needs to grow. It needs to grow a whole bunch if he wants to play the game that he's playing.
Okay, and with that, we'll take let's take a 5-minute break. We're 7 rounds in, or we're starting the 7th round. So we'll do the back half of the draft here, but we'll take let's take 5, and we'll come right back.
Perfect.
I'm just going to peek.
Okay, welcome back here on our NZ Draft production. Just waiting to get our guys back here on the. We're going to start with the 7th round. Let's kick it off here with Niagara with the first pick at 123. They take Douglas Mitchell, centerman out of Toronto Titans.
Mike, you got anything on him? Crawford and I were just talking, and we both saw the Titans this year.
I only seen the Titans in the London tournament, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They were not Silver Stick, were they?
No. Yeah,
I didn't have much on him.
We got nothing on Douglas Mitchell. We're going to put an asterisk beside that one, Brendan.
Yeah.
I checked all my notes for all the games.
Donald Mitchell. Okay. Moving on to Keegan Knight, who you guys mentioned earlier, goes to Erie here at 124. Another tall defenseman out of Toronto Junior Canadiens.
I'm surprised he's this late. I don't know. He just has this calmness to his game. Defensively, he just doesn't have holes I didn't find. Offensively, he doesn't bring too much as far as being dynamic or offensive minded or carrying the puck, really. But he's a good passer. He hits hard. He's mean when he needs to be. He eliminates guys a lot, like along the board, just eliminates them from the play for a couple seconds, gets his team going the other way, 5-on-4. I liked his game a lot. What do you think, Hags?
Yeah, he's a big body. He skates pretty well for a big fella. I think he needs to kind of figure out who he is. Is he an offensive guy or is he a defensive guy? And with some good coaching, I think there's some potential with this one. He's got like I said, a big frame and good length. He doesn't mind throwing his body around. Again, get him in that good OHL environment with some good coaching, and he may develop into something.
Next up, we have Chase Reed. Sue comes down and grabs a kid out of Michigan. Pretty good puck mover. Plays a two-way game. I think he's a smart player, kind of a heads-up defenseman. I know our guys in Michigan really liked him. Jordan Jakubik, sorry. Our head Michigan scout has been high on him. He kind of quarterbacks our power play. I saw him at the playoffs, their state playoffs, and I think he's a good two-way defenseman. He needs to get a little stronger, a little more, I'd say, committed on the defensive side, but really good puck skills. He can handle it. He can shoot it. He can run a power play. In the 7th round, that's, if he reports, that's pretty good value. Then we have 2 back-to-back goalies here. Noah Paddock goes to Kingston, 6-footer out of the Ottawa Senators, U18s, and then Nathan McGuire, another 6-footer out of Sioux Greyhounds. You guys seen either of these guys?
Our guys up in Ottawa loved Paddock. They thought he was one of the better goalies, from that region. Late birthday and pretty strong team in front of him, but he backstopped them. And the word out of those guys was he's add him to the list. He's going to be good. So that's all I got on him right now. But
I saw him in December. I think he's a smart kid. I think he's got good balance and body control. He's not someone that's flapping all over the ice. Did have a good team in front of him. And in the game I saw him, I think he only got 19 shots or 20 shots. But I was impressed with the body control. He's someone that when he makes a slide, he's ready to pop up and makes quick recoveries. He's not someone that's flailing all over the place. So that's good maturity for a late birth here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know McGuire.
Yeah, he was really good for Noah in that in that OHL Cup. They had actually a nice little team. There was a bunch of players off that team that played the game the right way, and they made life miserable for the teams they were playing against. And McGuire stood out in one of the viewings I had. You saw him earlier in the year, playing U18. He was seeing the older, older players with harder shots, and he handled himself well. So he's undersized compared to the normal profile of goalies right now, but he was quick, mobile, and really competed hard in the net.
Next up, we have Jared Harding, left defenseman for Mississauga, comes out of Don Mills. Go back to you on that one, Paul, or Mike.
Yeah, Harding's really undersized, but really mobile, right? He's got a late birthday, so maybe he grows into it, and has an extra year to develop. He skates so well. I thought in the G All-Star game, like he was definitely one of Don Mills' best players. I thought the G All-Star game exposed him a bit this year, where he got overwhelmed with the bigger kids. Wasn't able to. Didn't have the time and space that he normally would in league play, because there was all the fast players were there. So there's some potential there with his skating ability, but he's definitely got to grow. He's got a
late birthday, and he's got big ski boots, and the guy he's very mobile.
Oh, yeah.
His feet are excellent. He's going to be a big, like most likely, he's with those big feet of his, he's probably going to be a 6 something. And, be patient. You take these. This is what makes sense. Don't take the projects early. Take them later. But what do I know? I'm just a scout.
Next up, we have Jared Hart. Oh, sorry, just did Jared Hart. Parker Holmes. It's a big size, doesn't surprise me here. He's 6'3", 220. Big, strong, heavy power forward. He's got to work on his puck skill a little bit and the pace of play, especially in his first few steps. But this is a kid who's really tough and physical. He's someone that when he gets hit, he hits you back. He doesn't just take the hit. I like his game. I like kind of falling here at 129. I actually think it's pretty good value for him, given what he is. He's got the body, obviously, and the physicality to play in the OHL. He's just going to have to work on his pace and his athleticism. Next up, Sudbury at 130 takes Brady Cleveland. Not sure what's going on here. I'm out in Switzerland right now at the World 18s. He's playing on Team USA. He's committed to Wisconsin for next year. Now they did have a coaching change, but this is a kid who's going to go pretty high in the NHL draft by all accounts, and not sure. Maybe they're hoping the NHL team drafts him, that they'll want him to go play in the OHL instead of Wisconsin. But anyways, if he comes, he's a very good player. But I'd find that unlikely. Kitchener at 131. Again, with their value picks, they're taking guys, where we have them ranked higher constantly throughout the draft. We'll start with Christian Jean Cola, centerman for Halton.
Yeah, he played on that top line with Brady Smith and Hopkins, and just as we talked about, Smith cleared the created space and really helped Hopkins elevate his game. Giancola was a similar type of player. He's got the puck skill and chops around, offensive chops around the net to chip in. Like to get his feet going a little bit more, but there's some potential there. Hard nosed and good around the net. Just keep working on the pace. Keep working on the pace.
Next up, right winger Evan Elliott out of Whitby Wildcats. Who wants to take a swing at this one?
Well, Elliott was when we saw him on the Canada Winter Games roster, it was a head scratcher for us, right? He's undersized but fast. I will say that he's really fast. Plays the game on the perimeter. And then I got to tell you, I watched him online. He chipped in. His pace got him to the net. He killed penalties. for that team, and he actually played a pretty good role for them. Would like to see this player be able to develop his core strength, get to the net a little better instead of playing you're relying on the speed game. But 5'9", 135 pounds, if he can grow that core, there's some potential there. His foot speed it's noticeable, right?
He's explosive, like the way he plays. Like he keeps a low center of gravity. He's got a really good shot. Silky hands. Like he's got a lot of skill. We've seen what Newton, his centerman, he went second round, I think, something like that. Yeah. And Evan was right there beside him playing. Like I think he probably scored their most goals, I would think. But he's got a lot going for him. If he can keep it going, I found his compete level is pretty high. So I like this pick.
Follow up with Peterborough takes Chase Del Colombo here, another centerman off the board from Toronto Nats. We had this kid ranked in the mid-40s, so a real value play here.
Yeah.
I don't know why he dropped that much. Maybe there's something we don't know. But one of the top players in the All-Star game, when playing with other players that are as skilled as him, he plays with one guy he hasn't been selected yet either. This guy is I really like him. This guy potentially could be top player, if not one of, I keep saying, because I trust what I see. This guy can play. He distributes the puck like a true centerman. He can score if they pay too much attention to who he's possibly going to pass the puck to. He'll sneak a shot by you. And I don't think he's finished growing. 151 pounds. I think he's going to end up being 6-footer anyways. And hockey IQ right off the charts. He just gets hit a little bit too much, but I think he'll figure it out.
Next up, Zach Jovanovski for Guelph at 134. Another goalie coming off the board, 6'2", out of Sun County.
George knows his goalies. This is a good goalie. The Sun County, like I said, gave London everything they could handle in the playoffs. And this guy, another young goalie that once in a while loses his focus, but when he's on, like he can win a game. And he played really well in the OHL Cup. They lost one game 3-2 to maybe, this is what I mean. They're kids. They played Thunder Bay, and a guy named Podubny put a couple in some perfect spots. But otherwise, he's a good goalie.
Mike, I know you saw him as well.
Yeah, I was on mute there. Yeah, he's aggressive. He loves playing the puck. I know playing the puck got him in a little trouble in one of those games at the OHL Cup. But they won some games that they shouldn't have even been in at the OHL Cup. Like they had a chance to go to the elimination games if they would have won that last game or gotten a tie. But no, I watched him get a shutout against Elgin the one day too, and he just stood on his head. I think he's one of the better goalies, and he kind of had a tough team to play on this year, and we'll see where he ends up.
Yeah, he's a late birthday as well.
Right. Next up, we have Isaac Nelson. Flint takes a local kid, played for CompuWare this year. He's physical. He's tough, hard nose. Like his game, he's got a heavy shot from the point. He's got some offense to his game. He's a guy who does make some poor decisions. He's going to have to develop on that side of things, but from a raw talent standpoint, he's probably a third round grade. So you're getting good value here in what he is and what he can be. Just needs to sharpen up a little bit on the decision making because he forces plays that aren't there. Saginaw takes Graydon Jones, left defenseman out of Peterborough. We've talked a lot about this Peterborough decor. What are your guys' take on Jones?
Come on, Mike, you like Pete's? Come on, talk about them.
Throwing me in here, eh? No, good size, good skater, gets around the ice well. I seen him score a hat trick actually against Burlington. Offensively, he's more offensive, I'd say, than a lot of the other Peterborough guys. Good hands, heavy shot from the point. Yeah, he's an exciting guy to watch there too.
What I liked about him, and I keep harping on it, this guy already knows how to skate. He's a really good skater. And when the going got tough, a few of his teammates didn't want to play as much as he did because he has an edge. And when I say an edge, he's got some mean in there. So this guy is going to make you pay if you want to come his way. Let me tell you, I really like him. This is a very deep draft, and we're only in the 7th round, eh? All right.
Next up, Blake Clayton, centerman for Burlington Eagles. Another late birth here. What do you guys think of Clayton?
Yeah,
I like him at the OHAs.
Yeah, and I think he got hurt just before the OHL Cup. Didn't play there, so we didn't see him. But I've liked him from day one. As you said, late birthday. He was the captain of that team. He needs to get the feet going. But I watched him in the London tournament. That's where he caught my eye. He went head to head against Harmer and head to head against Rubrick, two centermen, and he made them both pay. He played a 200-foot game, and he outscored both of them in both Rubrick and Harmer head to head. I like that with centermen, right? When you're matching up against the one of the high skilled players on the other side, and you're able to shut them down and contribute on the other side, it's a little checkbox I put on my list. So look out for Clayton down the road, and late birthday again. He's got a couple years to develop and maybe get into that roster.
London follows that up with Cohen Bidgood, right winger out of Peterborough. Another kid. He was strong at the OMHAs. I thought he was direct, kind of an honest player, attacks the net. Not a ton of frills, but direct player.
Yeah, he plays well with those high skilled guys. He's kind of like a bunting kind of guy. He gets under your skin, hits you hard. Not scared to go to the dirty areas. It's definitely a London pick, which they'll be able to shape him pretty well into a good hockey player. He's got good IQ for his type of game he plays, and he makes the other guys look really good. He's the guy who kind of goes to the corners, gets the pucks, gives it off to the more skilled guys.
Next up, we have. Hold on, let me.
Just before you leave Bidgood, he's one of my kind of dark horses too. Every time I watched him play, he's got abrasiveness around the net, and he's got the offensive chops. That's my way of saying, he's got a little bit of skill, sneaky skill that help him out around the net.
I'm going to add my 2 cents worth in then. I think this guy here shows signs of brilliance.
Yeah.
He does some things that are right up there with the top guys. But then he kind of falls back into I'm not really sure who I am yet. And when he does realize that he belongs and he's one of those guys, like Paul says, this guy can play.
Next up for Barry at 139, Cole Dabowski out of Sudbury. Is this the kid that can fly that we saw at the Marlies?
Yeah, he's a big rug. No, you're thinking of Campbell, the little
Yeah,
center.
that's what I'm thinking of. Yep. Yep.
Dubowski was his big winger, created space for him. Dubowski gets around okay for a big guy too. Got a wide frame on him, tough to knock off the pucks. But yeah, he was him and Campbell were a good 1-2 punch on that team all year. He didn't look out of place on that northern team that came down either.
Next up, Windsor takes Easton Pace, another kid off this Little Caesars team. Kind of an underrated guy for them, actually. He does some of the heavy lifting. He's a little guy, but he's got really good balance, strong core, strong lower body. He was very good at nationals. He was good at the state tournament in Michigan. I saw both of those, and he's one of those guys. He's a worker. He wins little puck battles. He stays low in his stance, wins pucks, and then distributes it. He's got a good shot, but he was more of a playmaker in the last month or so of the season that I saw. But that could be a good value, and Windsor's done a good job with getting kids out of Michigan. So smart pick there. Next up, North Bay takes Declan Gallivan, left shot defenseman, 6'1", out of Sioux Greyhounds.
Yeah, Gallivan's. I think he's already played some games in the NOJ. He was a leader on that Sioux team as a young, as an underage player, playing up at U18 all year. He looked good with that Noah team. There's a few on that back end that I think we're probably going to see in a round or two here that we liked. And Galligan's just good length, good reach, not afraid to engage defensively. He'll step in offensively as well. I don't know. You remember him at all?
He's a big, solid D, like defensively minded guy, and he'll make the hits, and he'll let the goalie see the puck, and he makes a simple pass, and his skating's just a little bit suspect.
He needs to work on it.
He's got to work on that real hard.
Next up, Ottawa takes Cole McKinney. On the NTP team, he's going to end up either 1, 2, or 3 best forward in the U.S. Moore is better than him right now, but he'd be just below him. So you're getting he's probably a 4.5 star prospect at 142. Will he come? Who knows? Probably a long shot, but huge value if they're able to reel him in. He's the real deal. He's an honest 200-foot player. He's got all the details in his game. He can score, strong skater. He's a complete package. He's a really impressive young player. Plays a game like a pro already, just in his approach, style of play. 143, Niagara takes Maslin Etchart. This is a good-sized defense. I thought he was actually bigger than this. I'm surprised. I would have thought he was 6'1", just by looking at him. Mobile defenseman, kind of a shutdown at this point. Good stick positioning, good gap. He's not a guy who's going out there and flattening guys, and he's not playing a ton of the puck, but just kind of a understated, reliable defenseman for Niagara. And then
Eckhart was quite good, I thought, in the Canada Winter Games on Team Ontario as well.
Okay, I didn't even know he was on that.
Yeah, he was, and just as you described him, shut down with good feet, good speed. Needs to turn himself into an offensive guy, needs to work on his offensive side. But penalty kills and compete in his zone. He was quite adequate.
Yeah, it's another value play here. He's at 143. We had him 41. So
yeah, we liked him.
And Canada Winter Games. It might be an NCAA guy. Who knows? Because most of the Canada Winter Games guys at Ottawa have already been off the board. So we'll just have to wait and see what the deal is with him. Matt Lansing. This is a centerman out of Buffalo Junior Sabres. This kid can play. He's Some people thought he should have made the NTDP tryout camp. Probably wouldn't have made the team, but should have at least been at the camp. He's strong. He's got some touch. I think he's got more skill than he gets credit for. Kind of a north-south kid. He's a goal scorer. Competes hard. I liked him at the state tournament, and before that, I liked him at the where did I see him? It was a BK. Forget the name of the tournament. It was a tournament kind of in November, I think. And he might have been their best player. They got another kid, Ellis, who's going to get taken a little more skilled than this kid, but this kid's a two-way player and got a lot of upside. So if Erie can snag him, this is a good value. Probably a 4.25 player.
Right.
Niagara. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, getting a 4.25 player that late in the draft, if they can snag him.
Yeah, for sure. And it'll be interesting to see where he goes in the USHL draft because I'm sure he'll go pretty high there. I have no idea how to pronounce this kid's name. Niagara's next pick, Yuang He, left winger out of Toronto Red Wings. You guys seen him?
No, this is the second Niagara pick on the board here that we.
I noticed him a few times, but nothing outstanding. So I have no idea.
Okay.
I'd rather say nothing.
Next up, we have Kevin Perreault. This is another American. We're starting to see a run on U.S. players. I'll just kind of go through them briefly here. He's tall. He's an athletic defenseman. He's got some offensive upside as well. This is another guy I would assume that we'll see go pretty early in the USHL draft because teams I've talked to have been asking about him. He's got some offense, but I think where he's going to be at the next level is probably on the defensive side because of his footwork, his athleticism, and he's just one of those players that has a big range. He can cover a lot of ice. He's got a good stick. Next up, Oshawa takes Ryan Headley. This kid for Carolina Junior Hurricanes. He was dominant for them this year. At Nationals, he really put on a show. I think he was probably a mid-round USHL prospect going into that tournament. I think he's going to leave as a top 3-4 round guy, probably in the top 3, actually. He can score. He's got a great release. I think he averaged a goal a game or higher this year on a team that he didn't have much of a supporting cast. Balanced skater. He back checks hard. He's going to go to Salisbury next year, which has produced a lot of USHL and OHL prospects. So another guy. He's probably going to be a mid 4.25 star. So another big value if they can get him to come. Run on Americans continues with Sarnia takes Nicholas Kasiba, Little Caesars. He was at NTDP tryout camp. He made the top 50. Didn't end up making the team, but he's a good skater. Pretty balanced. He's only 135 pounds, but he's a balanced skater. You wouldn't know it. He can get off checks. He's got a hard release, and he's good. He's cerebral. He sees the game well. Good hockey sense. Gets to the right areas. Was a good compliment for Moran, who's one of their top players, who's in the Q draft, and Horkoff. So he was one of 2 forwards that got invited to camp. And then the U.S. runs out here with Hayden Ellis, another Buffalo Junior Sabre, to Kitchener. And this makes sense because he plays a really skilled game. He was injured for parts of the season. I think if he wasn't injured, he'd be at NTDP camp because he's really smart and he's kind of quick twitch, makes a ton of plays. And he's one of the guys that can play at pace. He doesn't have to slow down to stick handle or make passes. He reads the ice at top speed and an exciting player. He's another 4.25 star prospect who'll go early in the USHL draft. So if Kitchener can get him, he's a kid that might be able to make the team next year if they can get him in. Now pick 150, and Grant Booth, centerman. Oh, sorry, this is more American. Sorry, Grant Booth out of the Phoenix Junior Coyotes. I'm just pulling up my notes. I haven't seen them since November, so bear with me. I have sturdy, strong edge, two-way centerman, hard on pucks, attacks the net, physical presence. I don't actually remember this kid, but those were my notes from seeing him in November. I'll have to follow back up on that one. Check one more source, but I'll get back to him. Liam Beamish, 151 to Sarnia, first player taken off Niagara North Stars. What do you guys think of this kid?
Yeah, he was their top center, 200-foot game. He played on they had another nifty winger who he played with. That was a Flora.
Yeah.
On that line, they were actually a really effective line, and Beamish was kind of the workhorse there. I wouldn't say he's going to light up at the next level offensively, but he'll give you an honest effort, and he'll compete. He'll back defenders off on the cycle with some physical play as well too. So yeah, I didn't mind Beamish at all.
Okay, we'll move.
Crawford, here we go.
Yeah, this is one of Crawford's favorites, Michael Deck at number 152 for the Mississauga Rebels.
Yeah, Michael Deck is going to play somewhere. That's for sure. He's probably, again, in that category of one of the best players, all-around players. He could be classified as what's the guy's name that plays for the Leafs, sir? That everybody wants to trade when he's not scoring and when. So Michael Deck is a smaller player. You've got him there at 5'5". He has the hockey. He's right off the charts again with hockey IQ. He understands how to avoid checks. I think this guy could end up, if he, like I've met the kid, I've interviewed the kid. He wants to play in the NHL, and I don't think anything's going to stop him. Somebody's taking a flyer on him in the 8th round because they've determined that he's too small. Well, I don't think that's going to stop him. You're going to hear about Michael Deck in the future. The only thing that's going to stop Michael Deck is Michael Deck. And it's just like anybody, these guys. You can just say that it's all within them. But this guy here is an exceptional talent. I think this is meant to be. And whatever happens to him, I think NCAA is where he should go. Because fear is a big thing, eh, Paul?
Yeah.
Fear. And I think a lot of teams are afraid to take a guy like this because they don't know what to do with him. But Michael knows what he's doing. I'm not worried about him.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. I don't see him playing in that league next year. But we get out the provincial junior A and the GoJ games. He'll end up putting up numbers in those leagues once he figures it out, and who knows where he lands. But as Michael said, he's got some skill, smarts, enough time on him, but he's.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say I agree with Crawford on him, and I'm not as high as Crawford is, but he's. I saw him at the Toronto Marlies and jumped right out at me. He's made 2 or 3 high IQ plays, and when you see that, that's not something you can teach, and that's something that translates at every level. So, yeah, he's really small, but you can't teach that kind of hockey IQ, and he's got it in spades. Next up, Gavin Locke. This would be one of my favorite kids in the U.S. this year for Little Caesars going to Peterborough. This is another guy. He's going to be a 4.25 star. I think he does a lot of the heavy lifting on that team. He's probably the most honest player on that team in regards to back checking, filling in support in his own end. He's physical. He brings some jam to him. Really like his game. He's got speed. He can shoot it. Really complete player. Don't know where he's considering, but in the 8th round, he's a huge value if they can get him. Guelph takes Sam Johnston, 6'3" winger out of Hamilton Bulldogs.
I actually really like his game. Very big body, throws heavy hits, tough forechecker. He's got soft hands for a big guy. He's very coordinated for his size. He does have good top end speed, but he does need to work on his like agility and stuff like that. I'm surprised he's going this late, to be honest. Though I thought he'd be an earlier pick. He's really good around the net, tips, scoring ability around the net. I don't know if I've seen him since the London, or maybe I've seen him at Silver Stick, but what I seen from him, I thought he'd be a lot higher, but good pick.
His father's about 6'6", by the way, too. So he hasn't stopped growing.
I stood beside him at a game, actually. Yeah, he's a big boy.
Next up, Brendan Cook, right winger out of the Sioux Greyhounds again. December 2207. Sorry, December 2207.
Yeah, Cook's speedy. He played with Chitteroni, who we talked about earlier, and Chitteroni feed Cook going down the wing. He's got great pace off the rush and a pretty good shot too. So I didn't mind him at all. He put up pretty decent numbers in that U18 league as a 15-year-old. So and a young 15-year-old, 22nd of December birthday, right? So he's got a few years to grow and develop and get after it, but he can generate pace.
Next up, Cooper Bordeaux for Saginaw. They again struck the U.S. Speedy centerman and Cooper Bordeaux. This kid, he finds the soft spots. He plays hard. He's kind of on that team. He plays a depth role, and then they got him as kind of like a hustle forechecker, passed on the forecheck. But he's got skill. He's got soft hands. He's pretty balanced. He's got pretty good awareness, and he makes kind of subtle skill plays. So I like Bordeaux. Saginaw, they know the Michigan market really well. So that wouldn't be surprised me if you end up seeing him there. Next up, Sarnia at 157 takes Patrick Quinlan. From what I've heard, Quinlan committed to the national team. So just taking a flyer out on him, but he's good athletic goalie, sees it well. He's another guy. He's definitely had goalie coaching because technical abilities there, and he's economical. He's another guy who's not, I use the term flopping around. He makes concise saves. So he's a good player. Don't know if he'll go this route, but if he does, Sarnia is getting a steal there at 8th round.
Quinlan,
then London. Go ahead.
When Quinlan came north this year, the BK were in London and the Silver Stick. He had a run in London that was unbelievable. I don't think he gave up a goal in the tournament, which it's rare for a young kid like that to stay that focused. He 5'9". I'm surprised at that. He looked bigger in the net, but
I was going to say the same thing, Paul. I thought he was like a 5'11" plus. But yeah. Next up, London gets Evan Mulcassian, right winger out of the Junior Canadians.
Well, that's another steal for London there, in my opinion. When I first seen him in the London tourney, he was just tons of skill. It was his skill. He didn't really go into the dirty areas, and then by the end of the year at the OHL Cup, he was their top penalty killer. He was battling all over the ice. He wasn't the standout offensive guy that he was at the beginning of the year, but he picked it up on all different ends of his game, and he kind of reconfigured himself into an all-around player. So I'm surprised he's going this late. Was he committed somewhere else, or?
Not that I know. I
An
don't.
older brother that plays in the provincial league, and I don't know if they're Canadian college bound, but they don't get. Well, I don't know if he's going to grow any bigger than his brother, but what you see is what you get.
I mean, he's third on their team in points for a really talented team. Point a game kid. If you look at the guys that are, Yanni, he's got he had more points than O'Brien. Again, we're not big points guys, but more points than Graziano, Addy. It's kind of surprising, but yeah, maybe he's got NCAA destination. But yeah, we have him as a second, third round grade. Caden Harmon for Barry, late birth year, Peterborough Pete's. Really like this kid at the OMHAs, but you guys have seen him more. What are your thoughts on Harmon?
I like him a lot. Again, this Peterborough mold that they have of their players, they love that one play going behind the net and passing it back behind them to an empty net on that side, and he's always involved in that. He's so smart. I don't know. Every time I've seen him play, he's all over the ice, always doing everything. I don't know what else to really say about him. He's a good skater, but his IQ, like a lot of those Peterborough guys, is so high.
He scored a lot of big goals for him. He's a late birthday, but he's small frame, right? So worried that he's going to be able to do what he's doing at the next level with that size. But let's see if he grows into it and develops. The smaller guys can be big if they develop that thickness, right? So, the potential's there for him, but he's probably going to start somewhere in the provincial league or do something like that and have to work his way up.
Yeah, real crafty player.
Yeah.
Windsor at 160 takes Michael Tissier, left winger, Mississauga Rebels. What do you guys think of Tissier?
Fast, tries to play a tough game. I don't think he understands how to do it yet. He's not from he was. I think he was born and raised in France, and he's come over here and started playing hockey about 7 years ago, and he's got tons and tons of talent. I don't think he has the feel or he understands the spirit of the game, but if he gets it, then you're going to have apparently his natural game is rugby. So he's going to make a decision. He's apparently an amazing rugby player. So.
Yeah. Interesting. North Bay at 161 goes with another goalie here, James Meredith of the Toronto Nats.
Yeah, Meredith wasn't really on our radar until the OHL Cup, and then he was outstanding. I thought he was a big reason why they went deep in the OHL Cup. Prior to that, we really didn't have him on our list, but we added him late just due to that performance. Stood on his head. The game against the Petes, Mike, I think you and I were there watching. He was the reason why that game was so close. And let's see if he continues to grow up. Right, it's important for the goalies with the shooters now to grow up. But if he continues to do that, he showed very well in the OHL Cup.
Next up, we have Asher Barnett. This kid's a 4.5 today, but might go up to a 4.75. He's our number one rated defenseman in the U.S. Ottawa takes another flyer here, trying to bring in some top echelon U.S. talent. They took Cole McKinney, his teammate, with their previous pick. So, they're trying to hit some home runs. They land any of those kids, it's a home run. And then we start the 9th round with Darcy DeWatcher, right shot defenseman for Brantford.
Yeah, DeWatcher's he's a sturdy defender, adequate puck mover. He wasn't actually on our list. His D partner, the captain, was on our list. We might see him later. I liked him. You know, he played on a weak team, but he was on a top pair defensive unit, and he was effective, sturdy defender. Not much more to say about him. Mike, do you got any notes on him?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Erie takes Caden Smith at 164 out of York Simcoe.
He can fly. Good skater. Caused quite a bit of havoc on the forecheck. Played a 200-foot game. This is Erie sees something that we didn't see with the Smith kid, because we didn't have him on our list either. But the one thing I do have notes on him, he was a skater.
Yeah, a good word I call what he does is he causes chaos.
Yeah.
Because of his speed, he's on you fast. You think you've got time, and there he is. And if he could calm down around the net, he gets lots of chances. I think most of his points come on a penalty kill and stuff like that. But he just has to get that calmness in his mind and enjoy the part where he's, hey, I think I can do this, bang, and it'll happen.
Yeah. I had the same thing, Paul, that you had, a speed guy, high compete, forechecker type guy. Next up, 165, the Sioux take John Collins Williams. This is an honest 200-foot, hardworking winger, killed penalties, he blocked shots. He's already kind of physically developed. Don't know what his upside is. Offensively, I thought he was adequate, but I didn't think he was outstanding. But he's very reliable. Coaches trust him in key situations as a younger player in that league. So I think he's a good character guy. Matt Manza, right winger out of Mississauga Senators, goes to Kingston at 166. What do we have on Manza?
I really like Matthew Manza. A lot of people hate these kind of guys when you play against them, but you love them on your own team. He is a shite disturber. He plays on the edge, and I think he's bigger than that, or maybe he just plays bigger. He's a late birthday, so he's probably going to get bigger. But let me tell you, this guy can shoot a puck. He can score from the face-off dot in. And like I said, chaos versus a disruption. He can be, there's a guy I think that plays for the Boston Bruins. And everybody knows who hates him, but they love him on their team. And this guy, he falls into that category. He's got to understand how far to push it. And once in a while he goes over it, but I think he's pretty well under control. This guy's on his way.
He's got a real unique skating style. I think that might scare some people off, right? Sometimes you look at him going, he needs to lengthen it out, but it gets around. Like Mike said, he's not afraid to go to the net either.
Oshawa picks next at 167. They take Vasily Sirov. We had him around 100. So a good value pick here. Big, tough centerman. I actually think he's got deceptive hands. He's not necessarily like a stick handler, but in tight, he was able to, I saw him at the Marlies tournament. He was able to get his stick on rebounds. He was able to tip pucks. Like, he's got a solid net front game, but I haven't seen him since.
Yeah, it about describes him, maybe a little bit more on the foot speed department, but he's a big frame, right? With some potential there. You don't get too many right shot centermen that are that big and kind of able to get around the ice the way he does with his skill. So
next up, Trent Valancourt, left shot D out of Southern Tier.
I like this kid a lot. He was playing with Allen most of the time. He's a mean physical defenseman, but he's got some offense to him. Good shot from the point. Plays in all situations. but really sticks out as mean, big hits, tough to play against.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mike. I only saw him at the OMHA playoffs, but my note TTPA is tough to play against. I had it written 3 times next to his name. Just a stand-up D, doesn't give away the blue lines easily. He's got to work on his foot speed too and his agility. But yeah, I think he's a solid D who can play juniors. Not OHL, but he could play junior hockey earlier than some of these kids ranked above him. Brantford takes the next pick at Nico Krampotic. I'm pronouncing that correctly. Right shot D at a Halton Hurricanes.
Yeah, he's a hard-nosed competitive defender. They used him a bit, I think, on the power play too, but in front of the net, right? He wasn't afraid to go in and be that guy to stand there and take the punishment. I would say he's a high compete defender. Needs to get his foot speed going and fill out a little wider, a little taller if he wants to be a shutdown player at the next level. But there's some potential there. If he continues with his compete game, he could turn into a 5-6D at the next level.
Next up, Owen Knight for Sudbury, right winger at a Lambton.
Yeah, I like this kid. There a lot of games I went to for Lambton, he was the best player on their team. He like nonstop effort, forecheck, back check. He's got sneaky skill. Even at the All-Star game we went to, Hags, he was a standout there. He had a great game. I think he's going to be a hell of a player if he keeps it going. He's got that nose for the net, good shot. He's a very sneaky player. Like a lot of people didn't really talk about him, but I liked what I saw every time I went to go see him.
Next up, Ryan Jacobs for Kitchener, a 6'3" goalie out of Markham Waxers. What are you guys' thoughts on Jacobs?
Yeah, we had him on the list based on his size, right? He's a big frame in the net. A few games early in the year where, he caught our eye just with his size and his ability to compete. The team wasn't real strong. So he saw a lot of pucks this year. He kind of fits that profile, tall, lanky, protect a lot of the net. So bring him on and see how it works out in the next few years. He's definitely the profile that you want to see.
Next up at 172, Owen Sound takes Owen Melly, good size centerman out of York Simcoe. What do we think on Melly?
Yeah, he kind of fit the mold of York Simcoe, right? They had a lot of skill on their team. He's the second line center on that team. So he didn't play too much with the top unit, but he competed hard and fought for pucks and played a 200-foot game. Had a little bit of skill to his game, offensive chops where he could put the puck in the net. I don't know, Crawford, do you?
York Simcoe Express took on a guy named Owen Griffin this year. He took over the number 1 job. This guy used to be the number 1 guy.
Yeah.
So whether he sulked or whatever, I don't know what happened to him, but he didn't get to be the first guy on the power play. He got to be in the second, and he put up some decent points. He's just got to get over that. All right. Don't take no for an answer. If he does that and gets over his ego, then I think there's a player there for sure. For sure, that it's a decision he has to make.
Yeah, I saw him at the OMHAs, and I thought he was really good on the face-off circle, and good hands in tight areas, but a bit inconsistent on the defensively. Next pick, Peterborough, 173 takes Easton Lines or Linds. left winger, also on that on southern tier, not also.
Guy can score. He's fearless. I don't think he knows what even what letter it starts with. Like, this guy is just his skating is a bit of a problem, but he's improved. He worked real hard from the beginning of the season to the end, and I noticed his skating's come along. So I think he's on the right direction. He had a really good OHL Cup.
Yeah.
One of the only guys that Southern Tier got to do any scoring. And he deserves to be picked.
Next up, Jack Murtaugh gets taken by Guelph. He's another kid on the NTDP team. Played at Bishop Kearney. He's big, physical, power forward. Hard to play against. He's got a great shot. He scores every time I see him play. Doesn't matter who they're playing against. He'll be a top 10 forward in the U.S., probably a top 6, actually. So again, it's going to be tough to pull him away from the program, but if they can, he's going to be a 4 or 5 in our final ranking. Flint grabs another local Michigan kid in Evan Jardine. This kid's a really smart player. He's got good speed, plays 200-foot game, a lot of hustle in his game, but he's calculated. He's not just running around and chasing pucks for the sake of chasing pucks. He takes the right pursuit angles. He's got his stick in the right lanes, and he's a good passer, playmaker, sees it. So we like Jardine a lot, and if he goes the OHL route, this is a steal in the 9th round. Probably a 4.25 talent. Next up, Sam DeBlasi. This is one of the more underrated goalies in the U.S. He played along with Joey Slavic, who made the NTDP team. Probably the number 2 goalie in the country. Him or Quinlan, and so he backed him up. But I'll tell you, DeBlasi isn't that far off from Slavic. He's a good goalie in his own right. He's got more size, economical. So I get it. I think Saginaw knows him, probably knows if he's interested in this route. And if he does go that route, he could be a steal as a 9th rounder. We're going to have him pretty high in our final U.S. list. Probably a 3.75, 4, somewhere in that realm. At 177, Sarnia takes Matt Anderson, left shot D for Barrie Colts.
A lot of late birthdays, eh?
Mm-hmm.
They like
I've never
the
seen so many.
they like the late birthdays this year. Anderson was a high compete, tough defender. He played on the edge. In my view, if he can, we talked about it earlier, that controlled aggression, if he can harness that but continue to compete like he does, he may turn into something down the road. He got the extra year to develop. He's adequate at moving the puck. I wouldn't say he's two-way yet, but definitely a guy who you're gonna take notice when you're in his zone. He'll find you and he'll put some part of his body on you.
Next up, Ethan Drabicki. London takes out of Victory Honda. That's another U.S. player, kind of making a run here on the U.S. guys. Let me look up my notes from Drabicki. I want to go back on the other kid from Phoenix. I just looked up my notes when we were talking. Let me find out. Grant Booth. And we just saw him at the Tier 1 Elite playout. I knew I had seen him somewhat recently. And I had written down that he's got a lot of speed, strong on his edges, plays a hard two-way game. Just want to complete that one. Okay, so Drabicki, low center of gravity, agile, quick to pucks. I'm just reading my notes from the state tournament. Wins corner battles, good work ethic, quick on pucks, sturdy forechecker. lacks top end speed but has great balance, sees the ice well. So those are my notes from the state tournament. So that would have been a month ago. So London dips back into the U.S. pool here.
Brendan, I'm gonna make my exit.
Okay. Yep.
I got a life. I got a life outside of hockey, believe it or not.
Yeah. I'm
gonna say
shocked.
something to any of the listeners, if there's any kids on here, this draft is like a trophy. All right, you can pile up your trophies, and they'll end up in the garage when you get to my age, or they're in the garbage. It's what you do with it. So get your ass in gear. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Get your ass in gear. If you love the game, you're on your way. This is a door opening up for you. See ya.
Thanks, Mike.
What an exit.
Yeah, what an exit. Mike doesn't mess around with exits. He's a rock star. We'll move on to Vaughn here. Owen Butler, goaltender for Vaughn. I think Medvedev was their starter. But Barry takes Butler here. Sometimes you get some pretty good value if you have a good backup situation, like we were just talking about earlier with the Michigan player.
Yeah, and early in the year, Vaughn, we heard all about the JRC and the Marlies. But I think Vaughn ran 10 in a row off to start the regular season, and they were rolling Butler and Medvedev. A lot of success there early in the season. But Medvedev won the job late in the year. But obviously, the guys saw him, the scouts, the team saw him early in the year and like what they saw, right? 1-2 punch there in Vaughn.
Next up, Marcus Lagana, left winger for Don Mills. Yeah,
Lagana, I just checked. We didn't have him on the list. I liked him early in the year. I liked him a lot, and then he was injured second half of the year. So obviously Windsor saw something early that they liked and wrote it down and remembered it. But he's a big, fast, hard-nosed winger who can get to the net. And I'm not sure what injury he had, but I know I didn't see him in the roster very much the second half of the year.
Next up, Caden Buller for Peterborough Petes, left winger, goes to North Bay at 181.
I know Crawford really liked this kid. He kept calling him the bully. Just all over the ice, forechecking, hitting guys. He's got some offensive game to him too. He's no slouch. But he's definitely get under your skin, aggressive, forechecking, nonstop kind of guy with a motor that doesn't stop too. So
next up, Ryan White for Ottawa. This kid's outstanding. I didn't know much about him. He's an Ottawa kid, played for that Pittsburgh Pens team. I didn't know a lot about him. They have another defenseman, Valancourt, he's in the Q draft. Like I said, that Pittsburgh team has a lot of Canadians on it. And Valancourt gets a lot of the hype, but this White kid was outstanding at the Nationals to the point that, he went from maybe a 3.5, 3.75 in our system up to like a 4.25, 4.25. He's really talented. He's really smart, handles the puck. He can quarterback a power play. Really good distributor, vision, poise. Really impressed with his game. He's undersized as a defenseman. I don't know if he's going to go the OHL route. My guess is that him being an Ottawa kid, Ottawa's probably the best chance he's going to have to go this route. But if he was, just in my own thought on it, if he indicated he wanted to go the OHL route, I would have thought he'd go way higher just on his performance at Nationals alone. This is a really talented, really smart player. So nice pick for Ottawa, especially if they can land him. Niagara at 183, Finn Moffat, goaltender out of Oakville. I think this is Oakville's first player taken so far.
Yeah, they weren't a real strong strong team this year. Moffat, I saw him early in the season. We didn't really check back on him second half of the year, but I know early in the season he saw a lot of pucks, a lot of rubber, and he gave his team a chance to win most nights when he was in there. So, kudos on Moffat. He's one of those guys who's well trained this year. He saw a lot of pucks in the games that he was in.
Next up at 184, Ethan Fines. This player is I think it was either 300 or 299 on the midterm list, and climbed his way up, 60, 70 spots. So obviously liked him in the second half. What do you guys like about Fines' game?
Skilled centerman, distributes the pucks. Wasn't afraid of the rough stuff either. That Barrie team were highly competitive in late in the season and playoffs and into the OHL Cup. That was a tough loop out there, and Fines was scrappy and skilled. I would define him that way.
Next up, Zach Irvin. Just off the list, we have him in our other considerations. 3.5 star, 6'3" goalie out of Elgin, Middlesex.
I've seen a couple games of him. He played a lot earlier in the year. I was talking to some scouts, and they were talking about the goalies, and I think the Knights London wanted to get one of their Elgin's two goalies, but whatever didn't work out, and they were both on Elgin. But Kaprowski won the job. But every time I've seen Irvin, he's a big goalie. He takes up a lot of the net, moves well. No issues that way. It's just I didn't see him in the last couple months.
He fits that profile, right? 6'3" plus.
That's right. Gavin Poole, next up, at a London Junior Knights. Another 6'3", 200 and close to 10-pound winger. Mike, what'd you think of Poole?
He was a second, third line guy. He's definitely a two-way guy. Needs to work on his skating. He didn't put too many pucks in the net or do any of that stuff, but he was always getting busy in the corners. Not really much play off of the rush, but he's more off the boards cycle type of player. Tough to play against. Yeah.
Next up, Oshawa takes Cole Tumanaro. Kid is a force, like a physical specimen. He's tough, mean. He skates pretty well for his size. He's a good athlete. He's got a heavy shot from the point, but this is a guy you don't want to be alone with in front of the net. He just pounds guys, tough in the corners, plays like a throwback style almost. And he's really athletic. He actually can stay on shiftier forwards. I've heard from people that they question his feet, but I don't think that's right. He can move just fine, especially for a kid that size, 6'3", 200 pounds. He's a force. I don't know if he's considering the OHL route, but he's going to be a 4.25 in our U.S. ranking. He's one of the top 20, maybe 15 defensemen in the country. So that'd be a really good value if they get him. Next up, London gets Noah Reed, centerman for Southern Tier, coming off, I thought, a really strong performance at the OMHA playoffs. But what do you guys think of Reed?
I like him a lot. OHL Cup, he didn't really have the greatest tournament, I don't think. He's crafty, makes his teammates better. He's got excellent hands, deking inside and out of guys. Strong skater, good acceleration. Yeah, he's got the effort, hard back checker, good stick, interrupts plays, smart. Would you have, Hags?
Yeah, same. He was their best offensive player, I thought. this year. There's some games that some games he looked real strong offensively. Others he couldn't get anything going. But I think if he can work on building his consistency on the offensive side, the rest he's got. Plays a good two-way game and a high compete game. Good motor.
Yeah, I like him a lot at OMHA. So I agree with you. When you say crafty, I think I have that word written down 2 or 3 times next to his name. Briar Long, centerman out of the Mississauga Senators, goes to Brantford at 189.
Yeah, he really came on second half. Wasn't really on our radar until we put out our first list. Caught my eye in January in some games, and so we added him to the list late and then moved him way up based on his performance. He's hard-nosed, compete. Started chipping in with some offensive output late in the season too. So I don't mind this pick. He's a kid who really impressed me in the OHL Cup just with his ability to get to the net.
Yeah, we had him a little higher. I think we had him at 159. So
yeah, and that was from 300 on our first list, right? So
right. Nathan McHattie for Guelph, left defenseman, 6'2", out of Peterborough.
All right. Do we replay every Peterborough defenseman that we've talked about? Like, I don't know what else to really add to him. Good skater. I think he's got a lot more offensively. He didn't really get a lot of those looks on that team. He was kind of second or third fiddle on the power play and stuff like that. But I think he has a lot of offense in his game. But I like what I see in good puck mover, gets a puck up quick. He has a mean streak if he needs to. Doesn't use it all the time, but I think he's going to be pretty good.
He's the biggest of the bunch too on that Pete's back end.
Yeah, he's got a good stick. He broke up a lot of in the OMHA playoffs. I noted him for intercepting a lot of passes. Kitchener at their 10th pick, Drew McLennan, left shot D for Whitby.
Yeah, McLennan he's mobile. He pays attention to detail on the defensive side of the puck. He can get forward, so he's got some offensive upside to his game too. I think if he can continue to fill out and thicken up, if he continues to pay attention to detail on his end, he's got the feet, I think, to be able to play at the next level.
And next up, Owen Sound with AJ Ray, left winger out of Toronto Nationals.
I really liked what I seen from him out of the OHL Cup. He's similar to that on Whitby, Elliott. He's kind of similar to him, both skilled. AJ's strong on his skates. Like, you're not knocking him off the puck. He's explosive when he's skating. He's built thick. He's like a wrecking ball going around the ice. He hits everything that moves. He has a heavy shot. Good skater. I find he kind of jumps to offense a little quick right now. Like, he had a ton of breakaways. He cheats a little bit for his offense that'll kind of come, but he can put the puck in the net.
Next up, Peterborough takes Callum Hartnell, left shot D for Ottawa Junior Senators. Let me look up.
See if I can dig up my notes on.
Do the same.
Let's come back to him.
Okay. Grant Spada, left shot D, 6'1", out of Halton Hurricanes. I liked him at OMHAs. I thought he was sturdy. And he moves pretty well, and he's physical. I don't know what you guys think of him.
Yeah, it's a perfect way to describe him. Yeah, he's committed to playing defense. He needs to continue to elevate his feet, I think, to play at the next level. But that Halton team were very good all year, both offensively and defensively, and he was one of the harder kids to play against on the back end.
I just pulled up my notes on Hartnell. I said small, slippery, escapes pressure, crafty, quick processor. So a quick processor for me means he can assess the play very, very quickly and find the open. I had him listed as a forward, so I'm not sure. I'll have to circle back with him. He's played a couple of games in junior, but we'll have to kind of check back on that kid. He's one that's off our list.
Yeah.
Flint with 195. Lucas Manicus, left D for York Simcoe. Strong year for OMHA, by the way.
Yeah, really strong year. Yeah, Manicus was he was a force on their back end. High compete in the defensive zone. He did some work on the power play with them as well. So he was, they were one of the best teams in that ETA, and it was a tough loop this year. And he was a leader on the back end for them. He definitely needs to grow and get stronger physically. If he's going to do what he does today down the road at the next level, but there's some potential.
Next up, Peterborough takes Thanasi Marinette, 6-foot defenseman, left shot D out of Toronto Nats. We had him up quite a bit higher than this in the 70s. Paul, what do we like about him?
He's big, he's mobile, he moves the puck. He's got great hair too. He had the long flowy hair like you.
Love it.
No, all kidding aside, I liked his mobility for a bigger player, and he had a no nonsense approach to his game defensively as well. He was in the GTHL All-Star game, so one of the prospects there. He handled himself well at that pace, and OHL Cup, we saw him at the end there. He continued to develop the whole way through the year.
I feel like a trend in this year's draft has been there's the kind of defense first type defensemen have been a bit undervalued in this draft.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just an observation. Sarnia, the next pick at 197, Carter Timmons, right shot D for Southern Tier.
He's a good puck mover. I don't have too much on him, but I remember watching him play. It's hard for a lot of those guys because they had such a good D-core. So a lot of those not named Deitch and Allen, they didn't get too much time because they were kind of rifled through after. So, but what stood out to me is his puck movement. It's pretty good. He can move his feet.
Yeah, he gets pucks through to the net too. Brendan, I know you really liked him. You asked me earlier in the season why do we not have him higher, right?
Yeah, as you're talking, I was pulling up my notes for the OMHAs, and I agree with Mike. I think he's I've works the middle of the ice. I like D on the breakout at this age that aren't afraid to go up the middle. A lot of D just go up the boards. It's automatic. If it's not there, they just throw it, wing it. You need a level of confidence and a level of hockey sense to work the middle of the ice, hit the centerman, or go the other way. And he did that several times. So I like him. I think, we had him right around here. So I think we had him a little higher, 183, but it's probably the right spot for him. Oshawa, in their 10th round pick, takes Zijan Zhu out of the Toronto Marlies, kind of an underrated winger is really good for him in the playoffs. When I was up in Toronto watching the GTHL playoffs, I thought he's not as skilled as their top guys, but brings an energy to that team. He's a leader. I could see him working his way into the OHL, kind of an outside looking in, maybe from a skill perspective, but energy and work ethic.
Yeah, you basically said it. He's tough to play against when he's going, and he's tough in corners, plays with the jam, nonstop motor. He's got a good shot. He creates separation for his teammates, I found. Just getting him open, and he kind of went a bit unnoticed on the team with they had so much skill, but he brings that other aspect, and he's got a good size, good body, and I could see him in a few years being up in the OHL.
Next up, Barry takes Nathan Gorelis, left shot D out of Ajax, big body, kind of physical kid, kind of a lanky guy at this stage. But Paul, what do you think of Gorelis?
Big, like you said, big body. He was on our list. I'm pretty sure he's on our list. Probably right around where he went. Needs to get his feet moving, but lots of potential there with his size and his reach and his length. He's committed to defending. Ajax weren't the strongest team, so he got reps on the power play to develop some of the offensive skill as well. He can handle pucks. This one's a raw project.
Gabe Donahue at 200 goes to Windsor. Goaltender out of Whitby.
Yeah, who was I forget the other Whitby goalie who went earlier. They were 1A, 1B. Both of them can stop pucks. Sometimes I would get confused on who was starting that night because they both actually look the same. Good length, good height. Donahue is a late birthday. I think we actually had them and Vaughn. We had both the goalies listed, which is rare to have two goalies off the same team go.
Next up, Tanner Lawson for Halton Hurricanes. I really like this kid. I think he's an underrated player in this draft. Kind of what Mike had said earlier. It can be hard if you're someone who gets buried under some really talented players. They had obviously the number one pick. They also had some of the other D on that team. Spada, who we just talked about.
This is Tag's team. You should know this.
Bridgewater is the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
And Kompotic. I mean, so they had some D, but I really like Lawson at the OMHAs because he's smart, he's mobile. He gaps up really tight in the neutral zone, which tells me he trusts his feet. And if you're not getting beat and you're constantly gapping up tight in the neutral zone, it shows you both have the feet. You also have the angling and a sense of who you're matching up against. I loved his play on retrievals. He's quick back to the puck. He makes quick decisions. Sometimes the kids at this level, they overhandle the puck because they can. But in the OHL, you don't have that kind of time and space. And so I give real value to kids who can get the puck and move it quick. And this is one of those kids. So he is undersized, 5'9", 143. He's not overly dynamic offensively. So I do get how he would fall to the 10th round, but we had him around the 100 frame. And I'd stand by that. I think he's quite a bit better than where he's fallen here.
Yeah, you know what? Keep an eye on this one. He could go play in the provincial league and end up getting a college commit. He's kind of, to me, he's a late bloomer with his size, but he does, like you said, he does a lot of things well, and he skates so well.
Mm-hmm. Ottawa takes Ethan Broussard, left winger, Mississauga Senators.
I really like this kid when I seen him. He's definitely interesting. He can do anything on the ice. When Taylor wasn't really going for them, I found that he would step up and take control of a game when needed to. He's got wheels. He's got decent IQ. Plays in all situations. Yeah, I like this pick.
He can fly too.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, Ben Arnold for Niagara. Right shot D out of Hamilton Bulldogs.
You want it, Hags, or me?
Go ahead.
Mostly defensive defenseman from what I've seen. Good in his own end. For me, didn't bring too much offense. I don't know if maybe you'll find that a little bit later. But he's your prototypical defensive defenseman. He's a good skater, hits people, good stick all around.
Yeah. Good length of his game, and somebody you're going to need to see him develop his foot speed to play at the next level, but didn't panic under pressure on the forecheck. I didn't mind Arnold all year. He was on our list, probably around the same area.
Yep. Dryden Riley goes 204 to Erie. 5'11" goalie out of Kingston.
Not on our list. We'll put him down. He saw a lot of pucks this year. He's a late birthday. Kingston were one of the weaker teams in the province. So Riley, somebody must have saw Riley early this year before they were put out in the playoffs and liked what they saw.
It's interesting that it seems like a lot of the goalies that have been taken in the second half of the draft are goalies that were on, bad teams this year that faced a lot of rubber. Just an observation. Sue at 205 takes Michael Zuyev, defenseman, Toronto Red Wings.
Did you see him at all, Hags?
Yeah. I know you like them.
Yeah, he's very small, but he is very offensive. I only seen him once or twice, so I don't have too much, but offensively, he's got that IQ, he's got the vision, playmaking, he can skate the puck, he's calm with the puck. Like Brendan said, he pucks up the middle, no problem. Like, sure, he'll make some mistakes every once in a while with a puck up the middle, but just getting that breakout going through the centerman up the ice makes a big difference. And he's got a good stick for a small D-man. He uses it well, but obviously he doesn't have the strength out front of the net right now and needs to grow.
Yeah, he was their best player too.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's got a poise to his game that you don't see a lot at this age, especially for an undersized guy. Yeah, I think that's a good value there. We have him kind of around here in our list, but he's a kid who he deserves to be at that level now, but he's got more upside than his rating, put it that way. Andre Mondo goes to Kingston at 206, lefty of the Toronto Titans.
Massive. If he can get the feet going, he's one of the bigger defenders in the draft. Not afraid to engage physically. This is one of those back half of the draft. Take a chance on someone with who could probably evolve into a shutdown defender down the road if he can continue to work and improve his game.
Next up, we have Devin Jones McDonald, another forward out of the Sioux.
Yeah, looked really good in the. We saw him. I think we saw him with the gold puck in Waterloo, and he looked good. Wasn't real productive there, but you could tell he had the foot speed for a big framed winger. I didn't realize he was a late birthday. And then he looked quite good at the OHL Cup. You could see that his pace had improved as the year progressed, and pardon me, you can see his pace had improved as the year progressed, and he fit right in. Looked good on that Noah team.
Next up, right shot D, Matteo Sabatini, undersized D out of the Toronto Marlies. Paul, what do you think of Sabatini?
Pardon me.
We had him at 170, so kind of right around here.
Yep. Yeah. He managed pucks well. We didn't expect him to go in the top half of the draft. That Marley's back end when they came to play, they were tough to play against. Sabatini didn't. He wasn't a big bruiser by any stretch, but he was committed to defense, committed to playing defense, and he was mobile enough. I think if he kind of fills out and continues to work on his thickness, his lower body and strength, he's got the feet that he could probably play next level.
Next up, Evan Braddock's, centerman for Brantford 99. There's.
I didn't see too much of him. Did you?
Yeah, he was their best player. Brantford didn't have a whole bunch, but Braddock's was definitely their top guy, and he was noticeable. Anytime I saw Brantford play, he would have been the guy that you keyed on up front. He's got a heck of a shot, and in the Alliance All-Star game, I thought playing with better players, he was another pleasant surprise where he was able to raise his game up a bit. He was noticeable.
Next up, we have Owen Trainer. This kid was off our list, but I saw him and did a report on him in February. I put in my notes that he reminds me of at a similar age to Jack Sparks, who he was really raw at this age and ended up getting drafted in the NHL in the later rounds. He's 6'5". He's an awkward skater, kind of awkward with the puck, but he's tough. He's got some jam to his game, and he's got a really good stick. He's got long reach just for being tall, but he picks off a lot of passes. He breaks up a lot of plays. Kind of disruptive in the way kind of kid. Now, obviously, Sparks took major steps in the next 2 years after the draft. I wouldn't put that pressure on anybody or expectation, but there's some similarities to these two guys. So Sudbury takes a kid here that could be could end up being, if things worked out, a tough physical type player, which they appreciate up there. Kitchener at 211 takes John Mooney, a little playmaker, one of the top skill forwards in the U.S. He gets a lot of hype. He's worthy of it on a skill perspective and a hockey IQ perspective. He's really, really smart and aware. But he's 5'5", and he's not that explosive, which is the one hesitation I have with Mooney. Still a 4.25 all day. Might eventually be a 4.5, but some people have him as a top 3 forward in the U.S. We kind of have him more as a 5 to 10, but still really, really high end IQ. 212 Owen Sound takes Curtis Freeman, left winger for Mississauga Rebels.
Yeah, Freeman's got he's got speed to burn. Gets up and down the wing quickly. Another late birthday we had on our list, maybe a little bit lower than where we are right now, but back half of the draft for sure. And I would say he's got potential just on his speed alone. He competes hard too. That's the one thing I noticed on the back check. He pays attention. He gets back there. Let's keep an eye on him. Late birthday, he'll get a chance to develop and grow into that roster.
Next up, we have Francis Parrish for Central Ontario. Liked him at OMHAs. I was just looking at my notes while you were talking, Paul. I have Hetty, which means he's smart, playmaker. He's got good jump, quick first step, and took hits to make plays. Scored a couple goals there too. So I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on Parrish.
Yeah, Parrish was he was a catalyst on that Central Ontario team. He plays the game the right way too. He'll go through you. He normally he tries to get around you, but he doesn't mind going through people to get to the net. He's a bit undersized, but like I said, he plays an honest game, and he could evolve into probably going to spend some time in the OJ, but he could evolve into a good player.
Next up, Caden Newton, just left off our list in the other considerations. 6-footer on that Halton Hurricanes team. What do you guys think of Newton?
Big lanky kid, late birthday, so they can let him develop for another year or so. Halton, I saw them quite a bit. I thought they were the best team in the province, or one of the best teams in the province, and they fell short near the end. I thought some of that was in the net. But part of the challenge there is with a team that manages the puck and holds the puck all the time. They weren't getting a lot of activity some nights, right? But he's got some potential. He's length. He's got that frame, and like I said, late birthday. I'm not sure if we had him on the list or just off the list, but he was
just off it. Yeah. Next up, Angelo Maggiani, left winger, Mississauga Senators.
Mike, do you have him? I don't remember.
I do not. I don't have anything.
Definitely didn't have him on our list. I actually just had a peek ahead. Don't remember him on my on notes.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that one. Xavier Bussier, Cambridge goaltender.
He was brilliant this year, but I thought he was from Quebec. So we sent all of our notes off to Murray and the Quebec scouting staff. So if we'd have known he was in Ontario, he would have been on our list. He's got the ability to steal games. He was outstanding for Cambridge. Saw a lot of pucks. A couple games. I'm thinking back to a game in the London tournament against Hamilton. He was just dynamite and helped Cambridge secure a tie. And then I saw a couple other really strong outings. He was strong in the Alliance All-Star game as well. So yeah, I'm surprised to see him on the list because he's a Quebec boy from what I remember.
Next up, we've got Kieran McNally, big body right D out of Sun County.
Yeah, he came on strong at the end of the year. He found his offensive game, and he has so much confidence now, and he can skate well. He's got good balance, pivoting, everything like that. He makes the right reads. He's smart. He really came on at the end of the year. I'm kind of excited to see how he plays out because he does have the size. He has the skating. He has the smarts. So I'm excited to see how he goes with Sarnia there.
Yep. Next up, Max Leduc. I was just looking him up. He played for Thunder Bay last year in the OHL draft crop. We had him ranked 183rd. And then this year he went to the SIJHL and played for a team I've never even heard of, the Fighting Walleye. So he's getting taken as an overager for London. But he's a kid we liked last year, 3.5 star, and is coming off a big year in the SIJHL.
Yeah, I remember him
yeah,
from
go ahead.
last year. Definitely, he was the hard-nosed kid, hard to play against too.
Next up, out of Smith Falls is Lior Buchler. Buckler. He's another guy off the list. Left winger, 5'10". I saw them play in November. I don't have any notes on him. Move on to the next one. We'll put a pin in Butchler. Windsor with 220 takes Maxime Morin, another Mississauga Rebels winger.
Yeah, he can fly too. Moran is he killed a lot of penalties for them. Generated a lot, great motor. Generated a lot off of the cycle, and he can beat you with his speed on the rush. I didn't mind Moran. That's a good pick. A player who, if he thickens up, he definitely has the pace to play at the next level. I wouldn't put him in the category of elite scorer, but penalty kill and some other energy things you're going to need on a team. He could do that.
Next up, North Bay takes Landon Stevens, centerman for Ajax. We had him at 179, so another value pick like Moran.
200-foot center, plays an honest game. Definitely needs to work on his pace to play at the next level and do what he's doing now. But he'll get the opportunity to play junior somewhere down the road because he pays attention to detail and plays that 200-foot game.
Shane Kingwell. I like this kid a lot in the Ontario League. He scores a lot of goals. He can handle the puck around defenders. He's a guy, head's always up. He's got to grow into his frame a bit. He's a bit thin. But I liked his puck handling and his ability to let his release. Kind of has a tricky release. One of those guys that pulls it, drags it a little bit, changes shooting angle, and then can rip it. So Ottawa takes a local kid here out of Navan.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, Harrison McLean, 5'8" or 5'9" left shot D out of Toronto Junior Canadians.
Yeah, McLean. I don't know if we had McLean on the list or just off the list. He actually really came on late. The JRC team had some injuries.
Yeah, we've got him right around there, Paul, 215.
Okay. Yeah. The JRC team had some injuries late. Some of their big guys. Keegan Knight was out, and I forget who else. But McLean was one of those guys who stepped up and played a pretty good role for them. We were talking earlier. They won this year for a reason. They were good defensively, right? And they had all the power up front, but they had a sturdy, committed bunch on the back end, and McLean was one of them. Bit undersized, but he moves well, and late birthday, so
Yep.
There's that extra year to develop.
Max Campbell out of Sudbury, centerman, 224 to Erie. I just saw him at the Toronto Marlies, and kid can fly. I mean, he plays with a lot of heart and compete. He's 5'7", 137, which isn't ideal, but definitely was noteworthy.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, Mike, if you saw him, but he was. We noticed him when they were down here in Waterloo Gold Puck, and then again he was down the OHL Cup. He gets around the ice well. he's a key catalyst on that that Wolves Sudbury Wolves team, and Erie picked him up. Usually the Northern boys stay north, but I'd say he's a player that common theme, right? He's got the pace to play at the next level. It's whether he can fill out and thicken up and translate that to playing with stronger, faster players.
Right. We had him right. We had him at 212, so kind of right on the money there. Callum Mainville next up for Sioux, 6'2" centerman for the Toronto Nats. We had him at 123, so some value here. What'd you like about Mainville?
He was crafty, always around the puck, good length to his game. Used his line mates well. Where he needs to really get going is on the foot speed, right? But that'll come over time if he continues to work at it. He's got a lot of tools there, and for the Nats, he was one of their top offensive players.
Next up, Griffin Boyle for Kingston. Good size left winger out of Whitby. We had him at 219, so almost on the money there again.
Yeah, he was playing with their top line there with Newton and Elliott. He seemed to have that clutch gene for me. Whenever I went to a game, he scores big goals. He goes to the net. Tough to play against. He was taking a beating out front of the net. Still kept up and kept battling. Strong skater, high IQ. He understands his role and knows how to play that role. He's good off the cycle and down low. Good pick.
He could hit too. I saw him get a couple real nice hits this year where he knocked guys silly. So keep your head up when you're on the ice with Boyle.
Next up, Ewan McChesney out of the Vaughan Kings. We had him ranked quite a bit higher than this around the hundreds. Falls to 227. What'd you like about him, Paul and Mike?
He's a water bug. Low center of gravity, tough to knock off the puck. One of Vaughan's key catalysts up front. We had him a lot higher because he had a very, very productive season. He scored nearly every game I was at.
He's got a lot of skill, I found. Crafty with the puck.
Next up for Niagara, 228, Caden Okavita, right winger for North York Rangers. Haven't heard North York Rangers much this year.
Sounds like a Crawford guy to me.
Yeah. I got nothing. This is the fourth one Niagara's got on us where we didn't have them on our board. We'll go back and maybe take a look at them in Niagara's system to see what's up.
Okay. Next up, Logan Snyder, goaltender for Hamilton Bulldogs.
He's a bit undersized compared to the profile, but he was steady in the nets. I would say he's most effective when he's out challenging shooters. He needs to be, at that size. He wasn't on our list mainly due to the size, but Niagara, they kept it tight and kept it close in a lot of the games this year. And anytime I saw him, he was good in the pipes, just not for me, not at the height that I'd like to see.
Yeah, I watched him at the OMHAs because Crawford told me to keep an eye on him. He just didn't have a great game that particular game. I can see it though. He's smooth, and he's got good footwork. He's like one of those kids that slides post to post and reset quickly. But he just had a tough game. He was fighting the puck the whole game that I watched. So next up, Tanner Ducharme, London Knights. I know this was a late ad for us on our list. I think Mike pulled for this kid, 6'1" winger out of London Knights.
I thought London would have taken him, to be honest. He just seems like a London guy. But yeah, the second half of the year, he kind of came on. He can play up and down your lineup. High energy guy. He's an awesome skater. Like explosive, quick, tough to play against. He's like that Josh Anderson type player, and I know those guys don't always reach their potential with their size and their skill, but he's got a great shot. He was playing on the top line there with Rubrick and Weir at the OHL Cup, and he had a broken arm during the Cup and ended up playing in it too, and ended up breaking it again after at the Alliance playoffs. So guy who just wants to play hockey. He is a bit raw in some of his skill sets, but high compete level, just always skating and a great skater. So I'm excited to see how he does.
Next up, Kitchener takes Tyler Morelli's left shot D on that Navin team. Hold on, let me pull him up.
Quick, mobile, two-way defenseman. He was Navin's top defender in one of the viewings we had earlier in the year. He's a bit undersized, but strong and balanced on his edges.
Yeah, now I remember the kid. Yeah, he's a good skater. He's sturdy on the back end. Moves pucks. He got a little bit of power play time. He's a guy who surveys it, gets pucks through. We had him listed as a potential OHL pick. So we're starting to see some Ottawa kids go later here in the last few rounds. Next up is another one. Kyle LeBoutillier, if I pronounce that correctly, for Pembroke. This kid's another kind of a low center, balanced skater, fights through checks. A pretty good shot. When I saw him, he was like pucks were hitting his stick and bouncing off, which isn't a good sign. It's a pretty important part of the game, but he's tough down low. He's hard to kind of knock off the puck. He's got a good low center. And I thought he attacked the net. He's kind of fearless in that regard. So I can understand it from Barry. Another kid that's off our list, but someone you can understand. Next up, Sue takes Ryan Scriven, left winger out of Halton Hurricanes.
Yeah, we had him a little higher. We had him around 188. He's good. He's a shifty, fast, two-way center. You know, he was kind of the second tier of that Halton forward unit. And by second tier, I don't mean that he wasn't as good as them. I felt he was just a step behind them, but didn't get the big minutes on the power play or part of the top offensive unit. But he's got the speed to play at the next level. Again, size, fill out. Can he build the core strength to be able to fight through checks at the next level? That's going to be a question for him. But pace wise, yeah, he's good. Right.
Next up, Aiden Lee, right winger for Markham Majors.
Brendan, you love this guy.
Yep, I'm trying to look up my notes because that was back in Christmas.
You wanted us to put him way up the list.
Hold on, let me pull up my. Oh yeah, yep. Markham, yep. Two-way guy, plays an honest game, strong on his edges, good forechecker, penalty killer. Yeah, I like this kid a lot. Croft's got in here that he's a really good pitcher in baseball, so maybe he'll be maybe hockey's not his first sport. I don't know. Next up, Ethan Phillips. Out of BK. This guy's an interesting one. Again, he's another. He backed up Quinlan. Quinlan again was their top goalie and one of the best goalies in the country. As we've said in a couple guys, another guy who's a backup, but is also really talented. He's smooth, pretty quick reflexes for 6'1", really athletic, and I think he's someone that he's unlike Quinlan in that Quinlan's very sharp. He's got the technical skills. This kid's a little more raw, but he's got better size and better athleticism. So upside is pretty high with him. Next up, Saginaw takes Camden O'Neill, left D out of the Sioux. Paul, did you get a chance to see him?
Yeah, we had him way up the list, Brendan. Probably in the top 60, 70, maybe higher. We liked him a lot. He's a solid defender that you can see 5'11", 180. He's got that frame that you like. He defended well. He jumped into the play and supported the puck on the offense. He ran the power play for them. This is a steal for me this late. Maybe people didn't see enough of him, but we really liked him.
Yep. Next up for Sarnia at 237, Dylan Lewecki. We like him a lot too. He's probably an NCAA guy just by seeing where he's gone in the draft because he's better than that. Good size, plays a hard-nosed game. He goes to the dirty areas, competes for pucks. He can score. He's got some net front in his game, but strong on his edges. Kind of a power forward, tough to play against type in the making. So he's a guy he could play in the OHL, if not next year, the year after. He's a pretty good player, but if he's going this late, that tells me he's probably an NCAA player. Next up, Braden Clark for London, left shot D. So they took a local kid here.
Yeah, he's a really good skater. He loves jumping up in the rush. I think it was the one who ended up breaking his ankle at the OHL Cup. But yeah, he's got a ton of skill. He's more of an offensive defenseman, kind of effortless skater. Loves to jump up in the play. You got anything, Hags, on him?
No, same. I like him. We had him on the list a little higher than where he's at, but he was definitely on our radar.
Because he's kind of the same player as Darrigan down there on Waterloo.
Yeah.
Pretty similar players there.
Yeah.
And then next up, Nico Armelin, goaltender from Toronto Junior Canadiens. I think we had him a little higher too.
Both him and his brother had a great OHL Cup. Like, unbelievable. Their size is definitely what is working against them. Did his brother get picked?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see him in a round or two. I'm not sure, but yeah, these guys were, twins. I've never seen that before. Twin goaltender brothers, and both actually were quite good for JRC. As Mike said, their size probably working against them, but keep an eye on them because they're both athletic. They're both pretty technical, and they proved they could win at this level.
Next up, Windsor at 240 takes Kyle Butt, left winger for Don Mills.
Yeah, Butt's he's a hard-nosed kid. He skates okay. He wouldn't be my pick off that Don Mills team. I'm surprised to see him go, but that's that's up to Windsor. I will say he's a gritty, competitive kid. And you can see his frame, 5'10", 180. I didn't see a lot of offensive upside from him this year, but I did see a lot of high compete in the games that I watched.
You see with a lot of these too, like a lot of these teams are having almost their full team drafted. Like you look at York and Don Mills for teams that have almost like their full team basically on here. It's surprising. You can see where they've been watching.
Yeah. Matt Darrigan, Waterloo Wolves, left or right shot D, goes to North Bay at 241.
Yeah, he kind of came on late. He very similar to Braden Clark, like great speed, great movement. He's got a really good stick defensively. Um, I really enjoyed his game. I think he's got a lot of upside to his game. He can move the puck. He's got great vision, and he battles. He battles hard. He wants to win, like that whole Waterloo team kind of does. They kind of took on that persona.
Solid kid. He's going to play, probably play in the GoJ, and he knows how to win. And I imagine he's going to have an opportunity down the road. Got enough pace to his game that if he can continue to elevate the pace and work on his core frame, he could be a D1 kid down the road. Definitely a winner. I really liked his game. The tighter the hockey got, the better he looked.
Next up, Aiden Hill, goaltender for Huron Perth.
Hill was good. We didn't have him on, or maybe we had him on our list. I know he was on our radar.
Yeah, he was just off the list. We have him as 3-5 star, but just off the list.
He had a stretch during, right around November, December. Waterloo Gold Puck, I thought he was outstanding. And a lot of 1-goal games that Huron didn't win early, but he kept them in the game and gave them a chance to win when they were struggling a bit offensively. And then they kind of lost their way at the end of the year, so we didn't include him on our top 300 list at the end. I thought he struggled a bit in the OHL Cup, but this kid's got good feet. And has the ability to steal games.
Next up, Rafik Dayanov, centerman for Mississauga Senators.
Yeah. Dayanov, we have on the radar. Let me see if I can. We didn't add him to our list. I didn't expect him to go this high, but I got nothing on him, Brendan.
Okay. Next up, we have Dustin.
Dayanov was he was a 200-foot guy. Stocky, I thought, or not necessarily stocky, but he did compete and was tough to knock off pucks when he got going down low. Again, I didn't see enough offensive capability or enough offense out of him throughout the year. But yeah, he's
The only thing I had on him from the one playoff game was block shot, tough, strong on edges. Those are the only notes I have on.
Again, less than half a point a game in that league on a really high scoring team. So
Yep. Hold on, I lost my place here. Brett Kazmierski, Dustin Lariviere, Niagara North Stars, 6'4", left shot D.
Yeah, he's a prospect. He got better with the feet and puck handling as the year went on, but he's one of those guys sit and wait on him for a few years. He could turn into something because just the size and the frame, and he's got a little bit of an edge to his game. Didn't mind him at all. I'm not sure. Did we have him on our list? If it was late. But just the sheer size.
He was just off it. He was another one of the other considerations at a 3.5.
Yeah.
Next up, Brett Kazmierski, little goal scoring winger out of Buffalo Regals. Good pace to his game. He's got a great shot. Attacks the net. I saw him at the Marlies tournament. That's my only viewing of him, but he was definitely their best player. He was always around the puck, and he's got a really quick and accurate release. He scores like scorers goals, as they call them.
Yep.
Reese Herman, goaltender for Quinty, 6'2", 155.
Yeah.
He's on our list, kind of right around here.
Yeah, just massive. Late birthday. You can sit and wait on him. The other guy, the other guy that they had was a much smaller goaltender. I thought he actually got a lot of the starts. Herman. I think his size, he needs to grow into it. Right, he needs to develop some speed and better technically. But this is kind of the profile that you're willing. A lot of these guys are willing to take somebody with that size and that profile and sit on them for a few years, and they may turn into something. Herman, when he was on, he had a couple games this year. When he was on, he was pretty good. Right.
Oshawa takes Brody Jones, left shot D out of Windsor.
I like them. I like them a lot. This is a kid who way down in Windsor on a team that not a lot of people get to. He was mobile. Sometimes tried a little bit too hard to engage offensively and coughed up the puck. But he competed in his own end, and we had him. I think we had him right around here on our list.
Yep. Next up, Justin Vlasis, another Canadian player playing down in Pittsburgh with that Pens team. I think he was a second liner on that team. Kind of brings a two-way game to his. Plays physical, throws his weight around, gets inside on defenders, kind of gets under their skin. I like the way he approaches the game. But yeah, he's somebody. I'm trying to think if I don't know if we have him on our list, but he's a 3.5. This makes sense for where he is and the way he plays. Next up, Owen Fitzgerald for Brantford at 249. Off that Peterborough team. I think we had him a bit higher than this. 173. Good value. What do you guys like about Fitzgerald?
You're on mute, Mike.
I'm on mute. Yeah, he's like all the Peterborough guys. They just play that similar game. He's kind of a mix between like a Bidgood and like a Harmon. He's mean, he's nasty to play against, but he's got that IQ. He's got the playmaking ability. He's got the shot. He's a strong forechecker. He's kind of deceptive in his skating. He can play any role on the ice. He can play in PK, PP. I really liked his game.
13, Sudbury with the 250th pick takes Rory Savage, left shot defenseman. He's a skilled defenseman. Pretty smart, stick in the right areas. He's strong on the puck, even though he's only listed at 5'8", 145. I think he's bigger than that. He's good gaps. What I notice with him is he's someone that forces defensemen or forces forwards wide a lot. He's not a dynamic skater, but he's got good balance and edges, and he keeps people to the outside. And then his best attributes are with the puck. He sees it well. He doesn't get distracted by forecheckers when he's retrieving pucks and breaking it out. He keeps his eyes up ice, makes a lot of skilled passes, and puts it right on the tape. So good value pick here for Sudbury late in the draft. Followed up by another American, Niles Benson. Benson would be another candidate for a steal if he goes this route. And Kitchener has always done well with American players. He's got good size and strength. And I've said this term a few times earlier, but he encapsulates it. He's a power skill combo forward. He's got some finesse and tight. He makes subtle and skilled plays, but he can also lower the shoulder and just drive the net. He's going to end up probably being a 4-star for us, maybe a 4.25, but more likely a 4 in our final ranking. He'll be a coveted USHL draft prospect too. At 252, Owen Sound takes Christopher Paolone, another North York Ranger. Anything on this kid?
I don't. We're missing Crawford for this one. I didn't see too much in North York. The game I was at, they were hammered.
Yep.
See if I can dig up any notes on. Definitely wasn't on our list.
Another late birth year kid. I see Crawford's notes are solid defensively, physically asserts himself, doesn't back down, plays a hard-nosed game.
Yeah,
that's from Crawford. 13th, still in the 13th round here, about halfway through it. Peterborough takes Brody Leet, Hamilton Bulldog, good size winger. Coming off a pretty good OMHA playoff, I would think that probably helped his stock. Did Hamilton make the OHL Cup?
Yeah, they did. They did.
So there was him there too. How was he there?
They got to the play-in game and lost. But yeah, Leet's a hard-nosed kid. Scored a few timely goals for them. He generates some pace. He's rugged. He'll go to the net. Didn't mind Leet at all this year. We had him somewhere on our list. Right. Didn't mind him. We had him at 263. So they're getting value there.
Yep. Next up is little centerman Jimmy Sutherland out of Bishop Kearney. We had him a bit higher because he's a really smart player. Got good finesse. The knock on him is he's not explosive. And at 5'7", 145, you'd want to be explosive if you're going to play in the OHL. He might be able to get away with that because he's so smart. I'd put him as a top 10 IQ player in the draft. And he's got the skill to back it up too. So I think that's a good value. I don't know if he's going to go this route, and I don't know if he's ready yet. He's got to add another step, just given that size. But boy, he really sees the ice, and he's a dream for a goal scoring winger because he'll get you the puck everywhere you want. Next up, Ryan Fellinger, big right shot D, another Sioux Greyhound. They've had a good run of picks here. What did you see from him?
Yeah, he's big and raw, and will compete. Will compete for pucks. Crawford really liked him and told me to go look at him, and I did. I liked his ability to get around the ice for his size and his willingness to engage defensively. So we had him on the list somewhere. Ellinger.
Hayden Barch, 256 to Saginaw, another right shot D out of Huron Perth. What'd you guys see from Barch this year?
Puck handler, a little bit undersized. I think his dad has some pedigree and played professionally. That whole Huron team, they had a bunch of guys that I would on the back end that I would say they're going to play, Ontario Junior, Tier 2 or in the GoJ, and let's see, if they can develop and crack an OHL roster. He's got to thicken up and get stronger. But Barch, he handled the pressure of the forecheck well, moved pucks effectively.
Next up, Sarnia at 257 takes Matthew Filipponi, defenseman, Mississauga Rebels.
Yeah, Filipponi, you know what? We didn't have him on our list, but I love watching him. I just thought the size wasn't there. But I'm looking at late birthday, handled pucks well, kept the play in front of him. He's the type of player that I had projected might go the college route, Ontario junior, but he would have been a 3-5 on our list, just not on the actual top 300 that we put out.
Yep. Next up, London takes Reed Gamage, centerman from Cambridge.
Gamage, I saw him early in the year in the London tournament, and they were down by a goal, I think, against the Bulldogs. He won. They had the goalie pulled, and he won 3 or 4 in a row offensive faceoffs, and then ended up tying it up with a few seconds left. So I've liked him because of that one shift, and kept an eye on him all year. I figured he'd go late in the draft if he went in the draft at all. He's got to work on his pace. I wouldn't say he's a guy that can burn you with his speed off the rush, but he's smart and uses his line mates well, and is pretty good off the cycle.
Next up, we've got back-to-back Barrie Junior Colts players. Start with Owen Bruning, right winger, and then Emerson Wilkinson, big body right shot D.
I really like the Bruning's game.
Yeah,
Smart hockey player on the power play. He's got a heavy one-timer. Like, for his size, I was not expecting it, and he can rip the puck from the Ovechkin spot. He was like the one game I went to at Silver Stick, he was ripping the puck, hit the post a couple times going around the ice, and great shot. He's got good hand-eye, batting pucks out of the air, both offensively and defensively. Needs to work on his game a little bit away from the puck to be a little bit more complete.
Yeah, we liked him. We liked him a little bit higher. I think we had him, I'm just looking, 120.
125.
Yeah.
The next kid was a favorite of Crawford's, Emerson Wilkinson. Got several reports on him. This is tall, tough to play against, sometimes out of control, but he makes contact, hard hits along the boards, physical presence, bit raw, took a couple penalties, but he works hard. He's got a toughness to his game. Next up, Deke Osterhout for Quinty.
He's an awesome skater. He can fly around the ice. Good agility and balance. He's smaller. Obviously, he's undersized. He doesn't give up on plays. He battles. Good hockey IQ. He has very good hands. Dekes through players, beats them wide. Also a really good penalty killer. Reads plays well. Knocks pucks out of the air. Gets them out. He can score goals. Good player.
Next up, Darian Matthews, big frame, right shot D, out of the Junior Senators. This kid's an interesting pick because he didn't play a lot this year. When I went to see him, I think he was injured or out, and then I went back in December to see him. He still wasn't playing, but he came on late, and I watched him on video in the playoffs. I wasn't going to watch him. I was keying in on some other guys, and he kept standing out. He's big. He's physical. He's a little bit stiff right now, You know, 195 it makes sense when I see his height, weight. But he's interesting. He's physical. He's got a good net front game. He's just kind of always in the way. He's going to take some time to develop. Like Paul said, he might be another U18 or some junior hockey before he's ready for this level. But I like the pick. I think that's kind of a smart pick on a guy who probably not a lot of scouts saw this year. Just didn't play a lot. Niagara, Jack Ferris.
Yeah, Ferris, big lanky kid on the back end. I think he's going to need to improve his foot speed, to play at the next level. But he, another one of those ones who engages defensively. We had some write-ups on him this year, but not. Or had some notes on him this year, but didn't really commit to seeing him in the top 300. But I think with some work, he's got that frame and that ability, that ability to defend, or that willingness to defend that you always want to see in a player.
Yeah. Next up, Luca Morano, left winger for Toronto Junior Canadiens.
Yeah, Morano's an interesting story. He played the year before. He played for, I believe, the Senators, and we had him as an AAA plus. He was their best player coming into the year.
Wow. Went
to JRC and got buried in a really deep offensive lineup, and now we're looking at him and late in the draft. It might be a story for future kids who are looking to jump onto some of those really deep teams. If you're the top player on any team in the province, you're going to get looked at. We're going through a list of 300 or 400 or 500 or 600 kids that we have when we put our list together, and I think this might be if he can regain it. We saw a kid last year, Riley Patterson, who was the same, who was the top player in his Bantam year and then moved to the Sens, and didn't end up panning out as a top player on the top team. But if he had stayed where he was, maybe we would be talking about him in a different light. Now Patterson lit up the OJ this year and moved on. I think he's got to commit to Michigan State.
Right. Nope, good background on that one. Next up, the Sioux take Keegan Gillen. This is a really skilled defenseman, balanced two-way game. He was their best player at the Nationals this year. One play in particular, he did a give and go at the end of a game. Well, actually took the puck end to end, entered the zone, kind of drove to the middle, passed it off to the wing, and then drove the net, which is, you don't see many defensemen have that kind of offensive instincts. Scored with like 8 seconds to go to tie the game. He's a player. Again, you see him in the 14th round. It tells you he's probably not a high percentage of coming to the league because he's probably a 4-star talent. He's going to go pretty high in the USHL draft. So, but if the Sioux can get him, that's a great value at this point. Next up, Julian Gignac, left winger out of Windsor.
Mike, you know him?
I don't think so. I don't think I have any notes on him.
Yeah, I've got some notes on him. He's a hard-nosed, up and down winger, but isn't afraid to throw checks, isn't afraid to go to the net, and somebody I definitely have notes on. I like the intensity he brought to the game. I don't see him as a front end forward on any team at the next level, but I do see him as an energy guy who will go and create space for his forwards, his wingers, his forward line.
Next up, Ben Kosria, really interesting player out of Kempville. Saw him in December, saw him again in February. I think he's a bit raw at this point. It makes sense this late in the draft. Why not take him? Because he's got noticeable upside. He's actually got pretty soft hands for a player for his size and his age. Shields the puck pretty well, knows how to use his reach to his advantage. Skating's a bit raw, and his pace, he's always kind of a step or two behind. But a project, for a patient GM that wants to wait a couple of years of juniors, he could be a pretty good player down the road. Next up, Wyatt Ginman, another Toronto junior Canadian, late birth year, left winger. What do you guys think of Ginman?
That whole forward unit, he had the chops to hang with any of them. He's a little bit light frame right now, so he needs to fill out. To get to get himself into the corners and then into the net, or to win pucks in the corners and get himself to the net at the next level. But you can see there, 132 pounds. He definitely had the chops to hang with those skilled JRC forwards. So got another late birthday. Have a look at him and wait on him and let him fill out, because he does have some ability to scare defenders. Yep.
Next up, Jacob left winger, another late birth year. It's been a theme. Hamilton Huskies. I didn't see the Huskies this year.
Yeah, I can't remember to be honest with you. He wasn't on our. Let me see if I can find him in RinkNet.
I'll skip ahead to Colton Rayome, Hawkesbury goalie. Another guy I saw earlier in the year. I didn't see him late, so this is going to come from December. Had a good stat line. He's got good size. I think he's fairly athletic. Good in the quickness department, but not as good in the body control element. He's confident in his glove hand, good paddles overall, and did a nice job absorbing the puck and not leaving a lot of rebounds. Played 27 games, 924 save percentage. I mean, pretty strong years, especially playing against older players. So we'll see on that pick, but that's got potential to be a good late rounder. Caden Schneider for Kitchener, 6'1" defenseman out of NAX. Let me see if I had much on him when he was a Bantam. You don't watch 07s in Western Canada, focus mostly on the 08s. I don't see him in here. So he's a kid we'll have to put a tab on and follow up with. Next up, Tate Collins, right winger for York Simcoe. Another late birth year.
Yeah, it's a theme this year, especially late. Collins he's shifty, he's high skill, smart, a bit undersized, but I didn't mind Collins at all on that York Simcoe team. I don't know if you remember him. He was the kid that played with the full high tech, but is smart. Like I said, he gets around the ice, and he worked well on the first line, on the second line. It didn't matter. He could play with them all. So, another potential sit on him, let him fill out, let him mature and develop. He's definitely got the puck skill already.
Next up, Peterborough takes Josh Kaufman, centerman for Kitchener Junior Rangers. I would have thought Kitchener would have taken this kid. He's a really good skater. I remember him from the Marley tournament.
Yeah, and Kaufman, played on a weak team. He was the only guy. He didn't score. Didn't score at any consistent level this year. Part of that is the team he was playing on wasn't that strong. But I liked Kaufman. We didn't leave him, or we didn't have him on our list that we submitted. But yeah, he can play. He'll definitely. He's got some size and length to his game. If he fills out, that might be a good pick late.
Next up, Vincent Pisoni, left defenseman for Guelph. Oh, I'm getting calls.
Yeah, Piccone was he played up last year. I would have said coming into the year he would have been one of the kids that we were going to watch on the back end. I didn't really see progression this year. He's an effective defender. Keep him in the hometown. Maybe he evolves into a better player over time. But I thought this year was a bit flat for him. He's got some tools in the toolbox. But like I said, as a U15 playing U16, I was excited to see him this year and didn't quite see the progression. We had him on our list, but this is probably where he should go.
Next up for Flint, Landon Copeland out of Chatham, Kent.
You got anything on him, Mike?
No. On Chatham, I might have went with a couple other options, but I know Landon was hurt a little bit during the year. Obviously, he's a little undersized. I can't speak too much to him though.
Next up, kind of a you don't see this very much. Landon Kazabowski played at a Michigan high school. Usually, for viewers, if they don't know, in Michigan, everyone plays AAA. High school is like you just don't see players play high school. So he led his team in scoring at Alpena High School. I haven't seen him, so I can't comment on him. But Saginaw, obviously, in the Michigan area, that'll be an interesting pick. Like I said, it's just very rare to see a Michigan high school kid come off the board, but good for them for doing their homework. Next pick is Chase Jett. Really liked his game early in the year, and then I think you guys gave him pretty high grades in the November and December tournaments. Wasn't as good at the Nationals. I don't know why. He's pretty explosive and skilled. He's smart. He's got good balance. I don't know what happened to Nationals. He kind of just didn't have his best performance there. But what do you guys think of him? You guys have several reports on him, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember him. The last time we saw him was at Silver Stick. He had the chops to hang with Dennis and Murtaugh. That whole team were quite impressive, right? They won London. They won in or they lost the finals in the Silver Stick, and Jet was just one of those kids who was always around the net, always around the puck.
Yeah, that's what he is. He's a dog on. He's got some skill and he's got some effort, and he combines the two really well. Kind of can play anywhere. I've got to step out for 1 minute, but I'll be back. But you guys take it from here.
Okay.
Mike, I know you like Truman.
Yeah, I do. Late birthday. I think he could be a stud in a couple of years. I think he knows what to do with the puck. He's so smart with the puck. He's got the hockey IQ. He holds on to the puck, waits for a defender to come to him, then dishes it to somebody that's open. He's got so much IQ. And London's a good spot for him to go to get a couple of years under his belt, give him some of that London treatment, and I think he could be a steal this late, to be honest. What do you think? What did you think watching him?
Yeah, he needs to fill out and grow the frame, but he's a high IQ kid. He was a catalyst on that top line and had a productive season.
Mm-hmm.
Alliance All-Star game was where I kind of fell off for me a bit with him because we had him a little bit higher on the list. I didn't see him getting anywhere against the top players. But I know he's got a lot of skill and good vision.
Yep. Yeah, he needs to work on his skating a little bit and obviously fill out. And he's got the head to be able to play at the next level.
Yeah. Eric Sankaj, hard-nosed, tough D. We're getting to the bottom of the list here, so some of these guys we had on our radar, but wouldn't have put them forward on the list. But he definitely he's a hard kid to play against, and competed in his zone. So kudos to Barry for finding another sturdy defender on the back end. Martin Hudson, Crawford loves him, and he said, go see him. This kid's dynamic. He actually went down to talk to the coaches and of the team, and somebody said, one of the coaches said, finally someone's asking about this kid. He can get forward, skates well, heck of a shot for a boy at that size. And again, somebody that you might be able to sit and wait on for a few years. He's going to have to fill out and also find his way and his confidence offensively. But this is a good pick. Ryan Daze.
I don't have anything on him.
I dig up my notes. Yeah, wait. Let's move past him. Lumsden, the last of the Pete's defense.
Yeah, their whole defensive core is all gone now. He's got speed. He gets back on pucks quickly. He can move the puck well. Keeps guys at the outside. He obviously needs to grow a little bit, but he's a little stocky. And yeah, what else? Do you have anything on him?
Yeah, Lumsden, earlier in the year, he caught my eye with his speed. Actually, the Gavin Ramkissoon's the same. Both of them are similar type players, similar type stature. They get ahead. They get ahead well, skate in a straight line. A little bit undersized, in my view, to be able to step in and play there next year. But these are late picks in the draft, and if they can develop physically, they're going to get a chance to play provincial junior or at that level and maybe work their way up.
Yeah.
Taylor Emerson. I have to dig up my
Emerson Taylor, you mean?
Emerson Taylor.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I'm back.
Yeah, no problem.
Where are we at now?
Emerson
84.
Emerson Taylor.
Emerson Taylor. Okay.
Give me one.
know. I didn't see the reps this year.
I got nothing. Not on my radar. We'll get Crawford to send some notes in.
Next up, Reed Thomas, Clarington Torals. I think that's the first time I've said Clarington today. They had a good team. Either was it last year or the year before? I remember they had a pretty decent team.
Yeah, we got nothing on this guy.
Taylor, I'm looking up. There's a bunch of reports on him, Paul, and the
Okay, Crawford must have put some in.
yeah, Crawford's got like 4 reports on Taylor.
Perfect.
Said he's best two-way player on their team at the center position. Good puck protection, above average skills, size and skating ability. Likes his upside, broad imagination when he has the puck. Which I like to hear that. So yeah. So Croft liked him. Skip ahead to Cole Ellis, left shot D for Timmins Majors.
Yeah, Ellis looked really, really smooth at the OHL Cup last month, or earlier in the month. I think we had him, but a little bit higher. He just popped onto the radar in that tournament. Handled himself well against the top kids in the province, and good size, good length, competed defensively. Another one of the the common theme today that kids are committed to defending. He was one of those, and he had enough mobility too to front guys and gap up. So don't mind Ellis at all.
Next up, Oshawa takes Jesse Orlowski with their last pick. Orlowski's a really athletic power forward. He was invited to NTDP camp, didn't make the team, which was a little surprising, actually. Super athletic. He's got a smooth stride for a kid that size. He does need some work on some of his mechanics on the stride, but he's pretty fluid in the hips. Protects pucks really well. He's got a hard shot. This is a player who's got a really high ceiling. Pretty sure he's committed to the NCAA route at this point, but 15th round, why not? Next up, Mississauga takes Ivan Castellan, goaltender for Burlington Eagles.
Yeah, he carried the mail for Burlington this year, and Burlington had normally they're not a really deep program, but this year they had a decent team, and Castellan had a number of games of gold pucks where he really caught my attention in Waterloo. He pitched 2 or 3 shutouts. Was very good in the games that I saw. A little bit undersized, so that's not the model that a lot of these teams go after. But he competed in the net and played a lot of minutes for Burlington this year.
Next up, Brantford with their last pick takes Kaysen Craig, left winger out of Cambridge.
Late birthday. He's a rugged winger who pursues pucks. We're getting down to the end of the draft here, but I didn't see a lot of upside on his ability to score, but he was a hound on pucks and a hardworking player, energy guy for that team.
Next up, William Derbyshire, centerman for Halton Hurricanes.
Yeah, interesting pick. Derbyshire's balanced skater, 200-foot game, uses his teammates well. Similar to Craig above him, he's not real offensive, and in my view, he doesn't have the potential to be really offensive at the next level. But he plays an honest game, and hang on, I'm thinking of a different Derbyshire. Derbyshire's the kid from Halton. Yeah, he's a big force. I didn't mind him at all. Again, kind of a depth player on that Halton team, and got good length to his game. Plays well off the cycle. He's not going to scare you in the neutral zone, so he's going to need to work on that. But he's a guy that can go into the corners, win pucks, and then has some touch around the net.
Yeah, I was just looking at my notes, Paul, when you were talking. I had a lot on him at the OMHA playoffs, and pretty much everything you just said. He's really strong on the wall. He got off checks. He's physical. Kind of plays a man's game.
Yeah,
I like his approach for sure.
and we had him on the list.
Next up, Kitchener goes back, takes another American, Matthew Grimes. Grimes just signed a tender in the USHL, so unlikely they get him next year. But he's another kid. He was right on the bubble making the US program. Two-way defenseman, really polished skater, handles the puck well. Really balanced two-way game, to be honest. There's not a lot of holes in his game. He's got to get a little smarter at times. He's another guy that forces plays that aren't there, but you're getting a 4.25 talent in the 15th round. Niagara takes Johnny Lee, another late birthday, 6'3" left shot defenseman out of Markham Majors. I can go on him if you guys don't have much.
Yeah.
I liked him at the Marlies.
Go ahead.
Big, rangy defenseman. His feet need some work, but he's tough. Block shots, disruptive kind of guy. His stick is not always in the right spot, but it's very active. It's one of those guys who waves it around and tries to break up passes and poke check pucks. He's a little raw, not a little raw. He's quite a bit raw. So he'll need some real work before he's ready to play at this level. But from a size and a competitiveness standpoint, a lot to like for him. Peterborough, the next pick at 293, takes right shot defenseman Caden Thatcher out of Ajax Pickering.
Yeah, the two big defensemen on Ajax. Not surprised to see them go. Again, another project. Has to get the feet going to be able to play at the next level. But great length, good size, the ability to, a commitment to defend. Thatcher he played a big role on that team as the year went on. And they actually surprised a few teams, or a few of us, and got through into the OMHAs.
Next up, Alex Figueras. I think it's Figueras. I know Crawford is high on this kid. Another late birth year out of Richmond Hill. His older brother is an NHL draft pick, plays at Cornell. So likely he'll probably go the NCAA route as well. But pretty fluid skater. I'm just reading Crawford's notes. He says he is just keep in mind his older brother's he's only 5'8". His older brother's 6'4".
Yeah, we're looking to see some growth there with a late birthday too.
But he says he plays at both ends. Good IQ, smart decision maker with the puck, can protect it along the wall, confident, doesn't throw pucks away when pressured, strong edges and strong stick, and tough.
Yeah,
that's Crawford's take on him. Next up, 295, Luke Lavens, right shot D out of Lambton.
Mike, you got anything on Levens, or you want to talk to Levens?
I don't really have too much for notes. I'm just kind of going off what I can remember. He's 2AD, decent speed. Probably needs to work on his mobility a little bit.
Yeah.
But he can be mean when he needs to be. But I don't have too much on him.
Yeah, he's a thick kid too. Big body, can move guys out of the front of the net. in our view, footwork is he needs to get his feet going to be able to really get to the next level and do what he's doing, or perform at the next level.
I was going to say my only notes, and I only saw them one game, is that he blocked a shot. He's got a strong net front presence. Next up, Saginaw again goes off the board here. They're the ones that took the Michigan high school player. Take kid Cruz Ferguson. We've never seen this player, and I've never heard of the Niagara Junior Knights. So Saginaw's putting in their work this season, as they always do. They have a good, they have a really good staff there. But
117 pounds. Whew.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's a December birth year, listed at 5'4", 117, and no idea. I've never even heard of that team, so don't even know where to start on that one. But good for them for doing their research. Another Jack Beardsley. It's another Michigan high school, so this will be the second one we've seen. Novi High School, though, is a it's one of maybe, I don't know, a handful of high school programs that are pretty solid. Haven't seen him. He's not on our U.S. list either. So Sarnia goes off the board a little there too. London Knights takes goaltender, 6'1" goalie out of Thunder Bay, Travis Vanderswag.
Yeah, another goalie out of Thunder Bay. We didn't know the last one, Brendan, so we'll put a star beside that.
Yep. Another one that, like I said earlier, we're seeing goalies on teams that weren't as strong this year. They definitely got seen a lot in terms of they saw a lot of shots. Next up, we go back to the States. William Schneed, right winger out of Rochester Coalition. He's got a good stride, has some scoring ability, good speed. I think he protects the puck pretty well, and he's someone that can let a shot go at top speed. He doesn't have to slow down to let it go. Long and lean, pretty athletic, uses his body well. He's one of those guys, not overly physical, but he'll body into you and use his reach to shield the puck. So I like Schneed. I think that's a nice pick late year for Barrie. London with a pick number 300 takes Hector Martel, left winger for Toronto Junior Canadiens.
Another junior Canadian that kind of fell, eh?
Yeah.
Everything I kind of have on him is about his penalty kill and the way he kind of battles and stuff like that. So it's hard when a lot of these kids don't get the chance to play top minutes, right? They're going into these roles where they gotta learn how to do some of the things they haven't done before. So he's a strong skater, strong on his feet, never gives up on pucks. He's a workhorse, forechecks hard and back checks even harder. Good penalty killer, reads passes well, blocks shots, nonstop motor. He's not the sexiest player, but he gets around the ice and he kind of messes things up. So do you have much on him, Hags?
Same. I thought Martel was a good two-way forward for them. He needs to continue to work on his pace at the next level, but he's confident kid, and if he can improve his foot speed, grow his frame, and get more core strength there. He got around for that JRC team and was fairly effective for them.
Yeah, I would just say I was at a game where there were 3 NCAA guys at him, and 2 of them came up and asked where we had this kid. So he might, I don't know. I don't know anything about the kid, but he might be, he might have fallen in the draft because of fears that he's going to go NCAA route.
We had him way up on the list.
Yeah, we had him at like 70 something. Mac Earl, to Barry at 301. Right shot D 6'2" for the Toronto Red Wings.
The last time I saw the Red Wings, he wasn't even on the roster. So he's a late ad in my view, and I'll have to talk to Crawford and see if where he came from. Put an asterisk beside him, Brendan.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see any reports on him. And then the last pick of the draft, Ottawa takes Daniel Gusty, undersized goalie for Mississauga Rebels. We had him at 205.
Yeah, he's tiny, right? He's the first of the tiny goalies who went, but he was dynamite. The Rebels they played a good, disciplined, tight checking game, and were tough to score on. And I thought Guisti was very good in the G playoffs, OHL Cup for him all year long. He caught my eye actually at the Titans tournament. It's just his frame, is he going to grow to get to the next level? He's definitely an athletic goalie who will compete and battle, and kept his team in a lot of games this year.
And that does it. That wraps up OHL Draft. Thanks so much, guys, for your time. We ran 6 hours here. A bit of a marathon. Great work. Paul does an amazing job in Ontario. Mike is new to the staff this year. He's been a tremendous addition. Our other guys, Crawford, Stocko. There's a whole team of guys in Ontario that are helping bringing all this information. So thanks for everyone who watched, and thanks for you guys for jumping on. And we'll be back again next year.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, guys.